Chapter 101, Chapter 101 Researching Time and Everything Else. Harry and Link spent a number of hours going over the various data Harry obtained from Earth 2149. Besides the loot and technology, the data from Stark's, Doom's, and Reed's computers included details from various superheroes, most of which Harry had never heard of. Link did a search on a few and confirmed that most either didn't exist or had no powers yet, while others, like Jessica Jones, existed and had powers, but was not active as a hero. The other details which had his attention was the list of supervillains. Harry was not exactly surprised that the Green Goblin fellow ended up being Norman Osborn, but it certainly wasn't what he was expecting. Still, many of the factors of that world did not exist in this world, and many things in this world did not exist in that world. Most of this didn't matter to him, of course. Harry wasn't going to stop people from learning from their own mistakes and the mistakes of others, so with a few exceptions, he wasn't going to do something like walk up to Osborn and tell him not to inject himself with experimental super soldier serum. He wasn't, nor would he ever be, the man's mother, so why should he care about the man's poor life choices? One of those exceptions was Owen Reese. Harry decided this universe did not need a Molecule Man. Of course, Acme Atomics Corporation still existed, and the machine that created Molecule Man could likely still be built here, and the same 1 in a trillion accident could occur, so Harry and Link would have to monitor them to ensure the chance was not 1 in a trillion, but 0. Other bits of what-if trivia the pair discovered had Harry sigh and scratch his head. Were there any mentally stable people in that world? Then again, he was hardly one to judge. He recognized many of the faces of the people in that world, and he felt nothing reducing them to EXP. Of course, the fact that their lips decayed off made them seem more zombie-ish, but a sane person would probably at least feel something. He did not. They were from a different universe, and though they had the same names and many of the same traits, they were strangers to him. His girls wouldn't care too much, but if anyone else found out Harry killed a planet for the EXP, they would probably leave the planet as fast as possible. Technically that meant Harry should never tell others about what he did, but he really didn't mind. In fact, Harry had already packaged the relevant data and sent several letters and emails to various people. To Stark, Harry sent him all the designs from his other self. Some of it was way nicer than his current stuff, while other parts were vastly inferior. Stark should have fun playing with that for a few months. Harry also sent Doom a copy of the data Harry found in the remains of Latveria with a message basically stating, "Something I found cleaning up one of Reed's messes. Keep yourself busy while Susan is pregnant." Harry honestly didn't care if Doom tried to take over the world. Harry wouldn't help, but he wouldn't do much to stop it either. Doom wouldn't be a bad ruler, but Harry knew Doom wouldn't really enjoy it, which was why Harry wouldn't help him either. Of course, the fact that Harry sent it implied Harry knew it all too and didn't see Doom with this tech as a threat to him. Doom would not miss this and would take the warning not to mess with the Four seriously for now. To Reed, Harry sent nothing, though Harry would make them some unstable molecular fiber suits as a present later, but Reed was in timeout for that stunt and Harry wouldn't reward him for that. The last message was to Hank Pym. Rather than an email, Harry sent a package containing a letter and 2 potions in unbreakable bottles. The letter informed Hank that there are many ways to do what Pym particles can do, and while exploring the reaches of strange sciences, Harry figured out Pym particles. Harry then stated he would not use it for weapons, but would probably use them to make a factory for mass-producing extremely complex nanomachines. He asked if Hank wanted anything to do with Harry's research or if Pym had anything to say about not wanting Harry to use Pym particles at all. The bottles contained a modified shrinking solution and a growth potion. The standard shrinking solution temporarily made something younger, like turning a toad into a tadpole, while the standard growth potion accelerated the aging of something like making plants age, though doing so to magical plants drastically lowered their effectiveness in magic potions. Harry's modified versions acted more like the shrinking spell and engorgement charm, rendering the affected smaller or larger. Harry figured Hank Pym would either get a kick out of something that had the same effect as Pym particles or go crazy when he couldn't analyze how the potions worked. Harry was very interested in using nanotechnology combined with Pym particles. If done right, he could create machines so small they could manually reassemble molecules. That wasn't the interesting part though. According to Harry's calculations, nanomachines under a certain size could not be controlled by technopathy. So this would make an excellent tool against a stronger technopath like Thanos. The first thing Harry created when he was done analyzing everything was a hyperbolic time chamber. If inside while activated, a day outside was a year inside. Of course, his girls found out and put a strict limit of only 30 minutes inside a day. Harry was okay with this as it still added a full 7 days to each of his days and gave him more time to spend with his girls. Once he had all the time he needed, Harry started to work on a number of projects he had been putting off. First he started work on a star forge. It was a concept from Star Wars. It was a vast pocket dimension hidden within an asteroid and put under extremely heavy time dilation. Harry would stash nova crystals, the Philosopher's Stone, and vast amounts of silver and gold there. Harry would enspell the silver and gold alchemically to slowly change into vibranium and adamantium. The Philosopher's Stone would slowly produce elixir of life. The nova crystals would grow at a very slow but steady rate. Harry would set it for 1,000,000 times acceleration. Of course, that sort of blatant use of time magic had a heavy cost. Harry would have to connect the asteroid with a star. The cost of the magic would literally cause the star to burn out in a few decades, but as long as it was one of the planetless ones at the edge of the galaxy, no one would miss a star. When Harry first started to really get used to time magic, he found he could detect the presence of other uses of time magic. What Harry laughed at was how often it appeared to be used. Harry was now confident Santa was not only real, but used time magic to deliver all those presents in one night. The Star Forge only took a month of real time to complete before Harry moved on to his next project. During that month, Hank Pym had actually broken into Harry's house using his Ant-Man suit but was unable to find anything useful. Harry didn't create potions at his house but instead at the underground workshop the goblins built. Harry's computers could not be hacked, and Harry's basement contained nothing when inactive since it used hard light constructs for everything and only expanded the space when active. After realizing he had nothing on Harry, he sent a letter asking him to do as he pleased but keep him updated. Harry's systems hadn't detected the mini-man who'd shrunk to the size of a dust mite, but that was because he hadn't updated them since he built the house. Even if Harry knew about the break-in, he would not have cared much. Harry was no longer at a level he needed to hide and only answered to some people as a courtesy. Pym particles basically increased or decreased the distance between atoms, making matter larger or smaller without changing the mass. However, because gravity was not affected by the number of atoms, but the surface area of the atoms, weight was affected by the change in size, but not completely. Doubling size did not double weight and halving size did not half weight. This made it interesting to use in construction as some brittle materials if enlarged enough would become more flexible and some overly flexible materials if shrunken enough became much harder. The uses in material physics opened a universe of possibilities. For example, one of vibranium's main weaknesses was that it could absorb too much energy and explode. If a mass of vibranium was subjected to Pym particles to increase its volume the right amount, it would cause the stored energy to slightly dissipate. This did not make the metal weaker, but in fact covered its weakness. Matter affected enough by Pym particles also changed their properties in how they were affected by other forms of energy. For example, if a mass of metal was shrunk to a certain point, it would no longer be affected by external electromagnetism, because the distance between the atoms was too small. For example, 1 ton of iron if shrunken to the size of a grain of rice was not affected by a magnet. Harry had to make a few computers run billions of calculations to determine the limits and possibilities. The next project was unstable molecular fiber. Unstable molecules were barely considered molecules and were closer to energy forms attempting to mimic nearby molecules. The state of unstable molecules changed depending on their environment. So if worn by Susan and she became invisible, they became invisible too. If worn by Johnny and he set himself ablaze, they could change to conduct the heat rather than burn. Harry thought that was kinda pointless. Susan could make her clothes and even other people's clothes invisible. That was just the first version though. There had been several improvements, including ways of having the molecules remember specific configurations. Link had pointed out that since unstable molecules could change and hold specific configurations, they could be used to hold data. Harry agreed and went to work with Link creating a new server for Link and the internet. That took another month of real time as Harry wanted it to be as good as he could make it. When finished, Harry was pleased to find that the server was unhackable. The configuration of unstable molecules could not be changed with electromagnetism, meaning technopathy and electromagnetic sorcery had zero effect on it. In the form of a fabric, a hand-sized cloth of unstable molecules could hold billions of gigabits of data. The server version was countless times more efficient and didn't generate any heat unlike normal servers. A single server had enough memory to hold all the data on the planet. Harry intended to build a couple more, they would be useful for the game he was making. Harry did make a tiny memory strip of unstable molecules and used that to make a table that contained every book and video game on the planet as well as a copy of the internet. Harry did eventually contact Jane Foster and take her to Asgard and to Thor. Thor's mother discovered the pair with supernatural speed and while that had them distracted, Harry visited Loki's cell. Apparently Odin had declared he was to be imprisoned for all of time. Loki noticed Harry's arrival and asked, "Come to gloat." Harry rolled his eyes and walked over to the opening the guards used to pass Loki food and slid in the tablet. "I did mention at least once you were my favorite god. Here is something to keep you occupied until you get out." Loki walked over to the opening and pulled out the tablet before turning it on and looking it over. He set it aside and asked, "And why do you think I am going to get out? I was sentenced to eternal imprisonment by Odin." "Yes, but Thor will take the throne sooner or later and your brother loves you too much to leave you in here. I highly doubt it will take much convincing for him to let you out on community service or something." Loki chuckled and remarked, "As yes, you would have me work for you then? Shall I entertain at parties? I am quite skilled at balloon animals." Harry laughed at the sarcasm and replied, "Don't you know ruling is the highest form of serving? Isn't dedicating yourself to helping others live better a grand form of service?" Loki stopped for a moment. He gave a hard look at Harry and answered, "Is this the same offer as before? The one where I sacrifice my godhood?" Harry shrugged, "That was more of a euphemism for throwing away your ego. I heard about your trial where Odin called you out for claiming you were a god and he said you were not, none of you were actual gods." Loki gave Harry a flat stare and asked, "And you would give me all the resources needed to conquer your world? Forgive me for doubting you. Actually I would just sign over controlling interest to Brilliance Inc. and Potter and Gold Bank and trust to you, making you the man in charge of it all." My company will eventually grow large enough to rule the world without having to lift a finger. I only started the company to ensure I had power when I was weak, but I don't need them anymore. But I can't just give it away to a mortal. Simply by running it and waiting, the world would eventually bow to any decision you made. Loki actually raised his eyebrows in surprise at that. He would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about Harry's initial offer and had wondered how it would have worked had Loki accepted at the time. Harry was clearly a good teacher, but he was also the owner of a company that could take over the world. He apparently preferred teaching, and Loki did not sense Harry was lying to him. Harry was not lying to him, but he was not exactly being completely forthcoming. Harry had studied the Goblet of Fire for a very long time and knew a great deal about magic contracts. One of the most interesting loopholes for many magic contracts was that a person bound by a magic contract could pass off that binding to someone it was more appropriate for if that person agreed. For example, if Cedric Diggory had not applied for the Triwizard Tournament and someone else got selected and wanted to back out, it was possible for Cedric to take their place if he agreed to it, but it could not be passed off to someone worse. This was acceptable as the Goblet wanted the best student of a school. Harry couldn't do that because he'd been the only student of the school the Goblet of Fire was tricked into thinking he was a student of. The countless contracts Harry was bound to do to working with the goblins had the same loophole. He could pass them off to someone else better suited for the role. But this was hardly a loophole, because who was better than him at this point? Who was older and wiser and more ruthless and goblin-like for the contracts to release Harry and allow to take his place? Harry was certain he'd found an appropriate patsy. And if Loki could actually take over the world while bound by the limitations placed on him by the contracts, then Harry would have nothing to say against it. Besides, Link and the shares of Stark International were not a part of Brilliance Inc., and neither was the construction company and insurance company Harry made. The only companies Harry was really signing over were the ones that primarily had goblins running them. Of course, this would still give Loki full control over the internet, mobile communication, and the goblins who knew exactly how to produce metagems. This was still enough to take over the world even before Harry launched his virtual reality full dive video game. Loki saw the resolve in Harry's eyes and asked, "Why would you offer this to me? After what I have done?" Harry answered, "The past is the past, and I find that people who are not completely evil generally have a hard time performing acts of evil if trusted with something of great importance. Regardless of what you have done, your brother loves you and your mother loves you. I'm willing to bet the future of the earth that someone those two love cannot be completely evil." Loki looked down and stated firmly, "I have no brother nor mother. Stop being so dramatic. And if you look down on Frigga, I will come in there and whack you over the head. No one is perfect, but that woman deserves the Mother of the Universe award. She lied to me my entire life," he countered. Harry replied, "She is every bit as much your mother as she is Thor's." "She is not, she." Loki quickly turned to see Harry's smile. "No, that's not possible. I broke into the secret section of the library when Odin was out cold. I read the secrets Odin intended to take with him to the grave. Frigga loved you both as her own, despite the fact that neither of you carry her blood." Loki examined every line and hair on Harry's face, trying to see through the lie, but only saw the statement for what it was, the truth. Before Loki could fully process that, Harry continued, "That's not even the good bit. You think Thor is not your brother? Would you believe me if I said you two have something in common? Why do you think you are so short for a frost giant? Why do you have such a talent in magic? You are only half frost giant. And Thor shares with you your other half, so although only half, he is, undoubtedly, and unequivocally, your brother." After a few moments of silence, Loki asked, "And Odin knows this?" "He is pretty sure since he wrote it down. Your mother was rather powerful and Odin went to her to get a powerful son." She agreed. Apparently La Fey caught wind of this and found her and demanded the same shortly afterwards. She had her reasons for agreeing to this as well, but when the child appeared small and weak, he abandoned you. He had no idea you had, thankfully, inherited far more from your mother than you did your father. Odin recognized his son's half-brother the moment he held you. However, Odin never intended to tell Thor about his mother, so it never came up, and though you found out about your father, Odin never revealed the truth about your mother because he still wanted to keep that from Thor." Loki asked skeptically, "Why keep this from Thor? What purpose does such a secret hold? Is this woman alive?" Well, to answer the first and second question, your mother was from Earth. That's why both you and Thor hold Midgard in an unnaturally high esteem, though it is just another of the 9 realms. La Fey actually went to Earth specifically for your mother, and you were born, there on Earth, shortly before Odin drove the frost giants from Midgard. I suspect Odin fears if Thor learns of his true parentage, he might choose to stay on Earth rather than rule Asgard. As for the last question, I'll hold on to that one for now along with her name, since you don't really believe me anyways. Harry left Loki with that little mindfuck and returned to the palace. He figured that would keep Loki's mind occupied so he wouldn't look too deeply into the passing of the company thing. When he arrived, he found Jane being dressed up like a doll by Frigga while Thor watched with unhidden amusement. Jane looked at Harry with eyes pleading for help, and Frigga was thankful Harry brought a potential daughter-in-law who may be her chance at finally having some grandbabies to spoil. Harry just smiled and let Frigga do her thing. At least for now, Harry had no intention of telling Loki or Thor that Gia was their mother. Both her sons were physically stronger and mightier on Earth than on other worlds, though neither had noticed it yet. From being Odin's son, Thor was also stronger on Asgard than he would be in space, but he was stronger still on Earth than he was on Asgard, as his mother was basically the Earth itself. This also meant that they were in fact gods, despite what Odin said. The staple proof of a god was answered in one question. If annihilated down to the last atom and wisp of energy with nothing remaining, would you be capable of returning to life? For Loki and the rest, the answer was technically yes, because of the Ragnarok cycle. Even if Loki died, Ragnarok would eventually occur, and one day a new Laufey would ask Gia to give him a child again, and again she would agree, and a new Loki would be born and abandoned and adopted by a new Odin. Outside of his research, Harry was also busy assisting in the construction of the Hero Association. When Link had given Fury a way to rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D. without the influence of Hydra, the creation of the Hero Association had been a part of that plan. To Fury, that meant that Link wanted to replace the influence of Hydra with the influence of Harry, and he really didn't like that, but he wasn't exactly spoiled on choices either. Once it got out how badly S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised, they would be declared a terrorist organization anyways, so something else was needed. Harry spent a number of days in Washington, D.C. and had his master's students teach his class while Harry was called over and over to convince people of the need for a Heroes Association. Thankfully, his background role in the Battle of New York was enough to convince most people he knew what he was talking about, and his scholar path made it easier to convince people of the logic of his plan. Of course, there were people paid to be stubborn and people who had a grudge against Harry. The vice president, for example, hated Harry on principle. AIM had promised him the presidency and promised to heal his granddaughter's missing limb, and Harry had completely destroyed them. He'd used every trick in the book to delay or sabotage anything Harry tried, and became vocally against the Hero Association simply because Harry was the one who submitted the proposal. When Fury figured out why the VP was being so hostile to Harry, he had a meeting with the man and implied several rather terrifying things. Fury and the Avengers had just disassembled Hydra, and dozens of congressmen and a dozen senators had been arrested on grounds of treason for being a member of Hydra based on evidence discovered on the persons of the Hydra agents who attacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and evidence found at the Hydra bases. Fury implied that if the VP didn't chance his stance, evidence might be discovered implicating him as well. The VP was outraged at the threat, but Fury convinced him that he could pull it off. Almost every person they'd caught so far had eventually confessed, meaning they had evidence to back up that the names listed were real, so who would doubt another name? When the most powerful, most vocal person against the bill went silent, the remaining people who were against it for various reasons knew something was up and kept their heads down as well to prevent a visit from whoever spoke with the VP. Something that Harry suspected would take a decade to implement was passed less than a year from when he submitted it, shortly after the Battle of New York. Of course, this simply meant step number 1 of several hundred had been completed. The Hero Association was still a long way off from completion. Once Harry got the hang of unstable molecular fiber and PIM particles, he created a new suit for his girls, for the Fantastic Four, and for Spider-Man. For Reed, Susan, and Johnny, Harry just made them a mostly standard UMF suit with a few upgrades. For Peter, Harry increased the volume of 1/10 of a kilogram of vibranium and used a technique gifted to him by the Wakanda of the other world to weave it into nanothreads. Harry then mixed it with UMF to create a suit that could change between his hero suit and civilian clothes. Peter's camouflage was drastically enhanced by the UMF, and Harry also included a way for him to channel the electricity he could generate on his palms into his webbing, so he could now use webs as a long-distance taser. Peter was ecstatic at how light the new suit was and all the cool features. It even included an updated unstable molecule supercomputer much faster than his old version. That enthusiasm quickly turned into unbridled terror when he put it on, and Harry insisted they put it through a test run. If Harry's basement training area wasn't soundproof, the people walking nearby would certainly have heard all manner of screaming that day. For Harry's girls, the one ended up being tortured was Harry himself. In retrospect, telling a group of women Harry had clothes that could shift into other clothes may not have been the brightest idea. One would think this meant that shopping for clothes was a thing of the past. Nope. The girls didn't want to simply scan clothes at a store, they wanted to properly purchase them and then scan them and probably donate them later. The possibility of being able to wear their entire closet and change at any time broke something in the girls, and for the next several weeks Harry had been dragged to every mall on the planet. The fact that the suits could amplify their strength, speed, magic resistance, and shenanigans did not save Harry. In fact, it only made his situation worse. At least he was repaid in full each night. After completing his main projects, Harry had returned to artifact crafting, which was why he could apply so many features onto their suits. For the game he was making, he wanted it to be as realistic as possible, but he needed to bridge the gap between normal humans and enhanced superhumans. It was the Nova Crystal that gave Harry the idea. An item that could grant a normal human superpowers. Harry wanted to include those in the game, and for it to be realistic, he wanted to make them in real life so the game would have something to base it off. For the magic-using classes, Harry had created a prototype wand, staff, and 2 rings. The wand contained what was basically stored, tamed chaos energy. When a human used it, it would slowly synchronize to them. As it synced to them, using magic would become less difficult and the magic cast would be more powerful. In the game, once a human had fully synchronized to their wand, they would start generating personal chaos energy, or exotic energy as wizards called it. Continued use of that would strengthen their magic core in-game. The staff contained natural energy, the same type of energy storm used to a limited degree and worked a bit similarly to the wand. The class that used a staff was Druid. Though real druids were nearly extinct, some did exist, and Merlin had been a druid as well as a wizard and sorcerer. Druid magic controlled plants and nature. They could not create fire or ice like a wizard, but could control the weather and summon lightning or give orders to wildlife. The first ring was the Sorcerer's Ring. Harry had finally cracked the secrets of the Sling Ring and used some of the properties of it combined with the ability to gather and store dimensional energy. If someone wore the ring and knew what to do with it, the ring would assist them in casting sorcery using the stored energy, though the ring took time to gather up more energy if all the stored energy was used. In the game, sorcerer players would also learn of various gods and be able to call their names to gather the energies needed to cast various spells. The second ring was the Vishanti Ring. It was basically the same as the Sorcerer's Ring, but came preloaded with a connection to the Vishanti and access to white magic, meaning players who trained in the use of the Vishanti Ring were basically priests. The other classes were trickier to make class items for. Harry wanted a system where people had to use the item to master it over a long period of time. They could own multiple class items, but could only use and level up one at a time, so multi-classing took longer than getting stronger in a single class. Warrior players weren't difficult since he could just give them an armband containing strength energy to increase power and time energy to increase speed. He could probably make a guardian class that used Nova Force as well. It was the other classes he was having issues with. Barton would give him the stink eye if Harry didn't include a archer type class, but he had no way to create an auto assist that increased players' accuracy as they leveled up, so an archer would end up being just a warrior with a bow instead of a dedicated class. Thief was another headache-inducing class. Technically Harry could sew something similar to the sorcerer class and give thieves access to dark force to give them hiding and shadow-related skills, but the usage of dark force created a hunger for life force within the user that the player may be able to feel after logging out of the game, and that was not acceptable. He'd had to check with the Ancient One if there were any decent gods or forms of energy that could assist with making a thief class that didn't have to become evil. There were other classes he could make, like a Dragoon class by making an armband that contained and allowed its wearer to use Dragon Chi. One obvious class was Artificer. The class item would just be a necklace that could enchant items using enchantments the player would have to learn about in-game. A less obvious one was Psychic. Thanks to Cerebro, Harry knew the arithmancy behind certain forms that could amplify Psionic abilities. Creating a wearable version that would grant normal people budding and growable psychic powers was possible, but since not everyone had the talent, that class would not be available to everyone. The class Harry really wanted to include, of course, was the Esper class. In-game people would be able to buy an Esper Awakening and maybe get a random power that didn't need a class item to use. This was actually a way for mutants to use their mutant abilities in-game and just claim they bought and awakened an Esper ability. There were a number of reasons Harry wanted to make the class items for real, but one of the larger ones was that doing so increased his path mastery. Over the course of the several months since Harry went to the other dimension, Harry's various paths had increased. Magic went from 52 to 55, a massive increase. Tech went from 48 to 53, closing in on magic. Business increased from 43 to 48 since getting Congress to do what you wanted was a form of business. Crafting jumped from 45 all the way to 52, and the Scholar path went from 47 to 51. One of the reasons the Scholar path jumped was because the game Harry was making was quite the teaching tool. In addition to fun stuff like adventures and quests and exploration, the game also included schools and colleges and universities that taught actual subjects in addition to metaphysical subjects. The game system included two features which would drive the world crazy. First, it sent signals into the spine which caused your muscles to twitch while playing the game, though not enough to actually cause someone to move. This was intentional. It was a feature that could be enabled and disabled. Exercising and moving and fighting in the game would actually cause your real body to exercise. It was not as good as real exercise, but it was still infinitely better than lying down all day. The second feature was time acceleration. One day in the game was 8 hours of real time. That wasn't even the good part. After a few months of playing, people's brains would adjust safely to the accelerated time and could be accelerated further. So Harry would set it so that higher level regions were accelerated even more than lower level regions. This made it so that in a sense, higher level players lived longer than lower level players and people who didn't play. Harry would make it so that within the game you had access to the internet so people could work from the internet within the game. Using accelerated time, they could perform 8 hours of work from home in 2 real-time hours and then spend the rest of their day gaming. Harry once said that in the future, it would not matter if someone was a mutant or not. This was because in a future where everyone lives and works at home using virtual reality, whether or not someone in the neighborhood was a mutant wouldn't affect them at all, except for the possibility of being invited to their party to carry them and fight monsters so they could level up and live longer. Yes, Harry really didn't care too much about the politics and heroes and villains of the world for a very simple reason. Link and Harry were busy creating a new world. A world where everyone was a gamer. Still, it would take a few more months before the game would go online. Even with his new servers, Link and the other ace running the game still needed a lot of time to generate a satisfactory world people would be willing to replace their existing one with. While waiting and between his daily allotment of hyperbolic time chamber time, Harry often checked the dimensional quest board. So far nothing had popped up yet, but today something was there which did catch his eye. Save Amelia and Rory Pond from the Weeping Angels of New York. Accept? Yes, no. Harry remembered Amelia, Rory, and a certain honorary doctor and pressed the yes icon with a smile. Chapter 102. Chapter 102 The Weeping Angels of New York. Chapter 102 The Weeping Angels of New York. It took 3 tries for Harry to transfigure his clothes to something which didn't stand out, which said a lot both about him as a person and the fashion styles of 1938, New York. Although it was night when Harry portaled to this dimension, it took only a few moments to spot Rory who, for some reason, was carrying a pair of coffee cups and wandering around looking hopelessly lost. What was even more interesting was that Harry wasn't the only one following Rory. There was a woman dressed to kill following him and 3 cars a block down slowly following her. It was all very noir. The woman clearly knew that she was being followed and Harry didn't use any spells to prevent his own presence from being detected, but she didn't seem to care. Harry fought against the smirk that followed at the thought she clearly didn't see him as a threat. They entered a park one after another before Rory turned around and spotted the woman. He did a double take before approaching her and said, "I just went to get coffees for the doctor and Amy." He then took a moment to digest what was happening and seemed to decide just to accept it and continued, "Hello, River." The woman replied, "Hello, Dad." Harry walked closer as Rory continued, "Where am I? How the hell did I get here?" The woman answered, "I haven't the faintest idea. But you'll probably want to put your hands up." The men following in the cars had already parked and were making their way over, but Harry used a bit of magic to slow them down, giving Harry a chance to say, "Hi Rory, long time no see." Rory took a bewildered look at Harry for a few moments before asking, "Harry." He dropped the coffee cups upon recognizing him. Harry smiled and walked up answering, "I'm glad I made an impression. What happened to those swords I gave you and Amy?" "Well, I keep it in the umbrella rack at home and Amy threw hers at someone a while back." River was looking back and forth between the pair and asked, "I'm sorry, who is this?" Rory shrugged, apparently having already accepted what was happening and answered, "This is Harry Potter, a wizard. From another dimension. Somehow now in this dimension." River gave Harry a raised eyebrow look and asked, "Harry Potter? Really? And I thought my name had some clout." At that point the men from the cars reached them and pointed their guns at the trio. One of them asked aloud, "Melody Malone." Rory put his hands up to avoid getting shot at and looked over at River and asked, "You're Melody." River just smiled as the gun-wielding goons escorted the 3 of them into a car and said, "Get in." Once inside, Rory looked at his apparent daughter and asked, "What's going on?" River shrugged and stated, "You obviously didn't come here in the TARDIS." Rory asked, "Why? You couldn't have. The city is full of time distortions, be impossible to land the TARDIS here, like trying to land a plane in a blizzard. Even I couldn't do it." Rory looked confused at that and asked, "Well, how did you get here?" River held up her hand and pointed at a fancy device on a wristband and answered, "Vortex manipulator. Less bulky than a TARDIS. A motorbike through traffic." "You?" Rory sighed and replied, "I'm not sure." Harry asked, "Is there a reason you are talking like a sitcom character?" She'd made 2 analogies in 5 sentences, which was a bit much for Harry's taste. River giggled and answered, "Is this your first experience time traveling?" "Second actually." "Then you know how much you'd obviously stand out if your speech patterns don't match with the locals." She'd obviously had a lot of experience answering questions like this to newbie time travelers. Harry nodded. He did have to speak like an old Englishman that time wound up in the early part of the 7th century and it made things difficult. Harry stated, "You just sound like something out of a book." River replied, "It's called style, sweetheart. And someone calling themselves Harry Potter has no right to say anything against me for sounding like something out of a book." Rory picked up on that and stated, "A book?" "River, the doctor was reading a book dash." The car stopped and the door opened before Rory could finish and the guns pointed at them muted anything else Rory had to say. They were escorted up the stairs to a wealthy-looking multi-story house and invited in at gunpoint. Ignoring the threat to her life, River turned the corner after entering and noticed an ornate vase, stating aloud, "Well, early Qin dynasty I'd say." The muscle surrounding them all had at least one eye on River, showing that they didn't care about Harry nor Rory. Harry was tempted to ask about that line about Harry being from a book, but decided to hold off for now. From a room up the stairs in the middle of the entryway came a, "Correct." Everyone looked upstairs to confirm a man wearing a suit that pretty much said, "I am the boss," slowly walked down the stairs and made his way towards River. Once closer to ground level he continued, "Early Qin, just as you say. You're very well informed." River smiled and replied, "And you're very afraid. That's an awful lot of locks on one door." Without turning around she pointed at the assortment of a dozen locks of various types and sizes on the heavy entryway door. The boss man pointed at Harry and Rory and said, "These 2. Put them somewhere uncomfortable." One of the guards asked almost sadistically, "With the babies, sir?" The boss smiled at the suggestion. "Yes. Why not? Give them to the babies." Once again at gunpoint Harry and Rory were escorted to another door. This one led down into a musty-smelling basement that lacked a source of light. The suit pointed at the dead light bulb swinging from the ceiling and said, "The lights are out. You'll need these." He tossed a pack of matches at Harry. Rory asked, "Why do you care?" "It's funnier," he replied before turning to leave and closing the door behind him. The sound of giggling echoed from the room from at least 2 locations. Harry snapped his fingers and a ball of light appeared, illuminating the room. Harry stepped down the stairs to the floor with Rory behind, the pair looking around and spotting 3 cherub statues on the ground, staring in their direction. The moment Harry got close, he felt the magic within his ball of light be sucked out by the room. Harry pulled a road flare from his inventory and lit the torch head the moment his light went out. They moved. Rory had no problem pointing out the obvious. The instant between the light going out and the road flare lighting up the room once more, the statues changed their positions. What Harry found interesting was that he didn't see them move. He changed the display settings from his menu to give him basically night vision, but the moment the magic light ball went out, it was as if the light in the area the little statues were gathered was devoured like a black hole. For just a moment he didn't see them, and that was when they moved. Harry pulled out another flare from his inventory, lit it, and passed it to a grateful Rory. He walked up to the little statues and said, "Interesting. They look like normal statues." He didn't feel anything from them. Harry could detect ambient energy, but these things ate energy, making them a blind spot for him. Harry picked up one of the cherub statues. It was as heavy as one would expect. He tried putting it into his inventory, but it didn't work, confirming it was in fact alive. "There's another one." Rory pointed his flare at one and Harry looked over to it. Ping. Temporal displacement resisted. Harry felt something touch him the moment he let his eyes off the statues, and when he looked back, 2-1 the 3 babies seemed to be laughing at him and another had walked up to him and touched him. It seemed to use some kind of time magic on him. It was really weak though, and Harry's current skill at time magic granted a high resistance to it, so he wasn't affected. What was that? Rory turned around to see what happened to Harry and Harry paused. While time had stopped, Harry walked over to where Rory was and confirmed that the statue Rory had been looking at started moving the moment Rory looked away. Harry guessed it could move at about 30 meters per second. Pretty darn fast, but it only moved when unobserved. Harry unpaused and used telekinesis to push the cherub that was about to touch Rory and lift the 3 others in front of him so they were within his line of sight. Harry said, "They move when you don't look at them." Harry then walked over and examined the cherub he'd thrown into a wall. It was stone once more, but looked cracked. Harry lifted it with telekinesis and the other 3 and moved them to opposite sides of the room. "Rory, turn around." Okay." The moment he did, Harry accelerated the 4 statues towards each other and blinked at the instant they collided. The sound of the statues' collision was covered over by the thunderous clamor of space grating against itself as what sounded like the TARDIS wheezed through the air, causing the house to shake from its foundation. Rory shouted, "It's the doctor? And Amy?" He rushed up the door and confirmed a few times it was still locked. Harry confirmed that the cherubs gave some decent EXP in the form of time energy before using magic before tossing the flare at the ground and walking upstairs to unlock the basement door. The guard next to the door looked at the pair with surprise, but that only delayed the act of him pulling out his gun for a moment. Harry didn't need it, but he used that moment to send a red stunner at the man, knocking him out. The wheezing sound got louder as the bright blue box materialized in the entryway and came fully into view. A moment later Amy exited the box and spotted Rory. She ran over to him and took him into her arms and buried her face into his shoulder. The man Harry recognized as the Not-A Doctor exited next and spotted River. She was in the side room and a battered-looking angel statue was holding her by the wrist. The Not-A Doctor walked up, smiled, and stated, "Dr. Song, how's prison?" River flirted back, "Oh, I was pardoned ages ago. And it's Professor Song to you." "Pardoned? Turns out the person I killed never existed in the first place. Apparently there's no record of him. It's almost as if someone's gone around deleting himself from every database in the universe. You said I got too big. And now no one's ever heard of you. Didn't you used to be somebody? Well, aren't you the woman who killed the doctor?" "Doctor who?" The Not-A Doctor laughed and examined the point at which the statue was gripping her. "She's holding you very tight. At least she didn't send me back in time. I doubt she's strong enough. Well, I need a hand back. So which is it going to be? Are you going to break my wrist, or hers?" The pair looked at each other, with the Not-A Doctor looking more and more awkward with each moment. River noticed this and huffed, "Oh, no. Really? Why do you have to break mine?" "Because Amy read it in a book. And now I have no choice." At that point Rory shouted, Doctor? About that book. Did it have Harry Potter in it?" The Not-A Doctor looked over and frowned. "What? Of course not. Why would a book have?" Then he finally noticed Harry, who was waiting patiently and looking over the crashed and shattered pieces of art the Not-A Doctor's arrival caused to fall and break. Now that Harry had his opening, he approached the angel statue and said to River, "You're a professor? Good title. It's much better than doctor, don't you think?" River smiled and agreed, "Oh, absolutely. A doctor is just a person acknowledged to be smart. A professor is trusted to be wise." Harry nodded and said, "Of course. Where did you teach?" She happily answered, "The University of Jaska Major. I am also a guest lecturer at over a dozen other universities throughout the Milky Way." Harry turned to the Not-A Doctor and asked, "Did you ever submit a doctoral thesis, or are you still just an honorary doctor?" River answered for him, "Well, he doesn't have any papers submitted on record and there are no records of his schooling anywhere, so I wouldn't ever call him an honorary one." The not even an honorary doctor shouted, "Wait, hold on, just give me a moment. Harry Potter, how did you get here?" Harry turned to River and asked, "A bit slow on the uptake, isn't he, Professor Song?" "Well, you get used to it after a while. In any case, what is this book you are talking about?" Amy pulled it out and said, "It's written by you and seems to be about what's happening now." But it didn't include Harry. She turned to him and also asked, "What are you doing here anyway?" Harry answered, "Exploring the multiverse. Noticed this region was a bit messed up and thought it would be fun to check out why." River rolled her eyes and gave a half look between Harry and the not a doctor and said with complaint, "Boys." Amy started reading the book, skipping pages at a time and said, "Harry's not here. Actually, this says Rory gets taken by the angels and winds up in a hotel, but Rory's here." Harry replied, "That might be what happened if I didn't show up. But I did." River said, "Well, since we're not following the book, can someone please give me a hand?" Harry replied, "I'll take care of it." The not a doctor shouted, "Wait. Weeping angels consume all forms of energy, you can't use magic on them." River replied, "Wait, he knows real magic." Amy gave River a knowing smirk and said, "It's not a code name. He is actually Harry Potter, though not the book one." Harry decided he would need to have a conversation with these people about this book, but that would have to wait for a moment. Usually if there was information he wanted he'd just look into their heads. But none of their heads seemed normal and looking deeply into them without permission would be too rude. Harry said, "Not all magic," and caused an orange mandala to appear in front of his hand. He then rotated it 3 notches and the angel suddenly moved into another position with each notch. The first one had the angel a step back, allowing River to move away from the statue. Harry then turned his hand back to the original position, causing the angel to return in steps back to its initial position, but without River there to be held. River observed with a small amount of awe. "You rewound it, then fast-forwarded it back to normal." Harry nodded, "A simple form of time manipulation. These guys seem to use time energy, so it is not immune to time manipulating effects." "What are they, by the way?" Amy answered, "Weeping angels. They can't be hurt when you look at them and move really fast when you don't." River continued, "They quantum lock themselves when observed. If they touch you, they send you back in time. Displacing someone in time like that creates time energy. It's what they feed on. Of course, if they really don't like you, they'll just as quickly snap your neck as they will send you back." Amy added, "And anything that holds the picture of an angel becomes an angel, so don't take a picture of one." Harry snorted, "Then is it possible all angels are copies of a single, first angel?" River answered, "Possibly. That or imprints. They can also turn people or even ordinary statues into angels as well." Harry shook his head, "And here I thought vampires and werewolves were weird." The not a doctor replied, "Oh, you have those in your dimension too? The ones I met were aliens though," he added as though disappointed. River took the book out of Amy's hands before she could read more of it and said, "Since we're not bound by this book, what should we do?" Harry answered, "Well, I'm not bound by it. Jury is still out on you guys. Let me read it. I'm pretty fast at reading." The not a doctor begrudgingly admitted, he is a pretty fast reader. River handed Harry the book and he flipped through the pages at lightning speed, pausing on each to read before moving on to the next. The last page was torn out, but it didn't really matter. He had a general idea of what would have happened if he had not shown up and understood why he was sent to save the pawns. He still found it funny the quest referred to them as the pawns, though Rory's last name was Williams and technically, Amy Pond's name was actually Amy Williams. Harry closed the book and said, "There's someone we have to meet at a hotel and we don't have much time, let's get a move on." "River, there's a car out front, I'm sure you can start without the keys." The not a doctor asked, "What should I do?" Harry shrugged, "Go back into your TARDIS if you want. Even in the book you don't actually do anything useful, it's Amy and Rory who defeat the angels and save the day. I'll be changing a few things though, so you can come along if you're bored." The bow tie wearing man looked completely offended while Amy had a look of proud amusement hearing what Harry said about her and the doctor. The group left the house and Harry didn't bother closing the doors behind him. The boss-looking dude was knocked unconscious from when the TARDIS flew in and Harry doubted he'd see the man again. A number of angel statues were outside, standing on the other side of the street. River started the car and the rest got in while Harry gave directions. Once on the way, Harry asked, "So I'm in a book here?" River asked, "How old are you now?" "Almost 19. River nodded, "I guess it isn't spoilers then. There are 7 books about each of your years at Hogwarts." Harry chuckled, "I dropped out of Hogwarts after my first year to study magic independently. I did show up at my class's graduation to prank the lot of them, but I only spent my first year there." Amy turned to the doctor and asked, "Do you have some copies of those in your library?" "I think so. I read them all, but this Harry's nothing at all like his book counterpart." Harry said, "My story got changed and now I can change the stories of others." "Sounds awesome to me." They arrived at the hotel a moment later and Harry handed everyone a flare. Since they can devour energy and light, flashlights and candles won't do much. These flares can burn for an hour and the angels can't put them out. Harry also conjured a couple of small disco balls on a stick and handed one to everyone. "Since they can't move if you look at them, hold these up while walking around and you'll see in every corner of a room at once." River took one of each and stated, "Very practical." Amy sighed and said, "I miss my sword." Harry asked as they entered the hotel, "What did you throw it at?" Amy answered, "I don't remember, but it was a good idea at the time." "You don't remember what you threw a glowing monomolecular magic sword at?" River answered, "There are some things that are remarkably hard to remember when you're not looking at them." Harry nodded, "Ah, you threw it at a crumpled horn snorkack." River answered, "What? No. Are those actually a thing?" She threw it at an alien that you can't remember if you're not looking at it. Amy asked, then how do you remember it? Tied one up and wrote about it in my journal. I don't remember doing it, but I certainly wrote down what I did. As they entered the hotel, the lift opened for them and they all entered. As they ascended, they noticed a dozen or so statues in the halls. The lift stopped a few floors up and Harry led them to a hall and confirmed the name on the door before opening it and leading everyone inside. An angel statue outside the hall looked at them with a confused expression. Harry closed the door behind him and walked in to see the group looking at the room's occupant, an old dying man. According to the book, this was Rory Williams, a man who had been trapped in this hotel for decades and decades. Now, since Harry prevented him from being taken to the hotel, this Rory should not have existed, but he did. This implied that Rory would still be taken and still be sent back in time and trapped in this hotel until he died of old age. Amy recognized the old man right away and moved closer. Harry pulled out a vial of elixir of life and walked right up to him and poured into the old man's throat. Amy asked, "What's that? Can you help him?" Harry answered, "That's what I'm here for." According to the book, he'd been holding on to his last breath waiting to see you one last time. Once he got his final wish, he didn't have the strength to keep going and died then and there, cementing a fixed point where, by seeing Rory die, it became a fact and would prevent the past Rory from escaping. River asked, "Then why bring us here? To save him and prevent his death? If you've read books about me, you might have come across the term, elixir of life. That's what I just fed him and it prevents death from old age for a month, so he's mostly fine now." The old Rory's eyes closed after Harry fed him the elixir, but he was just resting off the effects of the magical recovery, not dying at the moment. Harry turned to young Rory and asked, "How do you want to deal with this? I can make it so that he never existed or I can fuse you both together." Rory asked, "What do you mean fuse? I'll become old." "No, you'll just inherit his memories. You'll still be the same age you are now." Rory nodded, "Do that then." "I don't like the idea of any version of me not being with Amy," River pointed out, "but you'll experience decades of being without her, waiting for her." Rory smiled, "I've already waited 2,000 years for her. A few more decades won't change anything." Annie pulled Rory into a kiss which had the doctor turn away in embarrassment and had River smile. A loud thumping sound started echoing throughout the building. It got subtly louder and louder each time it sounded, getting closer and closer. Harry ignored it and lifted old Rory off the bed with telekinesis and said, "Stand next to yourself." Young Rory did so and Harry conjured a mandala in one hand and jerked it in a twist. Old Rory started glowing. His body started to visibly get younger while it also appeared to slowly disintegrate. After a few moments the old Rory matched the age of the young Rory and Harry motioned the previously old Rory towards the young Rory. Doing so caused the glowing form to scatter completely into glowing particles of dust which flowed around and into young Rory. River asked, "What are you doing?" The doctor answered, "He's moving one space into another. Block transfer computations." Harry replied, "Basically, before I started playing with time I created a means to fuse diverging timelines back into each other without destroying either. I can do the same thing with people. I'm treating the two Rorys as two diverging timelines and fusing them together." Once the light show was over, Rory fell to the ground but caught himself. Amy rushed over to him but he said, "I'm alright, I'm okay." The sound of thumping got closer. Harry said, "It's time to go to the roof." Harry opened the room door and found a very, very angry-looking angel outside. Harry used telekinesis to lift it along with the other half-dozen angel statues and threw them at the wall. The force of the throw caused the statues to shoot through the wall and out the wall on the outside and out the building. Harry asked aloud, "I wonder if they can actually fly with those wings." The group headed for the roof with Harry tossing all the angels in the way through the wall like trash. Amy asked, "Are things always like this with you?" Harry answered, "No, sometimes things actually get interesting." Once they made it to the roof, they turned and saw something rather unexpected. Rory said with a bit of humor, "I always wanted to visit the Statue of Liberty." I guess she got impatient. The face of the Statue of Liberty was inches away from the edge of the roof of the hotel. Its mouth twisted like that of a screaming angel. River asked, "Why did we have to come up here?" Harry answered, "This whole place is a nest for the angels. I'm sure you've guessed it by now, but everyone in the hotel is trapped here. They are sent back in time over and over, generating more and more time energy." Amy asked, "How'd we beat them in the book?" Harry replied, "Well, in the book, I wasn't here with some elixir of life. Rory died, then River figured if they could stop his death, it would create a paradox. Some stuff happened and Rory decided to jump off the roof. Oh, and Amy jumped with him. That created a paradox at the heart of the angel's food source, poisoning it, rewriting this hotel out of existence." The doctor asked a bit hesitantly, "And you're not going to let them do that again, right?" "Obviously. I have a better idea. I've pretty much calculated how they've put together this hotel. It's anchored here through that?" Harry pointed at the Statue of Liberty still frozen in the moment, looking down on them. Harry continued, "I just have to destroy that and I can take care of this whole mess. And I have just the spell to do it with." River repeated, "You can't use any form of energy on them." Harry just smiled and said, "Do me a favor and turn around." The group sighed and turned their back to the Statue of Liberty with Harry now being the only one looking at it. So far away from his own dimension, Harry could not channel sorcery, but he did have a lot of it stored in artifacts so he pulled out some equipment and put it on. Harry readied himself and took in a breath. fully saturated with strength, energy and dragon chi and everything else he could think of. Harry shouted, "I cast fist," and smashed his fist into the Statue of Liberty, closing his eyes the instant before impact. The shockwave shattered every window in the hotel. The titanic form of the Statue of Liberty was sent flying backwards and did multiple twists and flips in the air, skipping along the length of the water like a tossed stone, making its way a half-dozen kilometers before it hit the water at an angle it couldn't bounce off, creating a massive explosion-like splash that reached multiple times higher than the height of the statue itself. The doctor, the pawns, and Professor Song turned around in time to see the massive explosion of water in the distance and were unable to keep their jaws from dropping to the ground. Amy recovered first and asked, "Fist? Is that a standard wizard spell?" Harry smiled and answered, "It is for muscle wizards." Amy did her best but unsuccessfully held back her giggle, with Rory and the doctor both looking at Harry with awe and River muttering once again, "Boys." The whole building started shaking and Harry lifted his hand into the air, creating a massive spell circle above the entire hotel. Harry then pushed more power into it, causing it to rise higher into the air and grow and grow and grow. It reached all the way to the clouds and by then it extended over the entirety of New York. Then it started spinning. Rory asked, "Can others see that?" River answered, "No. It isn't emitting light on the color spectrum. We can only see it because frequent time travelers are more sensitive to other forms of existence." Amy asked, "What's he doing?" River was already playing with her vortex manipulator for a moment before answering. "He seems to be draining all the time energy in the city. I have no idea how though." Harry was mostly done with the setup, so he answered, "I'm stealing the moments between seconds. It's a useful trick for dealing with creatures that can skip or freeze themselves in time. This will drain the time from every angel in the city, turning them into unmoving statues." These guys didn't build any defenses into their system. They obviously didn't think someone could show up and steal all their hard-earned time energy. Every angel in the city was connected in some way to this hotel, granting them life from the accumulated time energy the hotel generated, meaning the angels themselves didn't need to come there to refuel. But that same connection could be used to drain the time energy from them. Harry was basically taken advantage of the fact that these guys were being lazy. This kind of thing wouldn't work normally and the anchor would prevent any outside force from taking what was there. Too bad for them. Harry showed up. The hotel below them slowly changed as the time energy that kept it going was sucked out. The hotel was created years ago by the angels, but its very existence depended on the angels constantly sending people back to fill and occupy its rooms. Without occupants in the past, the hotel went under and was bought and sold and replaced. The layout of the hotel beneath them slowly changed as the timeline rewrote itself. Eventually the storm of time energy that once prevented the TARDIS from coming was completely sucked dry. Harry stored it for later. He'd see if he could imbue it into something he could fight and kill so he could absorb the energy to level up himself. Harry then snapped his fingers. The space around them shattered and they were now in a park. It was daytime, and the TARDIS was right behind them. Ping. Quest complete. Save Amelia and Rory Pond from the Weeping Angels of New York. Reward +1 magic path rank. The doctor asked, "Couldn't you have done that from the start?" River asked, "What the hell did he do?" She had never traveled like that before. The doctor answered, "Harry read and learned block transfer computations. The science behind how a TARDIS works. Universe hacking 101 as it were. He can manipulate reality by calculating it." Harry added, "Only under ideal circumstances. Before the excess time energy in New York was cleared up, I was a bit limited, though I could still use time magic assisted by block transfer computations." Harry handed the book back to River and said, "There is something you need to know though." Amy was the first to ask, "What?" "In order to fix New York, I needed an anchor of my own, which is where Rory came in. It was why I wanted to fuse Rory and Rory together. I basically used Rory 2.0 as a hacking tool and admin password." Rory nodded, "That's fine, what's the problem?" Harry pointed Rory towards the TARDIS and said, "Touch it." Rory didn't know what that meant but he walked over to the blue box and did so. The box started wheezing erratically the moment he touched it. River and the doctor seemed to recognize the noise and ran over to move Rory's hand off the box. Amy asked, "What was that? What happened?" River and the doctor's eyes met and without speaking they seemed to have a conversation and reach a consensus. The doctor sat down, looking exhausted and older than usual even for him. River took Amy and Rory's hands and said, "Rory is a living paradox. The TARDIS doesn't react well to those. Even my vortex manipulator won't respond well to him. Rory can't time travel anymore. Besides someone like Harry, nothing will be able to send Rory into the past or future. He can't time travel ever again." Amy frowned and looked over at Harry. "You knew this would happen." Harry nodded. The alternatives were worse. Not stopping the angels would have caused them to spread and turn Earth into a planet of angels. Stopping them the wrong way would have blown up half the planet. Stopping them in any other way would have heavily risked destroying the planet. There actually wasn't a single option that didn't heavily risk the entire planet besides this one. Trust me that I calculated them. Even in the book, Rory ends up stuck in the past. After using a paradox to poison the angels and return to the present, he is still pulled back into the past by an angel that shouldn't even exist. I can change the end to make sure you don't have to split up or spend your golden years in the era before the internet, but I can't stop this from being Rory's final adventure with the doctor. Amy took in a breath and grasped her husband's hand tightly. "That's all right then. As long as we have each other." Harry smiled and said, "Before I go, was there anything else you wanted?" Rory seemed to think of something and leaned over to whisper something into Harry's ear. "Can you restore Amy's ability to get pregnant?" Harry nodded. "No problem." Rory smiled brightly and looked like he was about to cry. Amy asked, "What did you say?" Rory just smiled wider. Harry asked, "What about you, Amy? What do you want?" Amy grabbed Harry's hand and said, "You still owe us a movie night. And I know just the 8 movies I want to watch." Harry laughed. It seemed he'd be staying a little while longer. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 Prototype VR World. Harry returned to his own universe filled with questions after having watched the theatrical version of his life in another timeline. He got copies of the movies of course, and just to be thorough, downloaded a copy of the internet from that world to ensure any other spoilers were well and thoroughly known about. Most of the details of that world and this world matched, however there was no X gene and he was unable to find signs of any schools of magic or sorcery. The universe itself was called Earth 5556 and just about everything else was the same. They had DC Comics and manga and Lord of the Rings just like Harry's universe did. His world of course did not have Harry Potter movies or books, but that world did. This difference is what made Harry get a copy of the internet to see what else they had that his world did not, but other than a large amount of references to aliens and a general aversion to staying in London during Christmas, it was about the same. Technically that meant Harry could go into that world's future and copy the internet from there and basically plagiarize everything that had ever been written there and print it here, but that was too lazy. He was somewhat tempted to travel to the future and check out some of the more advanced tech, but immediately decided against it. Time travel in that world had even more consequences than his did. If he got a piece of technology from that world and later some time traveler accidentally rewrote that piece of technology out of existence, then it could cause some serious damage to his dimension. Harry asked the doctor about the company that made the sonic screwdriver, and the doctor stated that shortly after they released the sonic screwdriver, the company closed down and now they sell bananas. To illustrate the point, the doctor pulled a banana out of his coat pocket and handed it to Harry, implying that the doctor himself had something to do with the company's change of direction. After watching the movies, Harry was certain there were other dimensions with different versions of himself and Harry really wanted to visit them. He had 2 specific purposes for going there. First, he wanted to buy all the magical products. There were plenty of magical ingredients he could never have enough of, and sourcing them from other dimensions was a great way to avoid waiting for them to naturally replenish themselves, since magical ingredients didn't grow right when accelerated with any form of time magic. The second reason to visit those other Harry Potter universes was even more important. Dolores Umbridge. Her very existence seemed to intrinsically call for Harry to visit and do horrible, unspeakable things to her. The moment he got back to his own universe he checked her status and unfortunately confirmed she had already been tossed through the veil of death. She was one of the idiots who tried to overthrow the ministry and paid for it with her life, since Azkaban had been shut down after Harry killed all the Dementors. Of course that certainly wouldn't stop Harry from writing a long list of everything he planned to do to the woman once he found another version of her. The problem was that Harry couldn't just look for a universe with an Umbridge to torment. Unless a quest came up and gave him the coordinates, Harry had no way of finding such a world. Blindly searching was a terrible idea. There were plenty of terrifying presences throughout the multiverse, and impolitely opening the door to the world of one without permission was a recipe for disaster. What if he entered a world where the Fae were very active and stepped on one of their toes? A full set of the Infinity Stones may not be able to help you if you encountered the wrong being. Harry himself was a terrifying creature from a certain point of view. He could get stronger without limits from killing, and who was there to say there was nothing else like him out there in the multiverse? Gaining the attention of such a being would result in a lot of awkwardness for Harry Potter if one followed him home. For now he'd patiently wait until he got more dimension quests and keep himself busy. While thinking this, Harry got an alert from Link. Link occasionally sent him certain alerts to see if it would generate a quest. No luck so far, but Harry didn't mind continuing to try. This alert did not generate a quest, but Harry would not ignore it. Harry had been keeping track of a large assortment of persons of interest. From the zombie dimension he had the names and identities of certain people he wanted to keep an eye out for. For example, he knew that Carl Lucas was currently inside Seagate Penitentiary for possession of drugs he claimed was planted on him. Harry could get him out, but his microdrones showed that Reva Connors, the head of a certain experiment there, had her eye on Carl as a perfect subject. Harry decided he'd help him out after the birth of Power Man. The alert Link sent caught his interest for 2 reasons. First, the one who was in trouble. And second, the reason they were in trouble. In order to keep an eye on certain people, Harry mailed them coupons for fantastic deals on awesome phones and phone plans. He didn't even need to add a compulsion charm. The deal was literally him taking a loss. Jessica Jones received one of these coupons in the mail, and the same day she had the latest model of Brilliance phone with an awesome monthly plan that was criminally cheap. The AI monitoring Miss Jones informed Link of some unusual activity which Link checked out and confirmed was a problem. Miss Jones had just been kidnapped by a mutate named Kevin Thompson, aka Kilgrave. Harry didn't pay attention to most villains, but this one was one he really didn't like. He asked Link to keep an eye out for him, but Kilgrave was not the only Kevin Thompson in the world, and the man never did anything under his own name. That, and the picture Harry found of the man in the other universe showed he was literally purple, while this one was not. Jessica was currently being taken to a hotel room by the man in question, and Harry used the time to change his form into Obscurus and put on his demon mask. The moment Jessica's phone showed they entered the room, Harry teleported inside and directly used time magic to stop Kilgrav. Jessica didn't react, still standing there to his side with the same smile she'd been wearing since she entered the room. Harry figured she was under a Shinnick compulsion and tapped her forehead. She blinked and took a step back before she started breathing heavily in what looked like a suppressed panic attack. Harry turned around since staring was rude and asked, "You all right?" After a few moments she asked, "You're that Obscurus guy?" Harry, the Reds, and the Avengers all had their own action figures and fan websites, so anyone in New York would recognize him and that mask pretty easily. After a few moments of deliberation, Harry pulled out a coin and stuck it to Kilgrav's chest. A moment later, Kilgrav looked like he was stretched into a line and sucked up through a straw at the point the coin made contact with him as the portkaya took him to a specialized cell. Harry considered disintegrating him, but he wasn't feeling particularly merciful, so he'd let the man live. Maybe he'd remove his powers and send him to a normal jail. Though the possibility exists he'd be able to get his powers back, so he'd wait on that decision. Harry turned back to see that Jessica Jones was looking a bit better, though still quite pale from the thought of what almost happened. Harry used a bit of sleight of hand to pull out a card and hand it to her. She took it with a bit of hesitation and read, "Hero Association." It was a business card with instructions for how to join. Harry answered, "We'll be legal soon and there's no law against being a hero and a private detective." She asked, "How did you find out what was going on so fast?" Harry decided not to fully lie to the pie and answered, "We keep track of people with powers as something of a pre-screening process. In case you're wondering, you'd get approved right away. We've also been looking for this guy but didn't know what he looked like until we saw him pick you up in a way that didn't match your psyche profile in the slightest. It only took a few minutes to determine what happened and I was called to stop him." She looked both offended and impressed. "You've been watching me." "Not me or any human," Harry answered placatingly. "We use ACE to monitor people. You're welcome for the phone by the way," he added since she'd certainly figure it out on her own. The AI inside was programmed to inform us of anything weird. You can use it as a personal assistant if you want to since there is no longer a point in keeping it a secret. Feel free to give it a name. In any case, did you have any other questions before I leave? Yeah, what did you do to that bastard? Why couldn't he move? And what are you going to do with him? I restrained him using superpowers. He was restrained. And killing him would be merciful compared to letting him live the rest of his days in a cell without any form of human contact. A prison run by robots and ACE just for him. The only one able to hear his voice will be himself. Even if he cracks he won't be allowed to die." Jessica considered it for a few moments before nodding and deciding it was good enough. Rather than teleport, Harry just gave a gentleman's bow and walked out of the room before teleporting away from the hall. The Hero Association would be up by the beginning of 2014, a few months from now. Tony had retrieved all his Iron Man armors and Harry had given a few entities a sneak peek at the Nova Guard armor. He had enough Nova crystals to make a few thousand Nova Guards, each with enough Nova Force to grant the user flight and make them bulletproof, super strong, and able to emit gravimetric rays which are similar to concussive blasts. For cities with a high amount of supervillains, law officers could be recommended as Nova Guards and join the Hero Association. The armor came with recording devices so it wasn't like they could get away with anything. A few weeks of training was all they really needed to be ready for the streets since Nova Force was rather user-friendly. The months of September and October had been pretty busy since Harry had been alpha testing the VR game World with the Goblins. The VR game could be logged into with a foldable headset a bit larger than over-the-ear headphones but could fit in a large pocket or purse when folded up. They were quite heavy though as the main component was the Metagem version of quartz crystal. The headsets did not actually log people into the VR world. They acted as antennas for the actual system which logged people in. Each headset was paired with a node that existed in a hidden warehouse and connected to it using the quartz crystal. The node was what logged people into the VR world. This design meant that even if someone created a perfect copy of one of the game's headsets, it would not work since there was no node paired with it. Harry was very aware of the potential problems with this type of VR, so he wasn't going to let other people try to copy him. Even if someone perfectly understood every function of the headset, it was literally only half the equipment needed for the full dive VR, so Harry didn't expect anyone this century to be able to compete with him. In just a few months of alpha testing, the Goblins had spent 300 years in the time-accelerated world and created a Goblin Empire they'd be allowed to keep once the game was fully released. People visiting the Goblin Empire could treat them as monsters or NPCs. If they thought the goblins were just weak monsters and attacked, the goblins would enjoy ruthlessly tearing the poor souls to pieces. Now he needed a group for the beta test. A very large group who could keep a secret. And that was how Harry ended up sitting at a table with the ruler of Latveria, Victor von Doom. Dr. Doom had received the request for a meeting from Harry a few weeks ago about a massive project Harry wanted some help with, and the Latverian dictator would not deny his own curiosity as to what someone like Harry Potter needed help for. Usually Dr. Doom would have people asking his favor meet him in his throne room where he could look down upon them from said throne and make their position clear. He had a feeling doing so with Harry Potter would end in a prank and decided not to even allow Harry in his throne room for fear of what Harry would do to it. After reading over the details of Harry's game, Doom asked with a modicum of disbelief, "You want the citizens of Latveria to act as beta testers for a virtual reality video game you've made?" Harry nodded. "Pretty much. Your citizens are, by a pretty wide margin, the most ideal test group. They are modern, advanced, slightly insulated but connected. The only thing I ask is that none of the testers go public with any spoilers. Their payment will be free lifetime access to the game and they can keep the character they've made when the game is released, giving them a head start on everyone else." Doom considered everything in silence for a few minutes. Harry didn't mind. Victor eventually just asked, "What is the point of this game?" Harry heard the layers of questions hidden in that statement and answered honestly, "I intend to replace all resource wars with this game. Time is the most valuable resource in the world, and this game multiplies it. What's more, stronger players will have access to zones and cities and countries and worlds within the game where time moves even faster. The stronger they get, the more time they have access to. What's the maximum acceleration? Theoretically, 2,000 times. But most human brains cannot adapt to such speeds. Any brain though can adapt to 100 times without issue. However, the longer a person plays the game, the more their brain adapts. After playing long enough, almost anyone could handle at least 500 times acceleration, though leveling up won't be easy in the slightest. The leveling curve in the game is meant to slow people down and make sure they have enough time to adapt before they reach higher level zones with higher values of time acceleration. So you intend to replace the whole of the Earth with this game. The servers which contain the data for the game hold trillions of times more data than all other data on the Earth combined. I used PIM particles and unstable molecules to create systems more advanced than even quantum computers, and using a time-accelerated environment, I've had billions of ACE created to run and design the worlds within the game. Much less just the Earth, there is literally enough world in that game for every sentient being in the galaxy to play at the same time without it feeling crowded. Oh, and how were those ACE created? Link, my first AI, people watches as a hobby. He designed the ACE using parameters and traits and flaws from real people all throughout the world. No direct copies, but the ACE that make up the NPCs of that world are just as smart or dumb as real people. Link had them run the game world for a few 100,000 years to see which ones did well and which ones did not. Doing so also created a history for the game. Harry had all the servers run in a time-accelerated environment for a few weeks in which centuries had passed for the physical servers themselves. Besides the data generated, it also showed the physical weaknesses within the servers that would have to be replaced and dealt with as time passed, giving Harry a clear picture on how maintenance would look over time before he even started the launch, allowing him to automate the maintenance ahead of any issues. Doom sighed as the realization of what Potter was doing was made clear. Harry Potter was ending the world. In a very real sense, Harry was the enemy of every government and politician in the world, since they would lose everything, and by the time they realized it, it would be too late. And with the Hero Association, Harry would have the strength to protect himself from anything that tried to stop him or get in his way. It also explained why Harry asked Victor himself. Doom was not exactly a hero, and ending the world wasn't something he'd be entirely opposed to as long as he profited from the end. Harry's offer of beta testing for the citizens of Latveria meant that his people would have an acceptably large advantage in the new world compared to others. The most terrifying thing about Harry's plan was that at the moment at least, it was not illegal. Certainly they could pass laws to make it illegal later, but as long as the threat of what this game truly meant was hidden until it was too late, there was nothing anyone except a dictator like himself could do. The headsets for the game only needed a small amount of electricity and didn't require internet access, so there was no reliable way to prevent people from playing other than dealing with Harry himself. After weighing the risks, Victor eventually stated, "I assume you brought some headsets for a demonstration." Harry smiled and tossed one over to Victor, who caught it and unfolded it. The headset had enough internal cushioning to survive being dropped from 2 stories and were water resistant, though there really shouldn't be too many situations where the water resistance comes into play. Doom typed a few things into the wrist-mounted display on the armor he almost never took off and put on the headset. The headset included a visor which had a heads-up display which gave an easy-to-understand tutorial on how to use it and asked if the player wanted to enable or disable a few features. Some features such as real muscle exertion could only be enabled if the player was laying down, but since Doom's suit locked him in place, he could choose to enable that feature. Harry put on the headset and logged in as well. The next moment, Harry and Doom found themselves on a bench in an open courtyard area in what appeared to be a massive medieval-style castle city. After a few moments of silence, Doom said, "A bit primitive for an area with 100,000 years of history." Harry nodded and added, "This area is only about 100 years old. Plenty of weaker people in the higher-level areas decide to form an expedition to lower-level areas that have not been mapped. They are unable to get stronger and die of old age in lower-level areas, but they can still make a mark on the world before their death. This region was built by such a person and his children are the rulers. There are a lot of flaws in such regions that players can take advantage of. If players started in an area that was tens of thousands of years old, how would they advance over people who were there from the start?" Harry eventually did figure out how to make a decent thief class, but the problem was that an area that was ancient would have the security to prevent newbie thieves from doing anything fun. So Harry and Link developed a system where new areas were built and old areas occasionally destroyed all the time, so things would be unstable enough to be interesting. Starting cities had plenty of flaws and holes in security, while older cities had less flaws for higher-level thieves. One of the reasons a thief and assassin class was needed was to attract the criminal element into the game so they'd spend more time committing crimes in-game than out of the game. Why would a person who enjoys stealing play a game where every house is impossible to steal from? Doom asked, how can NPCs who live thousands of years in the high-level areas die of old age in the lower-level areas? Well, relative to the low-level areas, everyone ages at the same rate, despite how much time passes. So if an NPC's son is 20 years younger than he is and spends a decade in a higher-level area with a greater acceleration value and returns, he still looks 20 years younger than his father despite hundreds or more years passing while he was there. What about population growth? The number of NPCs is massive and determined by the number of ACE. If an NPC is killed, the AI is born to another NPC, so the number always remains about the same. In other words, an NPC in a time-accelerated environment would not necessarily have more children than someone living in a lower-level area. At the mention of population, Victor spotted a number of children running around. He asked, "This world has education. I'm going to pretend not to be insulted that you asked that. Not only does every region have education, but children who play this game can attend schools in the game for free, while those who are older can pay a tuition to go to school. Higher-level areas have higher-level institutes. Due to the time acceleration, you could get multiple degrees in a college in the higher-level areas in a fraction of the time it would require in the real world. It will probably take some time for me to go through the steps necessary to get those degrees accredited out the game, but I fully intend to make it happen. Why would an educated adult go to a school here? To learn the language if nothing else. Link and I created a new language and everyone here speaks it. All players can speak any language and it will be translated for them, but the translated language will make them sound a bit like hillbilly hicks to the locals. Higher rank NPCs are unwilling to speak with such uncultured savages, so getting any influence in-game requires learning the language of this world. The local schools teach maths, sciences, language, and history, though the history of the region. Knowledge of classes and monsters are taught as well. Higher-level schools teach literature, government structure, higher sciences, and maths, and metaphysics of course. Metaphysics was basically magic and taught to various degrees at all levels. Thanks to the class system, you didn't need to know how magic worked at lower levels, but you wouldn't get very far in the higher-level areas without understanding how certain things worked. Harry pointed at various people wearing various pieces of equipment and said, sorcerer, wizard, warrior, thief, druid, priest, artificer, etc. You can check your own class as well. Doom did so and brought up his own stats. It had him as a level 81 sorcerer, a level 23 warrior, a level 15 priest, a level 8 psychic, and a level 58 artificer. This surprised him. It seemed to be translating his personal skills into this world. Harry figured what Doom was thinking and said, players without gifts or prior training can use class items to level up. They can take the time to level up multiple class items at once to multi-class. Players who already have such skills can also get class items which will automatically level up to their existing level. To level up further, you either do quests or fight monsters to accumulate EXP. Once you have accumulated enough, you can take your class item to a special location and transfer the EXP to the item to level it up. There is no limit to how much EXP you can accumulate, but it won't make you stronger unless you use it to level up a class item. If you are killed, all your accumulated EXP is lost. Player killers can get some of the accumulated EXP from players they kill if they have any. There are also ways to cause a person's class items to lose a level's worth of EXP when killing a player or being killed by a special NPC. If such a thing happens to a person who is multi-classing, each of their classes lose a level. Of course, leveling up in-game won't make you level up in real life. Doom eventually asked, why is my warrior level so low and what does artificer represent? Warriors in this game use chi. The fact that you even have a warrior level implies that you have trained to the point you have some access to your chi. A grand majority of martial artists on the planet won't even have a single level of warrior since they never accessed their chi, and artificer represents your understanding of magic tech, not ordinary tech. Magic tech is far superior after all. The higher your level in artificer, the stronger the magical items you'll be able to craft and use in battle. Doom nodded with acknowledgement and got up to wander around. This was a starting area, so the highest level was less than 50 for the commoners and adventurers walking around. After exploring the obvious stuff, Harry took him to a few more interesting areas, including an empty house. Harry motioned to a pedestal and said, if someone rents a room at an inn or owns a house, they can access one of these within. Harry turned it on and showed it to Doom. It was obviously an internet browser. Players wouldn't be able to just loiter on the street browsing the internet, they had to pay for a room or buy a property to access it. The browser also included a clock which showed the local time in Latveria down to the second, but it was obviously moving 4 times slower than the outside world. Doom asked, do you intend for people to work from here as well? Yes. But renting or purchasing space to access the internet will require in-game money, especially if they want to hire NPCs. So companies which elect to do so will need to spend real money to purchase in-game money. This means that real companies will buy gold from players who spend time hunting monsters or trading for gold. That means people can have an actual profession, playing the game for a living. Link and Harry had run billions of simulations on the best way to promote this and knew exactly how to ensure it stayed reasonable without getting out of hand and regulate the value of in-game gold to prevent it from losing value as more players leveled up. There would be laws in-game that prevented people from working for too long, and those laws would be enforced by NPCs, so a company could not force a person to work 36 in-game hours straight a day for an 8-hour paycheck outside. Companies would still try, of course, but that just meant NPCs could give quests to take them down and let reckless players break into their in-game offices and wreck the place for EXP. As for people who thought they could replace all their employees with NPC ace, Harry looked forward to them discovering how human these NPCs were. Overwork them and they won't just quit. They will set fire to your building, forcing you to pay to fix it before the internet access of the rooms is restored. What was the company going to do? Arrest the NPC? The NPC could just move to a different city before the arrest request came out. While Doom was checking out the browsing capabilities of the pedestal, Harry remembered something and handed a potion-looking item to Doom. I almost forgot. Drink this. Doom gave Harry an, "You really expect me to?" stare and asked, "What is it?" 1% chance Esper Awakening Potion, 1 free with every account. Trust me? Doom considered it and figured out what Harry meant. He drank it and a pop-up appeared. Reading it off, he said, Esper subclass, Sorcery Master. After a moment, Doom felt something familiar. It was the feeling of being able to control energy he granted himself when he drained the power cosmic from the Fantastic Four. It was not initially available to him in this world, but now it was. Harry added, the 1% only applies to people without inherent gifts. This way a mutant or mutate or whatever can use their powers in-game and tell others it is their Esper subclass. Normal people still have a 1% chance to get a random one, and they can purchase another Esper Awakening Potion at various percentages of success for a lot of gold. Really rich players can show off how rich they are by purchasing Awakening Potions over and over until they get an Esper subclass. Doom asked, so any mutant who plays this game will be discovered by your systems? Yes, but I doubt I'll do anything with it unless it is a power they obviously need help controlling. The game can even help them train their power without worrying about others, and no one says they have to use their subclass abilities. You should notice that it can be enabled and disabled. After considering everything a bit more, he asked, and how realistic is combat? Harry smiled and said, well, there is a tournament today. Wanna compete? Doom replied, only if you are competing as well. Harry laughed. It was so on. Harry led them to the arena area built next to the Adventurers Guild. Players would eventually form their own guilds and groups but could rely on NPC guilds for support until then. The tournament usually has a preliminary round, but Harry used his admin status as a VIP to get himself and Victor slots for the best 16 at opposite ends of the matchup chart. In game terms, Harry was a level 160 sorcerer, a level 150 wizard, a level 140 druid, a level 130 dragoon, dragon chi warrior, a level 140 berserker, a level 140 psychic, and a level 150 artificer. Even with all that, there were NPCs stronger than Harry was. Since neither Doom nor Harry was using their tech in-game, their artificer classes did not come into play, but that didn't matter too much for this fight. Doom's fight was first. He was against a druid. Druid spells focused on nature and animal magic. A druid could control plants, control, strengthen, and enlarge animals, and use weather magic. Tournaments did not allow personal equipment, and an animal companion counted as one, so most druids would not be able to show their strength in a tournament match on a stone stage without animals or plant growth. This one was an exception. He specialized in weather and wind magic. Still, his whirling vortex and tornado spells did not do much to Doom, who used a simple sorcery spell to keep himself grounded and deflect the energy of the wind. After analyzing the druid for a bit, Doom struck the man with lightning, cutting off the man's concentration and spell, allowing Doom to fire multiple bolts of energy at the druid, knocking him off the stage. The commenter for the match went wild as the druid had won a few tournaments in the past. Few were able to keep their feet on the ground when faced with a tornado, which ironically made this druid rather good at tournaments. Though he only had enough time to cast the tornado because Doom led him. Most of his more skilled opponents would not, meaning he'd have to use the quicker casting whirlwind spell to keep the target away while he took the time needed to cast the tornado. Opponents who could get to him through the whirlwind easily took him down, but not all classes could or knew how. Harry's match was against a Shadow Thief. For the Thief class, Harry elected to use Shadow Force to empower them. It had a few similarities to Dark Force, but was far more user-friendly. Shadows existed between light and darkness and required both to exist, so heavy use would not affect the mind of those who used it. Harry had to spend a bit of time using metaphysics to calculate all the possible ways to use Shadow Force, and the class turned out pretty balanced. High-level Shadow Thieves can move and attack through shadows, can turn their own shadow into a copy of themselves and multiply the copies, shroud themselves in shadow to increase evasion, and use their shadow to scan an area for traps and hidden secrets, and much more. Harry's opponent created a blinding light behind him which caused most to turn their eyes away. The light stretched the man's shadow behind Harry where it lifted off the ground and attacked him. Harry deflected it with a Shanic barrier and walked towards the thief. The lengthened shadow retracted as the light behind him faded, and the man used Shadow Shroud to cover himself in a cloak of darkness as he rushed towards Harry. The shroud made it difficult to target him at a range, giving the thief the time needed to get close. Harry cast the wizard spell, the slippery jinx at the ground causing the man to slip and fall down. Harry then threw a fireball at him and ended the match. Most wizards would be unable to target the ground with a jinx, but Harry's wizard level was high enough to do whatever he wanted with his magic. Doom's next opponent was also a wizard, but just like his last match, this one was a specialist. Most wizards used fire, ice, and lightning magic, but this one specialized in curses, hexes, and jinxes. Once he cast his first leg-locking jinx at Doom, Victor cast a sorcery spell which filled the arena with thick mist. Jinxes require eye contact and hexes and curses had to hit the target to be effective. The wizard stayed still, trying not to make any sound under the assumption that Doom was as blind as he was. Since he lost eye contact due to the mist, the effect of the jinx ended and Doom silently approached him, grabbed him, and threw him out of the arena. Harry's next fight was against an illusion sorcerer which ended predictably. Doom's semi-final match was against a Chi warrior and Doom defeated him with superior martial arts though he was physically weaker due to the lack of Chi. Harry's semi-final match was against a Chi warrior as well and Harry just punched him out of the fight. At the finals, Harry could have sworn he saw the slightest smirk on Doom's face and wondered if the man would admit he might actually have been having a bit of fun. At the start of the match Doom called fire and lightning down using sorcery and his Esper subclass to hit as hard as he possibly could. The damage wrecked the arena stage and cracked the walls and shook the roof, causing the NPCs to panic. When the smoke cleared, Harry stood there covered in red and golden light. A berserker was someone who saturated themselves in strength energy and time energy to move faster and stronger. A dragoon used dragon chi to fight dragons, so their defense was far superior to a normal warrior. Harry never gave himself an Esper subclass because even in a world where his stats were stripped and his Obscurus status removed, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Harry used time energy to accelerate his movement speed and struck Doom with everything he had, knowing Doom would not be satisfied with anything less. Doom exploded, but all deaths in the arena were reversed, so it didn't matter. The Latvarian dictator Arias beyond outside the arena and looked up at the replay of his defeat. Though the city was supposedly medieval, it had a replay screen magically displayed by an illusion sorcerer employee for the audience to get a better look at and for highlights of the matches. Doom considered how the fight would be different if he used his armor, but Harry's knowledge of tech was not inferior to his own, so Doom figured it would only make a marginal difference. Harry noticed his face and said, "Muscle wizard for the win." Doom visibly rolled his eyes. They walked outside the arena and after a while, Doom asked, "How will you draw people into this game? There has to be a hook." Harry nodded. If someone beats the final boss, the evil Demon King, they will be awarded the title of Emperor of the most prosperous empire in the game located in the heart of the highest time-accelerated area and be granted admin privileges in that empire. Admin privileges. Admins have the authority to change some things and have more control over NPCs. How strong is the Demon King? Like level 1000. But there are seals hidden in certain places throughout the world and getting to them and activating them will weaken the Demon King. Activating them all can get the Demon King down to level 400, but that would still require a team of a dozen players with multiple level 300 plus classes each to fight. I honestly don't expect people to find all the seals. The normal way is to attack and take over the Demon King's territory. Doing so awards emblems to those who control the territory. Bringing an emblem with you when you fight the Demon King weakens him, but that will force people who take over his territory to either work together or fight each other to amass all the emblems. Territories will be regularly attacked as well to reclaim the emblems. You are a far greater supervillain than I am. So does that mean you're in? Only if you give me a territory in the game and give me admin privileges for it. Done and done. I figured you'd ask that. Feel free to be evil in the game. I'll let you design a starting city and fill it with quality NPCs. Your citizens will start there as the beta test. However, you will not be allowed to prevent them from leaving. Doom scoffed. I'm going to pretend not to be insulted that you asked that. My people are not forced to stay under my rule. They stay because life is better under my rule and they know it. Harry nodded and added, "Too bad you don't like ruling, though I suppose the best rulers are the best because they don't like it." Doom didn't comment on that and logged off, followed shortly by Harry. Harry delivered the node server to Doom's palace and 10,000 headsets for Doom to distribute to trustworthy beta testers. The node servers could technically work from anywhere but had a tiny bit of a lag if not in the same hemisphere of the Earth as the headset it was paired with. All the details for them were given to Doom, though the node servers only connected to the game, they didn't contain the game content. The true game servers were connected to the node servers through magic and hidden away using a modified Fidelius charm to prevent tracking or scrying any sort to find them. Some might consider his security precautions overkill, but this world was his creation and he was rather paranoid about protecting it. Thankfully Harry and Doom finished all the paperwork and preparation by the end of the first week of November. Harry would be rather busy the second week of November, because that was when the Convergence of the Nine Realms would begin. Chapter 104, Chapter 104 Convergence of the Nine Realms. Author's note. I honestly did not expect the chapter to turn out like this when I started it. This is one of those situations where the characters randomly come to life and do their own thing. I spent 2 weeks arguing with them. Chapter 104 Convergence of the Nine Realms. There were many different reactions to the knowledge that the world was ending. Dr. Eric Selvig's reaction was to do his best to stop the end of the world, though he decided his attempt to do so did not require pants. Harry Potter was already at Stonehenge setting up a gravimetric stabilizer concealed in a van he'd parked near the site when he noticed Dr. Selvig drive up and exit his own car, completely naked, and go to the trunk to pull out what Harry guessed were gravimetric spikes. They were quite a bit less reliable but would do the job, and Harry was impressed Selvig could make them. Harry figured the echo of the mind Loki implanted into Selvig to grant the man the knowledge to create a portal device with the Tesseract gave him a lot more than just that. That mind likely didn't originate from a human though, and whatever species it came from probably didn't wear too many clothes. Before Selvig could get himself arrested, Harry got out of his van, knocked Selvig out with a discreet stunner, and tossed the naked man back into his own car. The stabilizer in Harry's van was already calibrated, so Harry just decided to take Selvig back. Harry's technopathy allowed him to start the man's car without the keys, and Harry drove off with only a few people having noticed the brief moment a naked man had been in the parking lot before he was apparently kidnapped. No one who witnessed it seemed to care though. Harry conjured some clothes over the man, and before waking Selvig up, Harry went into his mind and used a bit of power from the Mind Stone in his inventory to remove the unwanted aspects of the mind that had been grafted into Selvig's head from before. Once he was just about done, he woke Selvig up, who started groaning from the headache. Recognizing that he was in the passenger seat of his car, he groggily asked what the hell was I drinking. Harry replied, "Excellent question. I haven't the foggiest." Recognizing the voice as his sight started clearly up, he asked, "Professor Potter, got it in one? Looks like some of you is still in there. What's going? The Convergence? My spikes? We have to." Then he grasped his head in pain as the last few days returned to him. He looked down and asked, "Was I naked?" "Yep. I had no desire to remain in close proximity with a naked man, so I gave you some clothes in a way that will remain unexplainable for the rest of your days." Dr. Selvig looked in the back of his car and noticed the spike he'd built and said, "Professor, we have to go back and place the spike? The Convergence? The fabric of reality is going to be torn apart." Harry nodded and replied, "I'm a few steps ahead of you. No offense to your spikes, but the gravimetric stabilizer I left at Stonehenge in a nondescript van will do just fine. The epicenter should be the old Royal Naval College in the Greenwich Borough of London. I've got a dozen other vans with gravimetric stabilizers built in parked around there, and another 24 around London, and a few more at focal points over the UK and a few other locations on Earth." Dr. Selvig sighed with relief and patted Harry's shoulder. "Oh, thank God. I was going mad from worrying about trying to stop the worlds from colliding." Well, they would not have collided, but Greenwich and London would have needed to be remapped had the plane of the Earth not been stabilized to allow the other realms to pass through during the convergence. Parts of other worlds may have joined the landmass, and parts of London may have ended up in other realms. As long as you can tell me it's being taken care of. I'm guessing you're going to stay for the convergence. Of course, I've been looking forward to this for a while now. Harry's stabilizers basically applied a layer of non-stick coating to the Earth so that when it collided with other realms, the points of collision would not merge and cause a lot of problems. However, the points of collision would still open doors to other realms, and Harry would stick around to make sure nothing too wonky happened. Selvig's phone rang at that point, and after examining the caller ID, he said, "It's Darcy." He answered it and said, "Yes? What's going on? Missing? Give me one moment." He put the phone on speaker. "Now say it again." "Jane's gone missing. We were checking out a weird area where weird stuff has been happening and she's gone. Should I call the police?" Harry got out a tablet and said aloud, "This is Harry Potter. I'm heading over. Keep your phone on, all right." "Professor Potter? Cool. Can I have an autograph?" "Not for me. It's for a friend." Harry rolled his eyes and pulled over in the car. Darcy had a Brilliance phone, and Harry had backdoor access to find her location, which he'd gotten through his tablet. After stopping the car on the side of the road, Harry got out and teleported directly to Darcy's location. Darcy dropped her phone and shouted an explicative. Harry caught it with quick reflexes and said into it, "Dr. Selvig, I'll call to meet you at Greenwich a few hours before the convergence," before he handed the phone back to Darcy. She looked at her phone and hung up, not wanting to talk to Dr. Selvig, but rather talk with Harry Potter. "Dude, that was so cool. You can teleport. Can you teach me that? Is it a science thing? Do I need a degree in teleportation? Is there dash?" Harry interrupted, "Do you mind telling me where Jane vanished?" "Huh? Oh yeah, over here I think." Harry confirmed through a few spells this spot was getting a preview to the convergence due to a few coincidences which lined up just right. Jane also had a Brilliance phone, but since he couldn't track it through its connection, she was likely in another world. Now that he was closer to the connection, he should be able to find her using her cell signal. Someone ran up to Darcy as she walked Harry in and asked, "Did you call the police?" She answered, "Better. I got Harry Potter, the supreme god king of the science nerds. He teleported here." Harry rolled his eyes and waved at the newcomer. "Hi." He wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he replied, "Hi, I'm Ian." Darcy added, "He's an intern." Harry asked back, "Aren't you an intern?" "No. Well, not anymore. I used to be. Now I'm an assistant." "How is that different from an intern?" "I assist Dr. Foster and Dr. Selvig, and Ian is my intern, not theirs." Harry shrugged. So it was a matter of minion hierarchy. Harry walked around the place, careful not to walk into any portals, and took a number of readings. Jane's position according to her cell phone appeared to be moving, which meant the location of the portal to her was shifting its position. Rather than guess, Harry spent an hour setting up a field that would force the portal to her to appear in a specific location and then pull her out of it. Thunder rolled above and clouds thickened with the promise of rain. After another hour, Harry finished tuning everything and turned on his equipment. A moment later, Jane Foster was ejected out of an empty space onto a mattress Harry had conjured when no one was looking. Darcy was the first to respond. Good aim. The mattress was just a twin size and Jane landed right on it after being shot out a few meters from the ejection point. She ran over to Jane and confirmed she was still alive as Harry started putting his equipment into an expandable pouch he carried with him. Darcy saw him pull his equipment from there and put it back and asked, "Can I have one of those?" Harry replied, "Stark asked first and I still haven't given one to him. Convince him first and I'll give his to you. Maybe later." Ian the intern asked, "How's Dr. Foster?" "She looks all right. Jane, you up?" She then slapped Jane's face, which caused a surge of red energy to throw Darcy back and all the equipment away. Harry used a bit of telekinesis to ensure Darcy fell safely while he observed the energy retract into Jane's body. The sound of thunder rumbled overhead and a blinding flash struck the ground outside the building. Jane opened her eyes at the familiar sound of the Bifrost and looked around. "Professor Potter, what are you doing here?" Harry replied, "I found Dr. Selvig about to run naked around Stonehenge and told him to get some clothes on. Darcy called him and I overheard and came over when you vanished." Darcy got up and shouted, "What the hell was that?" Thor walked in at that point and noticed Jane on the ground and ran over to her. Harry stopped him and said, "Hold it, Thor, something's wrong with Jane." Jane asked, "What? What's wrong with me?" Harry pulled out a video of Darcy slapping Jane and the surge of energy that she shot out before waking up. Darcy said, "Yeah, that hurt." She looked over to Dr. Foster and asked, "What happened to you? You were gone for like 3 hours. Well, I was pulled into one of the portals and was in this massive cavern. In the middle was this pillar and there was something glowing in the middle of it." Harry asked with amusement, "And being a highly cautious scientist, you decided to touch it." "Well, I wanted to know what it was. I think it might be inside me though." Harry sighed and said, "Give me your hand." Jane did so before looking over to Thor. "What are you doing here? Heimdall lost sight of you and I was concerned." Darcy added. Harry seemed to have the situation under control. Thor shook his head. "Heimdall cannot see Harry Potter, so I was unaware of his presence here before I arrived." He looked over to Harry and asked, "Is she all right? We can take her to Asgard to remove whatever has infected her." Harry replied, "I doubt Asgard can do anything. I'm pretty sure I know what she encountered. I read a book about it in Asgard's hidden library. It's called the Ether. From what the book said, it was a weapon forged from a treasure by the Dark Elves. During the Convergence, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, could use it to extinguish all the light in the universe." Thor frowned and stated, "Born of eternal night, the Dark Elves come to steal away the light. These were stories told to me by my mother." Harry nodded. "Yeah, Malekith was a powerful sorcerer to turn that thing into the Ether. In order to safely remove it, you need something just as powerful as the Ether and an equally powerful sorcerer." Thor quickly figured out what Harry was alluding to and asked, "The Tesseract?" Harry shook his head. "No, not that one. Each of the stones has something of a relationship with the others. Having one can make using another easier. To use the Reality Stone with ease, the Time Stone is needed. Come on, let's go fetch it." Without waiting for a reply, Harry made a portal to Camartage and motioned for Jane and Thor to follow. Darcy looked like she wanted to follow, but Harry closed the portal once Thor and Jane entered. Harry walked the pair over to where he found Master Wong and asked, "Hey Wong, where's the Ancient One?" Wong looked at his guests for a moment before answering, "Busy. You of all people should know that. I believe she is working in conjunction with the sorcerers of Vanaheim and is currently in the London Sanctum." Harry smiled and replied, "Okay, thanks." Before motioning for a confused Thor and Jane to follow him, Harry made them invisible as they entered the library and walked past the librarian and into the inner sanctum. After walking past the bound rows of texts, Harry saw the Eye of Agamotto sitting on a pedestal. The Ancient One didn't actually wear it all the time, and when doing things people of other worlds could see, she almost never used to ensure as few people knew of it as possible. Harry picked it up and opened it, revealing the Time Stone inside to the shocked gaze of Thor. He asked, "It is here? Just laying around?" "Well, there are a number of reasons it can't just be stolen, but those security measures won't prevent me from using it to get the Ether out of Jane." Jane asked, "I thought you said only a powerful sorcerer could help me." She hadn't even noticed when Harry cast and dispelled the invisibility, and the portals she'd seen him made before today were made with what she thought was tech. "Oh, I am a sorcerer, and a wizard, and shaman, voodoo witch doctor, druid, priest, and a bunch of other things." Jane sighed and looked as if she had decided to just get it over with and said, "Whatever, just do your thing." Harry nodded and slowly adjusted the power of the Eye of Agamotto. Using too much of it could be sensed, but it was fine as long as he was precise and took his time. Relatively speaking, Harry slowly reversed Jane's time print to the point the ether fused with her and continued reversing it, thus reversing the fusion and making it look as if Jane's body was expelling the fluid like ether. It was possible to remove it without the time stone, but the ether would not behave unless he used something like nanotech and sorcery to forcibly expel the energy from her body and collect it. Harry had never needed to do something like that, so he didn't have any nanotech with such capabilities on him, meaning it was best to use the Time Stone. The Infinity Stones formed a circuit with reality after time but before soul. So how much power one could get out of the Reality Stone was heavily dependent on one's mastery over time, and the use of the Time Stone greatly improved one's use of the Reality Stone, just like the use of the Reality Stone would improve one's use of the Soul Stone. Although Harry wasn't Malekith, his use of the Time Stone and personal mastery over time granted him no less control over the ether than in Malekith in his prime. Though the Dark Elf sorcerer had changed the Reality Stone into the ether, it still followed the circuit and the use of time made it easy to wield. After about 10 minutes, the liquid ether was removed entirely from Jane's body and Harry said, "The sanctum can't have two of these things laying around, so I'm going to find something to store this with. Be back in a few minutes." Harry left with the ether and a few minutes later returned with a large glass jar filled with swirling red energy. He placed the Eye of Agamotto back where he found it and handed the jar to Thor. Thor asked, "Why not put it inside one of those safes you made for the Tesseract?" Harry shook his head. "Didn't work. Reality doesn't exist unless observable. I tried putting it in one, but the pocket dimension collapsed." Thor considered it and said, "I know of a few others who can keep this safe." Harry said, "Well, let's call them." He made another portal from the inner sanctum directly to Heimdall's watch on Asgard, which Thor and Jane quickly stepped through. Jane waved at Heimdall and said, "Hello again, Heimdall, and thanks for watching over me." He smiled and replied, "It is good to see you are well, Ms. Foster. I also see you have a new method of arriving on Asgard. Perhaps you will not be of need of me in the future." Jane quickly replied, "No, I wouldn't want to bother Professor Potter. And I actually prefer the Bifrost. It's like a roller coaster." Harry shrugged, "I like to keep things simple." Heimdall replied, "Do you now? Is that why you come bearing such strange gifts?" Harry smiled, "Well, Thor's grandpa claimed he destroyed that, so I may have come to see the look on Odin's face when he sees that his father was a liar." Heimdall sighed and said, "I will announce your presence. I cannot say how welcome it shall be." Thor didn't seem to care about how little his father would care for Thor's mortal, and the trio headed off to Asgard's palace. Only moments after entering the palace, Odin spotted them and remarked, "Mortals should stay on Midgard. I do not see why you insist on bringing them." Harry replied, "Perhaps the future king of Asgard should make his own decisions on such matters rather than relying on such outdated counsel." At this point Odin was already used to Harry's tongue, but few among Asgard were unaware of Harry's deeds to protect the 9 realms or heal the wounded when Thanos attacked, thus leaving Odin in a position where he was unable to kick Harry out when he wanted to. Odin replied, "Allowing such a thing is a mistake that will only lead to pain." Harry looked the king right in his eye and firmly stated, "Some mistakes are worth making." Odin frowned at the undeniable wisdom in such words. He did not want the future king of Asgard to suffer heartbreak at his mortal's inevitable death, but his words were ignored time and time again. Before they could go off once more, Thor showed Odin the ether. At first Odin did not believe it could be the ether his father claimed to have destroyed and thought it was a prank Harry had devised to slander his father. However, he used his Odin force to thoroughly analyze it and confirmed without a shadow of a doubt it was the ether, a weapon created by the sorcerer Malekith to extinguish the light of the universe. While Odin was analyzing the ether, Harry made his way down to the dungeon to see his favorite god of mischief. When Loki noticed Harry's arrival, he said, "You just missed my mother." Harry smiled, but didn't mention the fact that Loki was referring to Frigga as his mother. Instead he asked, "I wonder how much thought you've given to my proposal." Loki stood up and approached the barrier wall of the prison cell and asked, "I have been looking over the details of your company on the tablet you left here. With a few changes it certainly does have the potential to take over the world. But I must ask once again, why me? If you really want to know, it's because if my business partners kill my replacement, I would have to return to being the boss again. So the one who replaces me had better know his way around magic, around a knife, and around cutthroat deals and tricks hidden within words." Loki couldn't help but smile at that. He almost thought Harry's answer would have been some nonsense about redeeming Loki, but it was something else entirely. Loki still had to ask, "So you simply intend to pass off the hassle of running a company that can take over the world, and I'm the only one you know who fits the criteria required to replace you? Since the criteria to replace me requires surviving my board of directors, then yes, you are the only one who meets the criteria. They actually want to take over the world, but I've been holding them back. Legally, I can't just disband the company, so without a replacement I have to deal with them constantly trying to take over the world behind my back and doing stuff I don't want any part of." The magically binding contracts he'd signed that let him work with the goblins in the first place prevented him from just ending the company, and he couldn't refuse the goblins' proposals without a reason, and eventually they'd find a way around any reason he'd come up with and they would start expanding the company's scope and slowly take over the world. Harry did not want to be a part of that, so he had to find a replacement. Of course, those same contracts would prevent Loki from ordering the goblins to attack the White House or do anything illegal. The goblins had to follow the law, and for Loki to move the goblins in the open, he'd have to repeal a large number of laws passed by the International Confederation of Wizards. Maybe Loki would become Supreme Mugwump. Harry thought that would make an excellent prank. It wasn't like Harry would lose anything. He certainly wouldn't remove his access to any of the systems he'd built, and Loki and the goblins would have to exceed Harry's skill in coding to remove Harry's access. Also, Harry was only passing over the cell phone company, internet company, the bank, and anything else that had goblin employees. Everything else like the game Harry was making, the construction company, insurance company, and the joint companies he made with Stark were all under his name only. Even when he left, the ace that ran a large portion of the companies would still answer to Harry, so Loki would not be a threat to Harry. Loki eventually said, "Let me see the contract." Harry operated inside the cell and handed it to Loki. Instead of taking it, Loki asked, "You mean to tell me you could have come and gone from this cell anytime you wanted?" Of course. Loki used a powerful burst of telekinesis to push Harry, but Harry's own telekinesis blocked it. The impact between the two forces only caused the contract papers to ruffle, but the furniture around them was sent to the walls and reduced to splinters. Harry asked, "Been practicing, huh?" Harry had held Loki in place with telekinesis during the entire Battle of New York. Loki could use a bit of telekinesis before that, but he was unable to use it to escape Harry's grasp and had likely felt rather humiliated from that. He couldn't resist a direct exchange now that Harry was in front of him and his own skill had increased sharply from all the practice he'd done, waiting for this day. Harry was pretty impressed. Loki's telekinesis was already stronger than Jean's before the awakening of the Phoenix. With just 2 years of practice, Loki was able to push Harry with multiple tons worth of force. Harry stood there, still holding the papers out. Eventually Loki sighed and stopped pushing and took the papers. Harry said, "If you sign them, you can hand them to me the next time we see each other." And with that, Harry teleported back out of the cell. Loki asked, "And when would that be?" "Sooner than you think. Your adoptive father is rather predictable." Without explaining what that meant, Harry headed back up the stairs. Harry headed off to find Thor and Jane alongside Frigga. Thor spotted Harry and said, "My father has ordered the ether away. His guard is taking it to Heimdall as we speak to be sent to one who can keep it safe. Forgive me, but I cannot say who." Harry nodded and replied, "Understandable. Some knowledge is better kept secret and I don't need to know." Harry was the only one who didn't flinch when a massive explosion sounded from the direction of the Bifrost. Thor called his hammer and threw it over. He spared a look at Harry, who offered a nod that he would protect Jane and Frigga from whatever was going on. Frigga said, "You should follow me." Harry didn't argue and followed Frigga to what appeared to be her room overlooking Asgard. They could see a massive sword-like ship next to the Bifrost and a battle was taking place there. Soon Odin could be seen heading out and the lights from the battle included gold from Odin's spear, blue from Thor's lightning, and red from the ether which had been absorbed by the one who had attacked Odin's guards on their way to Heimdall. Multiple ships launched from Asgard, but the massive sword ship had turrets which accurately shot down those who got too close. Harry blandly observed, "Odin's father claimed to have destroyed the ether and killed all the dark elves. I guess he was lying on both accounts." Jane asked, "Shouldn't you do something, Harry? You said you were a druid and wizard and stuff, right?" "Yeah, but Thor would be pissed at me if I didn't protect you too. Besides," he turned to Frigga and asked, "Do you think Odin would ask for my help?" The Queen of Asgard swiftly replied with a curt, "No. There you go. My help is unwanted and would be unappreciated. If Asgard burns, it is not my problem." Jane couldn't understand how Harry could allow a place as beautiful as Asgard to come to harm, but that was just because she didn't see it like Harry did. Every time Harry came here, the scent of death was more and more obvious. The scent of a mausoleum built upon tens of thousands of corpses. He couldn't care less if this place burned to the ground. After about 10 minutes, the flashing of lights ended and the sword ship flew off. Frigga walked down the hall to the throne room along with Jane and Harry. It didn't take long for Thor and Odin to arrive, battered and beaten. Frigga ran up to Odin and started healing him. He said, "Malekith has absorbed the ether. It amplifies his sorcery and power. I was unable to kill him. Call a war council." Jane ran over to Thor, who was staggering but still able to walk. It only took a few minutes for the strongest of Asgard to assemble and await Odin's words. He stood before them and stated, "Malekith will use the power of the ether at the center of the Convergence. Its power will pass through the branches of Yggdrasil from one world to the next, multiplying its effect with each passing. Once it has passed through all 9 realms, the world tree will act as an antenna, broadcasting the power of the ether throughout the universe." One of Odin's generals asked, "What is his goal?" Thor answered, "To exterminate the light, to return the universe to how it was before the first star lit up the darkness." Harry privately wondered how the Celestials would feel about that if Malekith succeeded. Another of the assembled asked, "What can we do?" Odin sighed. He sat down in his chair and after a full minute of silence, he answered, "Malekith was able to sense the ether. That's how he found it. Now that he has absorbed it, he is unstoppable. There is only one way to prevent the destruction of the 9 realms and the universe itself." Most unconsciously leaned in before Odin raised his hand into the air and called forth an illusion of the 9 realms moving in alignment. Once it became obvious which realm was at the center of the alignment, the illusion zoomed in to reveal what was obviously Midgard. Odin continued, "To stop Malekith from using the Convergence to destroy the universe, we must destroy the center of the Convergence. We must destroy Midgard." Thor slammed his fist on the table. "Are you mad?" Odin sighed and replied, "Not the whole thing. Just the area around the Convergence. Most of its inhabitants will survive." Harry added, "To destroy enough to sever Earth from Yggdrasil and end the Convergence, you'd have to destroy the UK, all of Europe, Iceland, Greenland, and parts of Asia and the northern parts of Africa. Probably over 1 billion mortals." He spoke as calmly as if the subject matter were as mundane as the weather. Thor shouted, I cannot allow this. Odin replied, I am not asking your permission. If this is not done, there will be nothing left of the universe but darkness. Jane shouted, but that can't be the only way. Odin looked at her and replied, neither my own strength nor Thor's was able to defeat Malekith. Do you know of another who can? Jane only hesitated for a moment before firmly answering, the Avengers. The Reds. The people of Earth will defend themselves without you. Odin shook his head, I cannot risk their failure when the lives of every creature in the universe are at stake. I have already ordered it to be done. Thor and Jane both looked at Harry. He motioned them to calm down. Both knew him or knew his reputation well enough to understand he had a plan. Odin continued, it is best to be quick about these things. The power of the Bifrost will be opened and will target the epicenter of the Convergence. The power Loki once used to devastate Jotunheim will be used to save the 9 realms. Heimdall was among those present, meaning the one opening the Bifrost was not him. He suspected Odin had ordered another to do it, as Heimdall would have refused, though such refusal was nothing short of treason. The halls of Asgard shook as pure power was directed into the Bifrost. The shaking abruptly became intense as every surface shook, causing most who were standing to be knocked off balance or fall over completely. The few who remained standing or sitting noticed that the hum of the Bifrost was missing. The whole of Asgard was silent. Harry broke the silence with, hey Heimdall, would you do everyone a favor and remind them who fixed the Bifrost when Thor smashed it? I do believe it was you who repaired the Bifrost, Harry Potter. Ah, that's right. Now I remember. I also distinctly remember adding in a few safeties to prevent what Loki did from ever being done again. No need to thank me, I was happy to do it. Thor and Jane's audible sigh of relief was the only sound amongst the silent shock the other members gathered displayed. Odin recovered first and said, then the armies of Asgard will descend upon Midgard and take themselves with its destruction, personally. Harry shrugged and got up, motioning for Jane and Thor to follow. He made a portal back to Earth and said, yeah, did I mention that after the safety goes off, the Bifrost can't be used for a few days? Harry closed the portal before anyone could respond, with Jane and Thor having already come through. Jane was nearly hyperventilating after having stood up to the Alphather and almost witnessing the destruction of Earth. Thor asked, you sabotaged the Bifrost. I prefer the term oversight. Anything misused once can be misused again. Jane got her breath and asked, what's the plan? Call my girlfriends over and kick some ass. Wanna watch? Jane replied, definitely. The final stage of the Convergence took place 3 days later. Harry and the Reds, along with Thor, Jane, Darcy, Ian the intern, and Dr. Selvig, assembled around the old Royal Naval College and waited for the show to start. Harry had already gotten the government to evacuate the area and set up a Muggle-repelling charm around it, excluding his guests to ensure no one would be in danger. A number of news crews wanted to get a good look, but they were instructed no people were allowed near the site. If they wanted footage, they could use drone cameras. Thor wasn't worried the armies of Asgard would descend upon Midgard, since Harry told him the only way to override what Harry did would be to damage the Bifrost and repair it with the Tesseract, which was inside a box only Thor's handprint could open. That made the fact that Odin showed up with a dozen warriors and Loki all the more unbelievable. Odin stood in full armor, looked over at Harry Potter, and said, you have lost. Harry asked, Loki, is there something you wanted to say? He replied, 2 things actually. Odin has offered my early release in exchange for guiding him and some men through the secret ways to Midgard. Those men will return with Odin's armies and destroy this world. Thor looked horrified, as if he could not believe his brother and father would do such a thing. Harry nodded as if he had been expecting it. He asked, and the second thing? Loki pulled out a bundle of papers and walked over to Harry before handing it to him. Harry confirmed the magic on the papers showed it was willingly signed by Loki. Harry nodded and put it in his inventory. He then made a dozen silver portal rings behind the warriors Odin brought. They turned to see what he'd done just in time for the portals to pass over them and vanish, taking them to another world. Odin swiped his spear over the portal that was going to pass over him, smashing it to pieces and saving himself from the fate of his men, leaving him alone. Harry said, all that is left is preventing you from returning to lead anyone through those portals until the Convergence is over. Odin sneered. You think you are capable of besting me? Harry shook his head, I never said I was going to fight you. By that point, Rogue had calmly walked up to Odin and grabbed his wrist. Sure, he had seen her coming, but what could a mortal do to the mighty king of Asgard? That thought lasted about a tenth of a second. The Odin force that surrounded his body and should have struck her aside the moment she touched him was instead being drained at a terrifying rate directly from his body. He swung his spear Gungnir at her, but her other arm had turned metallic and she glowed red with the energy of Sidorac's chosen, allowing her to block the strike and hold on to the Alphather for a few moments longer before he struck her wrist to remove himself from her grip. Rogue was gritting her teeth and teleported away. Harry knew she wasn't coming back. Draining the power of a Skyfather-level character was not as simple as draining the power of a mortal. She had no way to safely use it and had to fight to remain conscious and not allow the energy to return to Odin. But that was enough. Wanda, Jade, and Jean surrounded Odin and a field extended between them around the Alphather. Odin recognized Jean's power and said, the chosen of the Phoenix is on Midgard. Jean smiled and strengthened her hold on him. She used every bit of Shnik power she could safely manage to hold him in place. Wanda filled the air with saturated chaos magic. Doing so seriously impeded the Alphather's ability to use what remaining Odin force he had and practically severed his connection to Gungnir, making it little better than a normal spear. Jade acted as the heart of the formation, balancing the Chinook forces and chaos magic like yin and yang to hold down and depower Odin. The last member of the Red stepped into the field, sword drawn. Borson, you should not have come back. Odin looked on in shock once more. Red Sonja. From the teleportation of Rogue to the entrance of MJ, it only took a moment, but it seemed much longer to Odin. Red Sonja charged forward and attacked. Every aspect of this formation amplified her own abilities while suppressing Odin's. Harry watched with a smile. Even he was not capable of defeating Odin, and though the main cause was that Odin had not suspected Rogue's touch to weaken him so much, it was a fact that he was under pressure. From what MJ told him, Odin had occasionally time-traveled and she'd met him in the distant past, though Harry wondered if it was actually an Odin from a previous Ragnarok cycle she'd met. In any case, Red Sonja's blessing was very strong against gods and demons. Harry still called it plot armor, but in this situation, she held the upper hand and Odin was slowly but surely losing ground and sustaining more and more damage. Thor watched with both apprehension and wonder. He too was unable to defeat his father, but the combination of Harry's girlfriends were capable of just that. This wasn't a coincidence. Each of the girls got stronger with the purpose of protecting Harry on the day the universe eventually figured out how much of a cheat character he was. This formation was just a prototype and Odin was little more than a guinea pig for them to test it on. Each had also watched Harry's memory of Odin's fight against Thanos dozens of times. Thanos and Odin were the main subjects of their usual theoretical practice. Odin's magic and his connection to Gungnir and the Odin Force was disrupted by chaos magic and his physical aspects were weakened by Jean's Chinook hold while Jade held the balance together. In the standard practice, Red Sonja and Rogue would fight together until Rogue got an opening to drain enough power to tip the balance in favor of Red Sonja. The power of plot armor was strong. Even Loki could only watch in shock as the second most powerful man he'd met in his life was brought down by mortals. Loki had already been shocked when Odin approached him with the deal, a deal Harry Potter had obviously predicted. He wanted to see how this would play out, but ended up witnessing the depths of Harry's power on Midgard. Odin was eventually knocked unconscious and Harry bound him with vibranium shackles and anti-magic cuffs. Harry got out a picnic for everyone including Loki who was receiving an assortment of stares, though Thor seemed pleased his brother was no longer a prisoner and seemed to have made a friend. Once the timing was right, the portals to the 9 realms aligned and massive holes opened in the sky, one above another in layers. They slowly moved towards the college where they would all be perfectly stacked on top of each other. The massive sword-shaped ship descended into the middle of the college grounds and the glowing red Malekith floated into the air, just below the portals of the Convergence. Harry and the girls were still eating and Jane asked, "Shouldn't you be doing something?" Harry looked pensive for a few moments before he answered, "Not particularly." "No," Jade stated, "maybe she can't see him. Can you get out a screen or something?" "Oh, sure. No problem. You should have just said so, Jane." Thor and Loki didn't appear anxious as they continued to enjoy the food while Harry got out a screen projector and caused it to show a close-up of Malekith. The moment the portals aligned themselves completely, Malekith shined like a red star, blinding all who looked at him. When the light faded, nothing appeared different. At least, not at first. Darcy was the first to notice. "Oh my god, what happened to him?" When they noticed what to look for, everyone saw how on the screen, Malekith looked very different. The red glow started fading and he started falling down from the sky. Once he hit the ground, Malekith quickly ran over to his ship and found a particularly reflective part to see himself. He started screaming. Ian the intern almost shouted, "You turned him into a night elf from World of Warcraft." Had anyone been drinking anything at that point, Harry was certain there would have been some excellent spit takes. "Too bad." Harry replied, "No, I turned every dark elf all over the universe into a night elf from World of Warcraft." Loki sighed and asked, "How?" Asking meant admitting defeat, but his curiosity demanded he ask. Harry was happy to answer. "When I removed the ether from Jane, I reverted it back to the treasure it used to be. Then I changed it back into the ether, with a few minor modifications. Traps, if you will. Overall it was just about identical to the original version, but if someone tried to use it to exterminate all light, it would instead turn all dark elves into night elves. Ironically, that was way easier to do. Now that it has been used, it's become dormant and Malekith won't be able to do much with it." Harry turned to the still-bound but long-awake Odin and said, "So where Bor failed at exterminating the dark elves, I succeeded. And I did so without genocide. Their new biology won't allow them to live as they once did and so they can no longer pursue their goal. Even if there were dark elves at the edge of the universe, plotting its destruction, they too have been changed to night elves, removing the threat of the dark elves from the universe forever." Several night elves came out of the sword ship and everyone screamed and cursed and panicked. They eventually got back into the ship and flew off. Harry said, "I've got stuff to do and so does Jane. Thor, I'll send you and Odin back to Asgard and you can do your thing. The Bifrost will be usable tomorrow and I threw Odin's guards to places Heimdall will easily notice so they can be recovered then." Thor asked, "What of my brother?" "Your brother is free of Asgard's prison but he still needs to pay for his crimes, so I'm giving him a job in community service where he'll have to make others happy and make the world a better place. We've already come to an arrangement." Loki did his best not to laugh or give away the nature of the community service job he'd been given. Giving people quality cell phone service and internet could certainly be considered a service to the community, despite the fact he'd already had plans to collect all their usage information and sell it to the highest bidder. Such a thing wasn't considered illegal as long as it was done right after all. Harry was quite pleased everything had turned out so well. When he used the time stone to see into the future, he could only see like a week, unlike the ancient one who could see all the way until she died. He saw multiple futures and figured out which ones were most productive. The best part was the fact that no one knew that the reality stone had been safely tucked away into his inventory since he removed it. Just as timelines can split and multiply, so too can the reality stone. Harry's mastery over time and usage of the time stone gave Harry even greater control over the reality stone than Malekith, so it hadn't been too difficult to split off the reality stone and turn it into the night elf ether and give it to Thor. The split-off piece would not have lasted longer than a month, but after being used had completely burnt itself out, so the reality stone in Harry's inventory was the only one left. And since everyone in Asgard knew the Night Elves stole the ether and through the portals above them many of the 9 realms witnessed Malekith using the ether, everyone would think they had it and search them for it. There was a very important reason Harry needed the reality stone. He could use it to view other realities without entering them to see if they were safe to traverse to. In other words, he needed the stone to find a universe with a Dolores Umbridge he could torment without needing to wait for a quest to do so. Chapter 105. Chapter 105 The Ruin of Dolores Umbridge. Author's note. I wonder if I might have gone just a little too far. Meh, who cares? Chapter 105 The Ruin of Dolores Umbridge. Sitting at the teacher's desk within the well-worn room that was the defense against the dark arts classroom of Hogwarts was a woman wearing a fuzzy pink cardigan and a small bow tied into her hair that gave others the impression of a large toad with a fly perched upon its head. As the students of the 5th year class, the ones who would be taking their owls filled up the room, she first declared, "Wands away, quills out," to the collective sigh of every student who recognized the preamble to a boring and uninteresting class. After a short introduction, this woman, Dolores Umbridge, instructed the class to copy into their notes the outline of the course she'd been appointed to teach. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. The only person who was not copying anything down was Hermione Granger. She had received an unusual note that day filled with certain bits of information and instructions. She could not believe the information to be true, but had decided following the first step of the instructions would not cause any harm. She raised her hand. After a few minutes of silence, Umbridge pointed her out and reluctantly stated, "Yes, Miss Granger? You wanted to ask something." There were in fact many things she wanted to ask, but the note had been rather specific. She went along with it and asked aloud, "Although this class is defense against the dark arts, this book does not have any instructions on how to actually defend yourself if attacked by anything. May I ask why?" The woman chuckled in a sickly sweet high-pitched voice before reprimanding, "Do you expect to be attacked during class?" For some reason, Hermione smiled. She wasn't completely sure why, but as the note gave a very clear answer for her to give to this exact question, she decided to provide it. "Oh no, not me, Professor. But what about you? I'm sure you are aware of the history of this post. Our first year's Professor Quirrell died screaming, burned alive with only a pile of ash remaining. Our second year's Lockhart professor went mad and will likely remain in St. Mungo's for the rest of his life, writing his name with a crayon. Our third year's Professor Lupin got outed as a werewolf, and our 4 year's Professor Moody was locked in a trunk for 9 months while being impersonated by an escaped Death Eater who the minister ordered kissed by Dementors." Umbridge froze at that. She had been marginally aware of the fates of her predecessors, but had not really put the circumstances under much scrutiny. She certainly had not known that Quirrell died screaming. Hermione continued as the note suggested, "So I wanted to know when whatever happens to you eventually happens, will you be demonstrating the ministry-approved self-defense practices in this book?" All eyes turned to Umbridge. If she was targeted, would she practice what she preached? Umbridge straightened her back and said, "There is no danger dash." The doors to the classroom swung open. All eyes turned to see what manner of creature had opened the door to fulfill the curse upon the Dada position. What no one was expecting was that the person who threw open the doors appeared to be a middle-aged balding man wearing jeans, sneakers, and a t-shirt with the word Muggle printed clearly on the front for all to read. Without introducing himself, the shirt-identified Muggle walked into the class through the line between rows directly up to Professor Umbridge. Not recognizing the man, Umbridge frowned and stated, "Who are you and what are you doing, interrupting my class?" The man gave a harmless smile at the woman but did not answer. Umbridge did not like that and raised her wand to shoot a spell at the man before he got any closer. He twisted to the side to dodge the spell and reached out to snatch her wand and toss it behind him. Umbridge gasped in outrage, but before she could shout a word of complaint, the Muggle's mighty fist connected with her cheek, sending her to the floor. The Muggle then bent down and grabbed the woman's collar with one hand to lift her into position for his other fist to continue doing its good work. After 2 hits, the defense professor realized she could not escape his grip and she shouted, "Help! Get him off me!" Hermione spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, according to Chapter 17, Part 2, Paragraph 3, "In the event that an assault on a witch or wizards by parties unknown is witnessed, we are not allowed to assist in any way but calling the Aurors." Harry Potter, sitting in class with his friends, was not truly understanding what he was witnessing, but in a moment of inspiration, he said, "And I know for a fact that casting any magic in the presence of a Muggle is forbidden, especially if we are underaged. If anyone of yous casts a spell in the presence of this muggle, the ministry will snap your wand. Umbridge shouted, call an auror. With that, Hermione got up and walked to the classroom exit. Before leaving, she turned to the rest of the class and asked, does anyone else want to follow the professor's instructions and get an auror with me? Starting with Harry Potter, everyone else in class got up one after another and followed Hermione out while the unknown muggle continued to beat up Professor Umbridge. Harry was the only one who noticed on the way out that Hermione stepped on Umbridge's wand, snapping it as she left. Ron ran quickly to catch up to the two and practically shouted, that was brilliant. Some time later, Umbridge was taken to the hospital wing by McGonagall as some students actually asked to use her flow to call the aurors and she understandably asked why, before rushing over to find Umbridge alone, unconscious, and covered in bruises. When she awoke in the hospital wing, she demanded action, but the problem was that Umbridge couldn't do anything against the culprit. There were no middle-aged balding men in the castle, meaning someone had likely used a polyjuice potion on themselves before entering and Umbridge had not been able to find the assailant before the potion wore off. The next morning, the Daily Prophet that arrived had a new story. The front page bore a large picture of Professor Umbridge being beaten by a muggle. The headline stated, Brilliant New Teacher's Successful Demonstration of New Dada Curriculum. The article praised Umbridge as an wondrous innovator, who was able to bring a fresh new perspective on how the ministry expects all witches and wizards to defend themselves. The article even included multiple quotes from the newest, ministry-approved, defense textbook all students had been required to obtain showing exactly what is expected of those under assault. The ministry was less than prepared for the public's reaction. Though every parent of every student did purchase the new ministry-approved text for their children, that certainly did not mean they had read it themselves. This changed after the story was read. The fact that the book clearly outlines multiple instances where it was illegal to defend yourself was not something even the Dark families could easily ignore. The Dark families were also unable to overlook the fact that the one the ministry charged with the teaching of their children was completely unable to defend herself against a magicless muggle. The Daily Prophet was asked to retract the story, but the entire stock of prints had been sold out and reprints were already scheduled for the evening. Besides, all the head of the Daily Prophet had to do to refuse a retraction was ask, which part of the story did you find inaccurate? The picture was real, the story was real, the quotes from the new text were real. How could they print a retraction of a real story? Or at least that was how the head phrased his polite rejection of their request. The public outcry forced the ministry to remove the new text and send an auror to replace Umbridge and go back to teaching the old textbook. If the minister was not seen fixing a problem everyone recognized, like a Dada teacher unable to fend off a supposed muggle, his popularity would plummet and he had to be seen doing something. A man no one recognized as an older version of Harry Potter sat at Diagon Alley's ice cream shop going over the Daily Prophet for the last few days with a sigh. He was always a fan of efficiency and he'd wanted to see the most efficient way of taking down Umbridge using as little resources as possible. Shapeshifting to pummel Umbridge, an invisibility cloak over a wizarding camera on a tripod to snap a wizarding photo on a timer, a note to Hermione, and a gift of the story and picture to read a skeeter with a small threat involving a water beetle to get it published. Replace the shapeshifting with a polyjuice potion and get a partner to snap the picture if you couldn't get a camera with a timer and anyone could have done the same with a little know-how and enough skill to dodge a few spells before disarming the toad. In the book, Umbridge was a threat because of her credentials, so she could not be beaten as long as she had those to back her up. By making it known that she was a defense professor who did not know how to defend herself, her credentials were suddenly worth far less. Still, Harry was wholly unsatisfied by the efficient route. This was more of a proof of concept than anything else. In any case, this was just his first stop. Harry had already purchased all the excess magical ingredients from all the stores over the world and stored them, and soon he'd go to the next world. Before going, Harry did a few things, of course not related to Umbridge. He decided he'd do this in every universe he visited where applicable. Harry gave Luna Lovegood a Snorkack egg. Even if she carried it with her at all times after it hatched, no one would remember but her, so she couldn't get in trouble for it. Harry collected all the Horcruxes besides Nagini and put them in a box marked Horcruxes, and mailed them to Sirius Black along with the instructions for a ritual that would safely remove the soul shard from Harry's forehead. The box included a few spells that could use a Horcrux to directly curse the being the Horcrux originated from, and Harry had complete faith that Sirius Black would use those curses responsibly. The package's sender was signed as Harry's hand, to fulfill the prophecy of Volda being brought down by the hand of the other. Oh, he also found Hedwig and gave her the ability to teleport and shoot lasers out of her eyes. He'd do the same for every Hedwig of every universe. In any case, now that the warm-up was done, it was time to really start having fun. But before he left for the next universe, he got the feeling he was forgetting something. After thinking about it for a few moments he remembered, Umbridge. The next day, Dolores Umbridge found herself without her replacement wand, with her magic completely bound, and with her memories slightly modified in a Muggle insane asylum. She screamed to whoever listened that she was the senior undersecretary for the Minister of Magic and that they would be sorry. However, because her magic was sealed, no owl or patroness or tracking spell could find her. The modification to her memory made her believe Diagon Alley was located in the royal palace, so no one would grant her permission to return there and buy a new wand. All other locations such as Hogwarts, Platform 9 and 3/4, St. Mungo's, and the Ministry of Magic itself, were also edited, so she was unable to give any sort of evidence of proper locations. Even when people bothered to search the locations she mentioned and found nothing, she would insist that Muggles could not get in and demand them to release her immediately. Thanks to a few computer glitches and a few donations and spells, the Dolores Umbridge of this world would spend the remainder of her days locked in a padded cell and told she was delusional without any means of proving she was right or escaping her personal hell on Earth. In the next universe, Harry didn't even bother with any setup. Within the Dada class, Hermione raised her hand on the course guidelines and asked her usual questions. "There's nothing in this book about casting spells." In her sickeningly sweet pitch, the Toad Woman replied, "Wizards much older and cleverer than you have devised our new program of study. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." The Harry Potter of this world asked, "What's the use of that? If we're going to be attacked, it won't be in a dash." Umbridge interrupted, "Hand, Mr. Potter," shutting him up. Another student raised his hand to address the question. "Well, it's like Harry said, isn't it? If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free." Putting a bit of steel in her voice, Umbridge states loudly, "I repeat, do you expect to be attacked during my classes?" As if answering the question, the door to the classroom shot open and a terrifying figure was revealed behind it. Dolores pulled her wand and shouted, stupefied, the moment she saw a figure. What she did not expect, in fact what no one expected, was for the red stunner cast by the professor to be deflected by a glowing beam of light. What was even more unexpected was that the beam appeared to be held by a tall, inhuman, skeletal creature with 2 legs, 4 arms, and sand-gray metal plating over its body. It stepped forward, its metal talons clicking on the ground with each step as its height and skeletal appearance drew gasps of fear and horror from all those within. Beneath the metal faceplate the creature wore were 2 piercing yellow eyes which locked on Umbridge. It moved forward and said in a raspy voice, "General Kenobi." Umbridge had no idea how to respond to that, so she fired a blasting hex. Another beam of light shot out from a cylinder held by another of the monstrosity's hands and deflected the blasting hex at the back wall. The imposing figure approached the professor, its menace greater with each step. Umbridge was unable to stop herself from panicking and crying out with fear as her feeble attempts to attack the creature were rendered useless by the glowing beams of light it held. A moment later one of the creature's arms grabbed Umbridge's wand hand while another of its arms grabbed the wand she carried. He brought it to his face to inspect it before putting it into a holster on his waist next to an assortment of silver cylinders. The creature then threw Umbridge against the back wall with a resounding thud. It stepped over her desk and placed its taloned foot over her, pressing her down as she screamed and cried out in fear. It then bent down to get a closer look at her, inspecting her for a moment before stating, "You are not General Kenobi." It then turned and walked out the room, stepping over the desk again and heading out the door. No one had moved a muscle out of reflexive fear when the creature appeared, and none of the students moved before it had exited the classroom and walked down the halls, the clicking of its taloned feet growing dimmer with each step. Dean Thomas, the student who asked the question Harry was prevented from answering, was the first to speak. "So, about those practice lessons." Umbridge did not in fact have a change of heart and elect to allow the students of Hogwarts to practice their spell work in her class. Instead she straightened her clothes, gave a very, very forced smile, told everyone to start reading chapter 1 of their books and that she would be out for a bit. Once in her office she used the built-in flow to call the Aurors. The words, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, were used almost a dozen times during the flu call and eventually 3 Aurors came through, one of which was Senior Auror Rufus Scrimgeour. He got Umbridge's statement while the other 2 searched the castle for the metal skeleton, but were of course unable to find it. When the other 2 returned, Auror Scrimgeour told them to return to the ministry. Umbridge noticed this and stated, "Where are they going? They have not yet found the one who attacked me." Scrimgeour nodded and asked, "What is it you would like us to do, Madam Undersecretary?" As if it was perfectly sensible, Umbridge demanded, "Scour the castle? Find it and give it the Dementor's kiss." Scrimgeour looked pensive and said, "Yes, that would be all right. Would you terribly mind making such a recommendation to our esteemed minister?" Umbridge responded with a confused look. Why would she have to do that? It wasn't her job to catch criminals. Noticing her reaction, Scrimgeour continued, "You see, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been quite understaffed and underfunded these days due to the new direction our dear minister has been leading us towards. At our current size, we neither have the manpower nor the time to do anything of the sort. I am just a lowly senior Auror, so I cannot requisition the funds required for such a thing." Umbridge had to fight back a sneer. She recognized that the man was refusing to give her any assistance unless she did something for him. If it was anyone else, she'd have him sacked, but Rufus Scrimgeour was a powerful wizard, a hardened veteran, and only below Amelia Bones in the DMLE. More than that though, this man did not take bribes and she had no blackmail material on him. From an outsider's stance his request even seemed perfectly reasonable. She took a few breaths and stated, "Well then, perhaps an assigned Auror." She stopped herself from continuing. An assigned Auror for protection would have to stay with her, including her detentions. If she was assigned someone she could manage, that would be fine, but she did not believe Scrimgeour would assign her someone okay with her use of blood quills in detention. Scrimgeour asked for confirmation, "Did you wish to request security for your classroom? I've never seen a defense teacher ask for protection because she was unable to defend herself." But I'm certain if you request such a thing from our esteemed minister, he will not take it as a sign of a lack of accreditation for your assigned position, and the students who write home about it won't look at it that way either. Through a forced smile, Umbridge gritted her teeth. Weakness was never something that could be displayed, and admitting weakness by asking for protection was a display for the whole of the world to see. Stating in an even higher pitch than normal, she said, I thank you for your time then. I believe I will be able to handle these matters without your assistance. Scrimgeour nodded one last time as he headed through the floor without another word. Fighting back a sneer, Umbridge left her office to return to her classroom. The moment she stepped into the hall, she saw something there, staring back at her from the end of the hall. It was a velociraptor. It stared her down and she immediately reached for her wand, which she then remembered had been taken. Seeing the movement, the velociraptor opened its jaws and hissed, before it started running at her. Umbridge screamed and ran down the hall as fast as her fat legs would take her. The thump of each step the dinosaur took behind her jarring her senses. She made it to the Dada class and ran in and closed the door behind her as fast as she could to the bewildered looks of the assembled student body. To the stares she received, she stated, go back to reading. Everyone remained silent until the end of the class and Umbridge stayed at her desk as the students got up and left for their next classes. When a student opened the door, she peered over the group and confirmed there was nothing waiting for them as they left for their next class. She waited at her desk for the next group of students to enter and just like the previous class, she instructed the students to get out their books and read, despite the fact that this group of students were 6th years. Umbridge spent the class staring at the door and her paranoia was rewarded when the door opened again and a massive, ugly troll walked in carrying the carcass of the front half of a slaughtered deer. Umbridge still didn't have her wand and was unable to do anything than back away as the creature approached her desk. Once it arrived at her desk, it set the front half of the dead deer it carried onto the desk and stared at Umbridge with unknown expectations. The silence of the room was interrupted when one of the 6th-year students said, it's a male troll. He's presenting an offering. If you don't accept it, the troll will kill you. Without a better idea, Umbridge gave a fake smile to the troll and said, Thank you, I accept this gift. The troll gave a dopey smile and walked around the desk and grabbed Umbridge before turning around and walking off. Umbridge shouted, unhand me, unhand me. The student from before said, you've accepted his courtship offering which means you've accepted being the troll's mate. Umbridge shrieked, what? But you said no. No one heard from the woman again, and the following classes were taught by an off-duty Auror who was less insistent on the theoretical-only rule. Later that year when Harry Potter was lured to the Hall of Prophecies, he was followed by Hedwig who, to everyone's surprise, started removing the arms, legs, and heads of various Death Eaters with her newly acquired laser vision. Even when Voldemort showed up, Hedwig teleported behind him and cut the man's arm off when he barely dodged the laser out of reflex. Dumbledore showed up a moment later with no idea how Harry had disarmed Voldemort, but not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Dumbledore knocked out the Dark Lord and tied him up. He would later discover that the Dark Lord had been cursed with terrible luck by Sirius Black who had received an unusual gift earlier than year. In the next universe, Umbridge did not wait at her desk on the first day of class, but arrived after the students. As she began going over the course guidelines and confirmed that there would be no spell practice in class, the door opened once more. Standing at the entrance was a horrid figure, an unspeakably thin-robed man with empty eye sockets and shriveled cracked skin over exposed bones. It was a lich. The lich carried a staff and Umbridge quickly shot a spell at the creature which was deflected with the lich's open hand. The lich waved his staff and Umbridge was lifted into the air and thrown all the way out the classroom where the door shut, leaving the class with the lich. The lich looked at the writing on the blackboard and waved a hand, erasing it. He then picked up a piece of chalk and wrote Mr. Bones on the board before he turned around and said to the class in a raspy, withered voice, I am Mr. Bones. You can call me Mr. Bones or Professor Bones. Until a suitable replacement is acquired, I will be teaching this class. Harry Potter was the first to raise his hand. The lich pointed at him and asked, yes. Will we be learning to defend ourselves using magic? Well, that is what I will be teaching you, so yes. Yes you will. Hermione was the next to raise her hand and be called on. She asked, are you a lich? Yes I am. I'm about 800 years old and in my time used to be a Dark Lord, when that title held some meaning. The door to the class was pounding, likely the toad trying to get back in, but was ignored. A student from Slytherin asked, what do you mean, when the title of Dark Lord held meaning? A Dark Lord is someone who protects the practitioners of dark magics from unjust prosecution. Such things were common long ago and a Dark Lord was a respected force to keep magic balanced. The little shit you all are familiar with who claims the current title has killed more practitioners of dark magic than anyone else in the last century. Blue flames glowed in the being's empty eye sockets as he spoke the last statement. Another student asked, are you related to the Bones family? My descendants, though they appear to have stopped using necromancy which is a bit of a shame really. In any case, let us begin. You have your owls this year, and I will do what I can to teach you what you need. How far you go will depend on your own effort. The students started taking notes on his lecture. If nothing else, no one was going to fall asleep in this man's class. When the class ended, the doors opened and Umbridge and Headmaster Dumbledore were there, waiting. The students left and Dumbledore entered and had a look at the lich. Umbridge took out her wand and fired a blasting hex right at the Lich, but it was blocked again by the creature's skeletal hand. Dumbledore just observed. The Lich motioned with his staff and Umbridge's wand was shot out of her hand and landed on the ceiling, somehow remaining there in defiance of gravity. Dumbledore had actually used a headmaster's privilege to listen in on the Lich's lecture while waiting for the door to open and did not mind the lesson as the Lich had not overstepped his bounds and taught anything but defense measures. Still, he had to make an attempt. Dumbledore stated, "I'm sorry Mr. Bones, but at the moment at least, we have already fulfilled our staffing requirements for this class." The Lich replied without emotion, "I do not mind taking over. As for the current staff, this creature is unfit to teach." Umbridge shouted in outrage, "You abomination! You cannot teach students here. It is against ministry law." The Lich replied, "Which law? Is there a law that prevents the dead from teaching at Hogwarts?" Both Umbridge and Dumbledore thought of Professor Binns. The existence of such a law would prevent him from being a teacher, so his status as a teacher proved that such a law did not exist. The Lich stated, "I will be teaching these classes today. If you don't want me to teach again, just say so and I will not return tomorrow." Umbridge immediately left to call the Aurors, but predictably, was told they did not have enough staff to fight a Lich and she was told to avoid it if possible. The next day the Lich did not return. Instead the one who came through the doors was a green ogre. "Hello class. My name is Mr. Shrek." The spells Umbridge fired at the ogre had no effect at all other than pissing the ogre off. He picked her up by the cardigan and tossed her out the door shouting, "Get out of my classroom." After that he picked up the lesson right where the Lich left off. This time Dumbledore didn't even come to the class when Umbridge came over. He said that he was remarkably busy and that she should request the Aurors. Of course they gave the same answer, that they were too understaffed to fight a magic immune ogre. Umbridge tried to get one of the other teachers to help, but they were all teaching classes. Professor McGonagall even added, "I'm sure one such as yourself who was trusted to this position by the Minister of Magic is fully capable of defending yourself. Why else would he choose you to teach defense?" Mr. Shrek continued teaching each class until the end of the day before he left the castle and wandered off. The next day, Umbridge locked the door of her first class using everything she could think of after the last student had entered. After confirming the doors were secure, she made her way to her desk and began lecturing on the day's chapter. She didn't see the shimmer behind her when a man with unkempt pitch black hair removed an invisibility cloak and stunned her from behind. The man smiled as he walked up to the desk and said, "My name is Sirius Black, the escaped alleged mass murderer. And today I will be teaching you how to defend yourselves." The students who were used to this by now didn't even flinch and just went along with it. Every once in a while Umbridge would wake up and Sirius would stun her again. By lunchtime he just tied her up and left her in the corner while he taught the day's classes. When it was time for the 5th year's class, Harry was happy to see his godfather and the pair had a few mock duels for practice along with the rest of the class while Umbridge sat bound and gagged in the back of the room screaming into the cloth over her mouth. After the last class Sirius turned every picture of cats in Umbridge's office into dogs and left her still bound. One of the house elves eventually showed up and released her. The next day, Umbridge was fuming since her request to have Dementors for personal guards was denied. She did all she could to prepare herself for her first class once more, even tossing flour around the room to point out any footprints or invisibility cloaks. She started up her lecture and a sphere of lightning appeared in front of her desk. It grew larger and larger before vanishing. Within the sphere was a metal frame robot that looked extremely advanced, not that any in class other than the Muggleborns and Half-Bloods knew what it was. Umbridge reflexively cast every spell she could think of but the robot had a shield around it which rendered the spells inert. It approached her and hit her with a taser to knock her out before it took her place at the desk and started lecturing in a robotic voice, picking up where Sirius Black had left off. On Friday, the last day of the week, Umbridge looked extremely frazzled in her first class. The students were almost gleeful with anticipation. When the door that was covered in chains and boards started smoking, many of the students almost cheered. Dolores was shaking her head in denial. "No, no, no, not another one, no." A hole in the door burned open and a sphere of flesh covered in eye stalks with a massive grotesque mouth floated through the door. It was a beholder. Umbridge screamed and started casting spells but one of the eyes of the beholder was locked onto her and her spells came to naught. Umbridge backed into a wall muttering to herself and the beholder floated over to the desk and faced the class. And then it started its lecture while Umbridge curled up into the fetal position for the remainder of the day. The visiting Harry Potter shook his head as he watched the woman break down. He was sad it only took a week. With the exception of Shrek and the robot, the other teachers were all real and getting them to agree to this had been fun, especially for Sirius Black. Next week Harry wanted to get Grindelwald, but since this Umbridge already appeared broken, Harry would call the Lich again and ask him to be her permanent replacement. Time for the next universe. The Umbridge of his next universe had been terrorizing the students and staff for a number of months already and had carved out I must not tell lies from a number of hands and gotten Trelawney fired and had appointed a number of Slytherins into a private inquisitorial squad. This universe's Hedwig was most appreciative of the gift of laser vision as it was attacked by several other birds who tried to intercept its letters. When Harry gave it laser vision and teleportation, this Hedwig teleported outside and proceeded to fry all the ministry birds responsible for intercepting letters. Apparently it was a rather vindictive bird. The next day, all Slytherin boys received a package from Umbridge and on their wall in the Slytherin common room was hung a new educational decree. Educational Decree Number 69. All male students are to wear the ministry-approved articles beneath their robes. The packages were opened as they were apparently the approved articles, and though the boys did not recognize what the articles were, they still put them on as per the educational decree. During breakfast, every male Slytherin who put on the gift suddenly found that their robes had vanished, leaving only the articles they were required to wear visible for everyone to see. It was leather bondage attire. As there were no Muggleborns and few half-bloods who would recognize such things in Slytherin, none of the males understood what they were. They also discovered to their growing horror that most of the outfits were different from one another. The students of the other houses laughed and the teachers were outraged. Eventually they found the fake educational decree in the common room. The thoroughly humiliated males went to bed with a heavy heart that night. In the next morning, each and every one woke up lying next to Umbridge, who was under the covers in the same bed, looking at them. She said, "I'm pregnant." The collective screams of the Slytherin house woke up everyone in the castle, despite the fact that they were located in the dungeons. The illusion had vanished when the boys got out of bed and didn't return. Only the fact that everyone experienced the same thing became evidence they had actually seen something. Later that day, Umbridge was noticed never sitting down, touching anything, or eating in the Great Hall. She had discovered to her displeasure that anything she sat on started screaming, including her bed. Anything she touched started screaming with the exception of her wand and clothes. And anything she ate also came alive and begged for mercy. "Please, I beg of you, eat me but leave my children alone. Don't eat my children." Umbridge was not amused. She had brought up the issue with the remainder of the staff, but none was able to find a cause or fix the issue. She had to leave the castle each night and rent a room at Hogsmeade to sleep in a bed that did not scream. After she became headmaster, the castle started filling with horned rabbits who would wander around the halls. The students adored them as they were gentle and fluffy, but if any of them saw Umbridge, they would jump at her and stab her with their sharp horn. Attacking one caused the rest to gather from all sides and she'd be quickly overrun. She demanded the teachers to get rid of them, but each teacher responded with the fact that such things were the duty of the headmaster. Everything was still screaming at her and she couldn't sit during classes, so she had to stand all day during every class lest her chair scream bloody murder and demand to be put out of its misery. Every door handle would shout, causing the rabbits nearby to notice her and charge. She'd been forced to use her inquisitorial squad to open the doors and she still had to sleep outside of the accused castle. A few weeks before the students were to take their owls, Dolores was in her office having a member of the inquisitorial squad grade papers for her to prevent the papers and pens from screaming when she held them. The door opened and she turned to ask, "Yes? Who is it?" A student could be seen, but his face was downturned and she did not know who it was. What she did notice was that the student held a horned rabbit. The student tossed the rabbit into the room. Umbridge shouted, but then she noticed another figure. Another student tossed another rabbit into her office. And another, and another, and another. From the other side of her door were dozens and dozens of students. Each had found and picked up a rabbit and each had brought it over and was tossing it inside the classroom. Umbridge made herself very quiet, doing what she could not to draw the attention of the rabbits as the path to the only exit to the room filled with rabbits. Umbridge made her way to the flue but found no matter what she did, it would not light up. The flue was not working. She turned again and saw over 50 rabbits in the room. Suddenly, her shoes started screaming. "Kill me, I can't take it anymore, get her off me or kill me, burn me alive, I can't stand the stench of toad feet." The rabbits all turned to her. She started casting, but she was not an auror. She had no way to strike 50 targets at the same time. The students outside had already barred the door to prevent her from escaping, and as they left, each had lined up to face the wand of a 7th-year student who volunteered to obliviate everyone who participated. No one would remember they were a part of this but that student. But since that student had an alibi provided by a polyjuice potion and a friend, he was safe from questioning in the first place. The next day, all the rabbits were gone and McGonagall took up the position of temporary headmaster as Umbridge had been eaten by rabbits. Again, this universe's Harry was tricked to go to the Hall of Mysteries, but again Hedwig saved the day. As for the visiting Harry, he was somewhat satisfied, but still had a way to go before he fully got the desire to make Umbridge suffer out of his system. The Umbridge of the next universe started her first class by handing out the assigned textbooks since they had not finished printing before the letters for the year had gone out. The first class of each year went as it always did, but the night after each student of every year had received a textbook, something unusual occurred. The contents of the ministry-approved textbook changed. With the exception of books owned by the Slytherin students, every page of every book in the other 3 houses was replaced by a wizarding photo of someone doing something, and below the photo was a caption of who was doing what. Captions from various pages included things like, Cornelius Fudge accepting bribes from Lucius Malfoy on August 12th to speak in favor of the Muggleborn registration bill. In fact, half the book consisted solely of illicit acts performed by the minister. Most of the students did not notice the moment the change occurred, but others who did showed them, and suddenly the most boring textbook on the face of the earth had become the must-read piece of literature for every student in the school. Hundreds of letters were written by students, and the prefects formed groups to escort to the Owlry one at a time to send letter after letter. The prefects noticed that no Slytherin students had come to the Owlry and had guessed that house had been left out of it. Each prefect elected not to inform their head of house until the next morning, after all the letters had gone out. The next day of Umbridge's class, when she asked for everyone to get out their textbooks, she was displeased that 3/4 of her students hesitated to do so. Threatening punishment, she demanded everyone get out the book and start reading chapter 2. The non-Slytherin students eventually did so, but it did not take longer than a moment for Umbridge to recognize that the pages of the books the other students had taken out were not what she was familiar with. To the first student with such a book, she had nearly cursed them, only to discover the book was the same for every non-Slytherin student. Umbridge became quiet for a moment before asking a Hufflepuff student, "Have all the textbooks changed?" The Hufflepuff student slowly nodded, confirming that every one of the books in Hufflepuff changed the prior night and many students had written home about the contents. It wasn't even noon before the Minister of Magic had come to Hogwarts himself, followed by every Auror he could find and made his way to the Dada class. Upon opening the door, he spotted Umbridge and shouted, "Dolores, what on earth do you think you are doing giving students a book like that?" Umbridge flinched and meekly replied, "No, I swear it wasn't me. The books changed on their own? It must have been Dumbledore." Minister Fudge shook his head and motioned for the Aurors to surround Umbridge. He said, "I should have seen this coming. You have been trying to take my position all this time, haven't you?" Umbridge backed away. No, that's not true. I've been nothing but faithfully loyal to you for years." "It was Dumbledore? It had to be." Fudge gave her one last look before signaling with his hand. An Auror to her side shot a stunner at her to knock her out before the other Auror started levitating her prone body to be taken away. He might have considered this an action of Dumbledore if it weren't for the fact that every picture was taken from within the Ministry during a time Umbridge had been nearby. Many were taken during times it simply could not have been anyone but Umbridge. It would take some doing, but he'd be able to put all of this at her feet and claim it was all fake. She was smart, but not nearly as smart as he was. All the books were confiscated and burned. Because they could not risk printing more for the same thing to happen, they returned to using the old textbooks when a replacement teacher was found. Umbridge was still pleading innocence when she had been tossed through the veil of death. Fudge would never allow this to go to trial after all. In the next universe, Umbridge stopped showing up to teach classes after her first day. She didn't even show up to torture Potter with detention. What use was detention and teaching when love was what mattered most? She didn't know how, but she knew exactly where her true love was. She made her way to Malfoy Manor, and once she got there, the door opened and there stood Voldemort. He ran to her and grabbed his true love and embraced her. Every Death Eater watching this threw up. Bellatrix Lestrange shrieked with rage so loudly some thought she'd start coughing blood. For weeks Voldemort and Umbridge stayed together in gut-wrenchingly sickening displays of lovey-dovey scenes that the stupidest of Death Eaters could tell was love potion-induced. Of course, the first Death Eater to suggest such a thing to Voldemort was crucioed for 5 minutes by Voldemort and Umbridge before he was allowed to die, so it wasn't a matter easily resolved. Bellatrix eventually discovered that one of the Death Eaters was under the effects of a confundus charm to add love potion to Voldemort's meals, but instead of revealing it, she instead got Severus to make an antidote and added it to the meal for his next meeting. After the meal, Voldemort and Umbridge had become clear-headed as the effect wore off. Voldemort was not pleased. Umbridge's claim of not being the one responsible for this through her screams did little to lessen Voldemort and Bellatrix's fury as they used their favorite curse upon her. The only thing that prevented the pair from cursing her into insanity was the fact that they didn't want her suffering to end so quickly. The Umbridges of the next universes did not get off easily either. Highly advanced hunter drones roamed the castle, attacking her on sight. Every time she entered her office, it was filled with horny toads which gave her very suggestive looks. Swans attacked her and she was told it was illegal to use magic on swans as all swans in Britain were owned by the Queen. Frankenstein's monster would occasionally show up for her classes and remove its own arm to use as a club to beat Umbridge with. And Hedwig would shoot low-powered lasers at her butt every time she left the castle. There was one instance where Harry just took one Dolores from one world and threw her into another identical world without the latter knowing. Without any interference from Harry, the two Dolores met and argued and attacked each other violently. One of Umbridge's greatest fears was losing everything, and another woman appearing to completely take everything that was yours fell perfectly in line with her greatest fears. The dimension-hopping Harry was just about satisfied, but he needed one more to get it out of his system. He saved the best for last. The Dolores Umbridge of this universe was not enjoying her time at Hogwarts. Nothing particularly bad had occurred, but she had started seeing things. Out of the corner of her eye, something would sometimes reach out from the shadows, but was gone when she turned her head. The faces and forms of various students and faculty would change into bizarre monstrosities with misshapen mouths and eyes in the wrong locations, but only when she wasn't directly looking at them. More than once she had accidentally attacked a student and Aurors had been called due to the coincidence that the student she attacked was usually a Slytherin with well-bred parents. Over the course of the year the shadow around her grew darker and would often pulse like a heartbeat when she wasn't looking directly at them. Tentacle-like growths would reach out of the shadows towards her every time she wasn't looking at them, causing her to often turn every which way as she walked. Several times she had caught herself staring at the pictures of cats she'd hung on the wall and found that some of them had slowly changed into grotesque abominations. She'd tried showing students or teachers, but the pictures had returned to normal when others saw them. Umbridge did her best to hide the fact that she was slowly losing her mind from others, but the fact that she jumped at every shadow and never stopped turning her head to look at every corner of a room didn't help her hide it very much. One day she returned to her office and nearly shrieked in horror when every picture of every cat she owned had transformed into a tentacled monstrosity. She immediately pulled out her wand and destroyed every picture. The day of the next class of 5th year Dada students, everyone noticed she had looked far more frazzled and deranged than normal. Then the door to the classroom opened, and in walked an orange-striped tabby cat. Umbridge failed miserably at not showing her fear and pulled out her wand to curse the cat. The moment she held it, she felt the leathery slimy feeling and looked at her wand to discover it was a pitch-black writhing tentacle. She screamed and dropped it as the orange cat came closer and closer. She looked back at the orange cat and shouted, "Get back! Get back, you filthy creature!" Unfortunately for Umbridge, this cat did not like to be insulted. Its mouth opened and a mass of purple serrated tentacles far larger in volume than the cat itself shot out. The students of the classroom screamed, but none louder than Umbridge, as several tentacles grabbed her legs and very slowly pulled her into the gaping black pit. She screamed and cried and begged, but none of the students were able to move in front of the eldritch horror. With a final tug, Umbridge was pulled into the center of the mouth, which shrunk and returned into the orange tabby cat's mouth. No one moved as the cat turned and walked out the classroom. The visiting Harry Potter watched with pleasure. His ritual had completed. Harry had been collecting the suffering of every Umbridge from every universe he'd visited, and now he'd finally reached the required saturation. Using the Space Stone, the Reality Stone, the Mind Stone, and Time Lord Math, Harry created a ritual which would share the suffering of the Umbridges he'd visited with every Umbridge throughout the multiverse who was essentially the same character. Umbridges who were nothing like the vile creatures he'd been messing with would not be affected, but every Umbridge who was basically the same woman would feel the echo of all the suffering of every Umbridge he'd played with. Doing so, Harry was satisfied. He'd successfully tormented every Umbridge in every multiverse. He'd also collected centuries worth of useful and rare magical ingredients, so the fact that he was able to torment Umbridge while he was essentially out shopping was just icing on the cake, since he could return to his home universe a few minutes after he left to do this in the first place. In any case, playtime was over. He needed to introduce Loki to the board of directors to proceed with the handing over of the company. That would be fun too. Chapter 106. Chapter 106 Loki gets a day job. Author's note. I'll have more HP verse chapters later. I just needed to get that one out of my system. Sorry for the delay. It took a while for me to figure out how a realistic meeting between Loki and the goblins would go, which caused a massive writer's block. I hated every idea I thought of, and it took a while before I came up with something that felt true to both Loki and the goblins and would not disappoint. Chapter 106 Loki gets a day job. Harry almost felt bad for Loki. Almost. He had just portaled them into the hallway behind a door that led where the board of directors were assembled, and Loki was going to meet them for the first time. Loki did his best to hide his excitement. Clint Barton had told him all about Harry's board of directors while under Loki's control, as Clint had been one of the agents tasked with monitoring and gathering intel on them all. They were incompetent puppets who held no real power outside of paper, so Loki of course knew that Harry Potter was the only true voice of the company. A voice he just signed over. Loki read over the signing contract multiple times before Odin offered him his freedom. Though a magical contract, the only real clauses of any significance amounted to Loki being unable to quit the job without finding a suitable replacement, and nothing he did using the company could visibly break any laws. Yes, the word visibly was clearly written into the contract. That meant bribery, lying, cheating, threats, stealing, blackmailing, potions and subtle magics were all on the table, both in and out of the company. The only real threat within the company was Harry Potter. Despite the fact that Harry was handing over all his authority over the company, Loki was aware that Potter never specifically mentioned he was giving up the power of the company. That meant Harry was only signing everything over in print, not in power. Harry likely had the full loyalty of the board of directors, so even if they were puppets, they were Harry's puppets. Loki accepted the challenge, of course. First he would have to get the board of directors onto his side. Harry Potter had a great many strengths, but Loki could tell he was not a people person and not a qualified leader. He was a revolutionary, an agent of change. Loki on the other hand was charismatic, charming, and had been manipulating others for centuries. Loki wanted to see Harry Potter's face when he had the board of directors eating out of his hand before the end of their first meeting. Harry opened the door and the first thing Loki noticed was the smell. It instinctively made him flash his teeth. Only one creature in the 9 realms possessed that distinct odor. Loki was unable to hide his revulsion at the sight of the board of directors. Goblins. Harry, pretending not to notice the disgusted look on Loki's face, walked over to board member Skullcracker and handed him Harry's notice of resignation and appointment of his replacement. The notice was short and to the point, and after going over it the goblin handed it to the next member, who did the same before looking over Potter's replacement. Harry looked forward to each goblin's self-introduction. Goblin true names were rarely given to others, so the name each goblin introduced himself as was actually a made-up name they gave themselves after coming of age. This was a goblin secret it took some time for Harry to learn. It allowed goblins to trick others by signing a magically binding contract using their false name. This led to the rumor that goblins could not be trusted, which was completely earned and was the reason no one other than Harry ever worked with them before this point. As of this moment Harry no longer had anything to do with the goblins and could technically leave, but this show was not one he wanted to miss, so he walked back to Loki. Loki used magic to prevent his voice from being heard by others and his lips from being read before he practically snarled, "Goblins." Harry calmly replied, "I said I would provide you with all the resources needed to take over and rule the people of Earth. I said I would give you access to all the resources needed to conquer the world at your leisure. You'll just have to work with goblins to do it." Loki shouted with vehemence, "You cannot expect me to work with such lower life forms." Harry looked offended and replied, "You can't say that. It's not their fault they're so short." Loki gave Harry a flat glare and stated, "You know that is not what I meant." Harry chuckled and continued, "It's not as bad as it looks. They've been badgering me about aggressive expansion for years now, so once I'm out of the way they'll do what they can to take over the world with or without your input." Loki sarcastically asked, "Oh? And they will take orders from me?" Harry snorted and laughed at the question. "Only in lip service when your knife is at their throat. You did bring your knife, right?" Loki somehow gave an even flatter stare. Resisting a chuckle, Harry continued, "Stupid question. I know. In any case, this is still everything I promised you. All the resources needed to take over and rule the people of Earth. Since capitalism is king, this company will eventually grow large enough to dictate the lives of everyone on the planet, and the one in charge of the company basically rules the planet." Loki argued, "But you never said anything about goblins." Harry smiled and noticed that the last member of the board had finished reading the memo, so Harry removed Loki's illusion and pointed to his side. "Hello everyone, this is Loki. He moved out of his parents' basement the other day and now has to work for a living. I've signed over everything in my name in this company to him." Loki actually coughed so hard at the absurdity of that introduction, Harry could have swore he saw a drop of blood. But it was just an impression. The fact that Harry alluded to the Asgardian prison as Loki's parents' basement didn't do the Norse god any favors when it came to first impressions. Harry stepped aside, clearly motioning for Loki to introduce himself. Thankfully, dealing with Thor for hundreds of years was enough to give Loki a great deal of experience at recovering from absurdity. Loki stepped forward and stated with confidence, "I am Loki, formerly of Asgard, and I have come to lead you all to your destiny." Rather than ask what destiny Loki was referring to, board member HARRYPOTTER asked, "What is it you offer?" Slightly offended that his bait had been ignored, he asked for clarification, "I beg your pardon." Board member Stonefist answered, "Potter was only allowed to work with us because it was his gold used for all initial purchases. Gold he acquired through blood and battle." Every goblin in the room gave a toothy smile of approval at that. The only thing better than gold was gold acquired through the freshly shed blood of your enemies. Clearly seeing Loki's lack of understanding, board member Ironcutter stated, "We care not if he has gifted." Every goblin in the room sneered at the word, "his assets to you. What do you offer to this table that would make us care to listen to a single sound from your throat?" Loki, clearly taken aback, answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "I bring the wisdom of Asgard." Board member Spinesplitter asked, "And you don't bring evidence this wisdom has any value?" Board member Axebreaker remarked aloud, "It doesn't seem to be very good wisdom then, does it?" All the goblins in the room gave a sharp-toothed chuckle at this. A few already had their hands under the desk, clearly gripping their blades. Loki sneered. He hated goblins. Everyone hated goblins. They were nasty, filthy beasts, and they grew worse over time, so they must never be allowed to exist one-sided. It was clear that these goblins descended from a culture a great many hundreds of years old, older than any goblins he'd ever heard of. This meant they were very dangerous. Goblin magic was not to be underestimated. Goblin weapons, poisons, and curses were not to be underestimated. Loki knew Asgardians by name who fell to goblins in the past because they underestimated them. If Loki called his brother and told him of this infestation, he knew they'd be willing to exterminate them. But that was the problem. They were, at least on paper, his employees. Killing them all would not grant Loki anything significant. However, Loki was nothing if not flexible. It only took him a few moments to find an answer. He knew what goblins loved. Loki showed his teeth with a confident smile and stated, "The wisdom I bring is of the 9 realms and the treasures they contain. I doubt there are many tombs your kind has yet to explore on Midgard, but what if Midgard was no longer your only option? Asgard, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, Muspelheim, Niflheim, Alfheim, and Nidavellir. Each of these realms contain multiple worlds. Each of these worlds once had nations which lasted far longer than most on Midgard. Civilizations, lost to time and history. Civilizations with trap-filled, treasure-bearing tombs untouched by the inhabitants of these worlds due to their respect for their forefathers." Loki now had the goblins' undivided attention. His smile grew wider. He never doubted himself, of course. So what if he had to point a few dirty goblins down a few smelly holes? The treasures within weren't being used by the people of those worlds, they wouldn't miss it. If one had a sensitive enough level of hearing, they'd notice a very low-pitched growling sound coming from the goblins. This was their language, and though there were rumors of Asgardians being gifted with Allspeak, Harry could tell that Loki had no idea what they were discussing with each other. Harry did, of course. Even if he didn't learn their language years ago, his passive usage of the Mind Stone granted him the ability to understand all languages spoken around him. The oldest member of the board of directors, Goblin Flinttooth, asked, "You have the locations of these tombs and knowledge of means of traversing worlds to them?" "Of course," Loki confidently replied. Flinttooth nodded. "We will discuss more of this in a moment. But before we can acknowledge your taking over of Harry Potter's assets, we have 2 questions. Once Harry Potter leaves, will you have access to him in the future?" Since Harry likely wouldn't go out of his way to speak to another goblin for the rest of his existence, the goblins wanted to make sure they had a way to reach him. Harry answered for Loki, "Yeah, sure. He'll have my number." Which was Harry's way of saying calls to him from Loki would not go to a very disrespectful voicemail box. Flinttooth nodded and asked the second, far more important question. "Second, how many times in the past have you tried to kill Harry Potter?" That question certainly caught Loki off guard. But knowing what he knew about goblins, telling them he'd never tried to kill Harry would not garner any supporters. Loki replied, 19. Harry gave a confused look for a moment. He was only aware of 7 times, but Loki might have tried a dozen other things that did not work, or he was inflating the number for the goblins. Flinttooth nodded, acceptable. We expect more of you in the future. We welcome you, Loki Harrison. Loki's eye twitched and a blade was immediately thrown at Harry's throat. Harry took it as his cue to leave and teleported out. The goblins growled with approval and Flinttooth stated, "Now, tell us more of these tombs." Harry left with a smile, since it looked like Loki would not have to kill 2/3 of the board of directors before taking over the company. Harry couldn't guarantee half of them would have all their limbs intact this time tomorrow, but it was better than nothing. Harry couldn't resist giving Loki that name, since Harry and Loki did have the same eyes and hair color, and Loki needed a Midgardian identity. After the board meeting was over, Harry got a text from Loki, "You know I'll get you back for this. It will happen, and when you least expect it." Harry smiled at Loki's threat and replied via text, "You will try." Loki really did have a few of the more interested ones eating out of his hands, and really was a better leader than Harry, who really didn't care. The company had simply been a crutch for him and he'd outgrown it. A few weeks later, when Harry saw what Loki and the goblins planned, he did have a twinge of regret for what he'd unleashed on the whole of mankind. Loki and the goblins planned to buy Amazon and a few other evil companies and turn their power over the internet into power over all of commerce. Of course, their liquid assets were not even close to enough to purchase Amazon, but Loki was not bound to the statute of secrecy that the goblins were, so a few visits to a few evil corporations would see Loki's magic vs CEO greed. Plenty of ridiculously rich CEOs did in fact know a thing or two about magic, so they would not be entirely unguarded, meaning Loki would not have it simple and easy. People who knew about magic had security measures to plan accordingly, so it wasn't as simple as charming a few people into signing a few documents. The plans would have to be much more thorough. Harry wondered if Loki would try to get the statute of secrecy removed to ensure his employees had more power. Maybe Loki would one day become the supreme mugwump. Something to look forward to. The New Year's came and went, and 2014 started with a bang. The day after Carl Lucas got his powers and escaped Seagate Penitentiary, Harry had the whole place cleaned up and pushed for Mr. Lucas's case to be overturned, since he was clearly framed. It took a few months, but his record was eventually removed. By then, he'd already changed his name to Luke Cage and was running a bar. He was dating Reva Connors, his counselor from Seagate, who'd helped him get back on his feet after he broke out, but he dumped her after she was arrested for being a part of the experiments at Seagate. Harry gave him a card for the Hero Association and confirmed that he could use his old name if he wanted to, since he was no longer a wanted criminal. Summer of 2014, Harry released Immortal Realms without a single advertisement. The fact that the game was a headset instead of a console confused a bunch of people, but once some of them bought it, word spread quicker than the most infectious disease. He named it Immortal Realms since the game was basically a group of worlds that people could go and live much longer lives in. It only took a week for the game to make the news. A full dive immersion game that worked off Wi-Fi, where 4 hours in the game amounts to 1 hour in reality. If that wasn't enough, Harry had a dozen other gimmicks to draw people's attention. Anyone with a brilliant cell phone could link their account to the game, and after reaching level 10, they could use their cell phone's mobile data to connect the headset to the internet without using their plan data. And even without using the headset, they could play the game from their cell phone and set their PC on something of an autopilot, where the PC could follow some simple commands from the phone. The player character could also go into autopilot when players logged out temporarily, so if someone spent 30 minutes on the toilet, their party would not be waiting 2 hours in-game for them to return. If a player got a job during the game, they could have their PC perform said job while in autopilot, giving the player money to use when they logged back in. You could even have a PC on autopilot follow the commands of another player and do simple gathering quests or fight weak monsters on autopilot for EXP with that player. Of course, since accumulated EXP could be stolen by killing a player before they used that EXP to level up at certain locations, autopilot PCs doing quests became easy targets for player killers. And only the simplest, lowest paying jobs would bother hiring someone who spent all their time on autopilot. There were no skilled labor jobs players could get away with doing while on autopilot. There were of course complaints about all sorts of things after a month. One of the biggest complaints was that once a headset was registered to someone, it would never work for someone else, so you could not sell or gift a used headset. Of course, this also prevented theft, so these complaints were completely ignored. Another complaint was character slots. Everyone can only have one character, and if a character is deleted, they must wait 24 hours to make another one unless a fee is paid to skip the wait. Buying a second headset would not work, as it would only register it to the buyer and grant access to the same character as the first headset. Certain things like crimes and punishments from old characters will carry to new characters unless a fee is paid. Probably the biggest selling point though was that people could play it during sleep. The system that caused muscles to be used to allow exercise in-game to affect the body was disabled during sleep, but even 6 hours of sleep was 24 hours in-game, meaning even those with tight sleep schedules could more than double the amount of time in their life by playing the game. Then of course there were the health concerns. A game like this had never been released, so there were no laws or regulations that existed to ensure the game was not detrimental to the players over the long term. This let people complain about whatever they wanted without having ever played the game. Each safety concern was answered. Playing the game did not fully disconnect a person from their body, it made their mind ignore their body, the same way it does during sleep. If someone poked someone while they were playing the game, they would no longer ignore their body and could regain control at any time. If used while awake, the muscle mover function could be enabled or disabled, so fighting monsters all day every day would not in fact turn the player into a human blob. The most complaints from players came from the difference in treatment between those playing under 18 and those playing over 18. Those playing under 18 had access to a lot of free stuff, but only if they attended the local school which taught the unique language of the world and knowledge of the world. They had access to free training and teachers, while those above 18 who wanted to attend said school to learn the same things, had to pay for it using in-game currency. Of course, the kids complained that they had to attend school in a game, but once they started learning magic and how to fight monsters, most stopped complaining. The funniest complaints were about the combat difficulty. Plenty of people learned the hard way that swinging a sword like a stick does not slice. Some learned to pull their sword as they slashed to cut, others just exchanged swords for maces and axes, which worked perfectly fine being smashed into things. People with the artificer class made guns, of course. Harry actually released the game a month early for wizards to let them get used to it. The wizard headset looked a bit different to prevent it from feeling muggle, and most wizards started in the same city, an exclusive city for wizards. There was even a wizard school there, and Sirius Black agreed to be the headmaster. It was called the Marauders School of Mischief and Mayhem. The other teachers were of course NPCs, and since they were quite good, Sirius was able to convince Hogwarts headmistress McGonagall to allow students to use the headsets. It didn't take longer than a week for most wizards to get a headset. Due to centuries living under the state of secrecy, all wizards have an innate desire to go out and explore and release their magic, and the Immortal Realms gave just that. Due to prior training and knowledge, most wizards started the game with levels in their wizard and druid class, since modern magics combined them. This gave them a massive head start over others, but they needed it because most were quite slow on learning new things. It took 2.5 months before the secret classes were discovered. Since multi-classing was expected, once a player reached a certain level in one or more classes and fulfilled certain criteria, they could gain access to a secret class. Like a level 30 wizard who was also a level 30 druid could gain the necromancer class if they found a certain book or visited a graveyard at night and met certain undead NPCs. If someone became a level 30 thief and a level 30 druid, they might encounter a ninja and gain a chance to acquire the ninja class. Before the end of June, a number of countries banned the game because several magic classes worked through the use of gods, and those classes didn't like magic or gods other than their own. Harry didn't care. Less jerks in the game wasn't something he would complain about since it was their loss. The map of the game was massive. All starting areas were basically small countries on islands in the sea. After reaching level 50 in any class, you could leave the little islands and go to the main continent, which was at a much higher elevation. The topography of the world was basically set so that the lower the elevation, the slower time moved. Sea level was lowest, levels 150, and time moved at 4x Earth. Continents were for levels 51-100, and time on them moved at 20x Earth. Level 101-200 regions were floating continents with expanded spaces and pocket dimensions. Time in them moved at 100x Earth. Above level 200, players could visit different realms where time moved even faster, but getting to that level was not possible through grinding alone. In fact, Harry doubted 90% of players would reach above level 105 in any class. Reaching level 101 meant you have 5x more time to grind levels than level 100, but the difficulty was far more than just 5 times. It would be years before anyone reached level 201, centuries of in-game time. Of course, there were also secrets spread throughout. Some high-level areas contained in pocket dimensions were hidden in low-level areas, forcing players to explore a lot while weak to find treasure lands they could return to once their level rose. If they entered while low level, the speed they experienced would not increase accordingly, so if a level 1 player was taken to a level 100 plus zone, the player would see everyone moving 25x faster, including the monsters. So those without confidence had no way to grind levels in regions much higher than their level. Another secret was that if someone reached level 51 in any class and deleted their character and remade it, they could go to or even start on the continent and get the 20x time despite being level 1. This function was because Harry included a few other races in the game and would only allow someone to select a race other than human if they reached level 51 in any class as a human first and became friends with that race, then deleted their human character. This was because most races other than humans did not live in the sea, but on the continent or higher level areas. Nowhere on the box or description of the game did it mention that after reaching level 51 and leaving the sea, time would go from 4x to 20x. Harry also made sure this knowledge would not become available through the NPCs until the first player reached level 51. Players would be able to learn that the NPCs believed that those who lived on the continent lived for hundreds of years, but the NPCs would not mention how that worked, only that players could not go there until they were strong enough. The reason for hiding this was because it was too much for any country to take. 4x speed and 20x speed were completely different. At 4x speed, you still lived 1 out of every 2 or 3 days on Earth, so there wasn't much of an issue. At 20x speed, even people who only played while sleeping and only slept 6 hours would have 6 days in-game for every day they spent on Earth. No country would want their citizens to spend more time in what was basically a foreign country than their home country. The factory that made the headsets wasn't even on Earth, and Harry had enough for everyone. They never sold out and were relatively cheap for what they could do. Even at 4x speed, no-lifers who played at all times still took a while to get a single class to level 51. Harry kept track of a few and figured the first would make it before the end of July. To keep the public distracted, Harry finally opened the Heroes Association. The remains of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been converted into staff and Coulson and Steve Rogers were now the heads of the agency. Fury took on a supporting role. He was tired. Harry sent him a headset so he could play around and unwind. Harry was surprised that a few governments contacted him and wanted him to make a prison using the headsets. They assumed Harry could make a headset that fully disconnected people from their body and using it could allow dangerous metahumans to be imprisoned safely by locking away their mind. Harry gave them the finger. He didn't mind if the prisons bought headsets for the inmates, but he designed them to ensure they could not be used to trap people. The Hero Association began gathering mutants and metahumans while also giving Novaforce equipment to qualified individuals. Some of the AI were profiling all the cops in the major cities and the ones who seemed to be the good ones were offered hero training and Novaforce equipment to become Nova Guards. The military and a number of others tried to take the Novaforce equipment, but that didn't go well. In fact, it was very awkward. Even when confiscated using fancy badges and papers filled with signatures, the crystals had their Novaforce diverted to other crystals so it could not be used, and using the built-in spell of Gryffindor's sword, those assigned Novaforce equipment could call the equipment back to them when they got home, making the confiscation of the equipment a joke. By the time word got out that level 51 players could spend 20 days in the game for every day on Earth, the news was filled with footage of flying Nova Guards fighting crime, arresting metahumans breaking the law, and famous heroes training others to do the same. A week later everyone knew and no one cared. Without news channels to hype the facts, people didn't think it was that big of a deal and the news channels which did eventually pick up the story were ignored since Nova Guards and hero stories were cooler than old people complaining about video games everyone liked. On July 31st, Harry's birthday, Harry and the girls spent the day watching the highlights reel of Immortal Realms while eating popcorn. Watching ultra-confident players brag to their friends how awesome they were and then watching them getting killed by a horned rabbit had the group laughing until their sides hurt. Noob areas had horned rabbits, big insects, and skeletons depending on the area. The weak monsters infinitely spawned there, but higher level areas had monsters spawn less frequently, so grinding forever in a higher level area was not possible. It wasn't like players couldn't find training. There were training grounds and players could pay for training or just watch others. The best option was to enlist in the local military to get training and even a bit of pay since those who passed the training could get the job of guard duty which was a simple enough job to be done in autopilot. So training on how to fight and pay when you're not playing? Plenty of players did eventually figure this out and once the player-made guides were posted on the internet, it was one of the main ways to train. The day after Harry's birthday, he noticed a message after checking on the system logs from the Andromeda Galaxy. Peter Quill, Groot, and Rocket the Raccoon had been arrested. Harry smiled. It was time to visit some old friends. Chapter 107, Chapter 107 Guardians of the Galaxy. Author's note. Yes, there will be actions and things which don't immediately make sense. Questions you get during the chapter will be answered by the end of the chapter. Chapter 107 Guardians of the Galaxy. Harry picked out a bench in his favorite park on Nova Prime and connected to the planet's network with his tablet before sitting down and finding out the list of events that led to the incarceration of 3 of the only people he knew in this galaxy at the same time. What he found made him laugh. Yesterday, Peter Quill had decided to leave the nest that was the Ravagers by taking a job the Ravagers were commissioned for before they could, and getting the reward himself. Yondu, the blue-skilled leader of the Ravagers, showed his appreciation by putting a 40,000 units bounty on Quill, which is enough to buy a brand new, fully stocked spaceship with a good amount of extras. According to the security footage Harry hacked into, Quill made his way to sell his target to the buyer, a man creatively known as the Broker, but something Quill said scared the man, causing him to refuse the transaction and for Peter and the orb he was carrying out of the store. Then things got interesting. Gamera, adopted daughter of the Mad Titan Thanos and one of the deadliest assassins in the universe, assaulted Quill, probably for possession of the orb. Then, Rocket coincidentally spotted Quill and used an auto-search to determine Quill had a 40k bounty. He tried to toss Quill into a sack with Groot's help but fired his weapon while doing so, which is a no-no for the capital city of the Nova Empire. Harry really wondered how that raccoon's brain worked. He could create a bomb or gun out of spare parts but forgot one of the easiest to remember rules of the capital city of the Nova Empire. Then again, Rocket didn't usually hang out in classy areas, so it may have just been a force of habit. Spot a bounty, go into autopilot, collect bounty, turn in bounty. Now Harry just had to do a little more hacking and he could find where they were. A few completely illegal hacks later, he found they had just arrived at the KYLN, a 90-floor high-security prison located in Sector M20I19919142+01851112 in an asteroid field orbiting a white dwarf. Harry calculated the position and made a portal from the park into the depths of space outside the prison and stepped through. From there, he used some clairvoyance to locate Rocket and Groot, since he liked them more than Quill. And last, he turned invisible and teleported into a large room filled with other prisoners. Harry walked over to a wall and cast a weak notice me not on himself before removing his invisibility. The prison was the color of rust and dirt and all the prisoners wore orange suits. Why orange? This wasn't Earth. And who did it first? Earth prisons or here? Security amounted to a few guards with bullet-shooting guns, more guards with tasers on a stick, and dozens of minigun-wielding hover drones. Harry smiled at that. He loved drones, especially ones coded and encrypted by underpaid government workers using outdated software and second-hand hardware. The new prisoners were led to their new cells in a line and it wasn't the most difficult thing in the world to spot Rocket and Groot behind Quill and Gamera. Each had a prison-issued blanket since giving everyone a blanket was cheaper than turning the heater on in the space prison. The moment Gamera was spotted, shouts of "murderer" were called out from every corner of the crowded space. Rocket seemed to have gone into tour guide mode and was explaining things to the unenlightened Quill. She's got a rep. A lot of prisoners have lost families to Ronan and his goons. She'll last a day, tops. Peter, apparently having developed concern for her, asked, "The guards will protect her, right?" Rocket answered, "They're just here to stop us from getting out." Harry was sitting at an empty table he'd conjured, still under a notice me not, and watched a bulking blue brute of a man walk up to Quill and make a number of not-so-innocent comments that clearly threatened Quill's chastity. Without even waiting for a signal from Rocket, Groot walked up to the man and inserted his finger roots into the man's nose, which grew before Groot lifted the man into the air, eliciting groans of terror and pain from the one who appeared to have been the strongest grunt in the prison. The scene silenced the whole room, and as if he'd rehearsed this a dozen times, Rocket used the moment to boldly declare, "Let's make something clear." He pointed at Quill and continued, "This one here is our booty, meaning if you want to get to him, you go through us, or, more accurately, we go through you." The blue man was released and the pain of having his sinuses utterly violated caused him to curl up into the fetal position and start sobbing. Harry adjusted the notice me not so it wouldn't affect their group and called out, "Peter, Rocket, getting pretty close to a daughter of Thanos, huh?" They all turned to stare at Harry, who was clearly not wearing an orange prison uniform. In fact, he was wearing jeans and a sky blue t-shirt with white letters printed on it that spelled out, "I'm free" on the inside. After taking only a moment to adjust, Rocket walked over to the table and asked, "The hell are you doing here, Potter?" Almost at the same moment Quill asked, "Harry." Peter and Rocket then turned to each other and asked, "You know this guy?" Harry tapped on the table to get their attention and repeated, "My question first, a daughter of Thanos." Peter was quick to answer, "Well, she said she betrayed him." Harry took a moment to read her mind, though it looked like he was just sizing her up. "Okay, I believe you?" Peter asked, "Really?" Harry ignored him and turned to his favorite raccoon and asked, "Why are you hanging out with Peter? How do you know this loser? He stole my video games." Peter quickly pointed out, "Hey, that wasn't me, I had no say in that. It was Yondu and the Ravagers. It was their idea and I felt really guilty about that." Harry gave him a smirk and asked, "Since you felt so guilty, you probably didn't play any of those games and your name would not be on the scoreboards, right?" "Well, I mean, Yondu asked me to show them how it works, so." Rocket rolled his eyes and answered Harry's question, "Yondu put a 40k bounty on him, so I'm gonna break him out of here and deliver him to Yondu." Harry noticed Gamera's look changed when Rocket mentioned escaping. It was a look of hope. This assassin apparently didn't have a lot of social interaction skills since she had no poker face. Harry motioned to her and asked, "Something you wanna say?" She answered, "Ronan will definitely get here by tomorrow. We need to get out of here before then." Harry asked, "Why?" She replied as if speaking to a foolish child, "The Dark Aster has 3,000 Chitauri, 3,000 Necrocrafts, a dozen elite Kree under Ronan's commands, Ronan himself, and my sister." Rocket stated, "Okay then, no time to lose. Later, lady." Rocket turned to walk away, clearly showing that he had every intention of abandoning her. Peter picked up on this and said, "Wait a moment, hold on. We gotta take her with us." Rocket gave a disgusted, "Huh," which was followed from his taller partner by, "I am Groot." Peter continued, "Look, she knows a buyer for my orb." He turned to her and asked, how much was he willing to pay? Clearly seeing there was no other way out of this, she answered, 4 billion. Rocket nearly shouted, "What?" along with Peter's "Holy shit." She continued, "That orb is my opportunity to get away from Thanos and Ronan." Harry looked amused and asked Rocket, "Got a plan?" "Oh, I got a plan." Harry recognized that look and asked, "Let me guess. Screw with the security, get to the hangar, get a ship, and skedaddle." "Well, yeah. Unless you got a better idea." Behind them, someone else said in a loud voice, "Yes." Harry and the rest turned to look at a muscular gray-skinned man that wore no shirt and was covered in what appeared to be symbolic scars. Harry noticed he'd been staring at them this whole time from another table, which went to prove that mind magic didn't work for all species the same way. When he understood he had everyone's attention, he looked at Peter and asked, "You know who I am, yes?" Peter shook his head in the negative. Rocket on the other hand answered as if it wasn't a big deal, Drax the Destroyer. Without caring for the lackluster tone, Drax continued, and you know why they call me this? Harry asked, because you are feared when it comes to online video games. Drax replied, no. Harry asked again, because you are an expert in demolishing and explosives. No, because dash. Rocket interrupted Harry's game and stated, it's because he's killed scores of Ronan's goons. Drax nodded before locking his gaze on Gamera. Ronan murdered my wife, Ovid, and my daughter, Camaria. He slaughtered them where they stood. And he laughed? He killed my family. I will kill one of his in return. Harry shrugged and said, if you're looking for someone precious to Ronan, look elsewhere. Gamera betrayed Ronan and he doubtlessly wants her dead, just like everyone else in this place. If you kill her, you're doing Ronan a favor. But I have good news. If she is not dead, Ronan will definitely come to kill her himself. In fact, he's definitely going to come tomorrow. Drax asked for clarification. Ronan is coming here. Only if she is alive, Harry replied. Drax stated, then she will stay here until Ronan comes. Peter shook his head, no, she's coming with us. Rocket argued, what us? We're getting out of here. You're going into a sack. And then we're delivering you to Yondu. I ain't staying around here to deal with Ronan. Harry asked, what if I had a plan? Rocket stopped at this. He slowly turned to Harry and asked, oh? And what exactly do you have in mind? 24 hours later when the colossal ship with 4 times the mass of the whole KYLN arrived and locked their weapons onto the prison, no one was surprised when the guys in charge surrendered and let the Kree in. What the Kree did not expect was to find the entire place completely empty. In fact, even the guys who let them in had vanished. No, the place was not really empty. It was filled with small toys such as Rubik's Cubes, troll dolls, teddy bears, and slinkies. Ronan didn't hide his frustration at this impossible outcome and shouted, find them. As the Kree soldiers emptied out of the Dark Aster, Harry teleported into the control room with a handful of toys he dropped to the floor. Before any of the Kree could register what was going on, the toys turned into people and Harry walked over to the control panel for the ship. The fight broke out but the group coordinated easily enough and thanks to the element of surprise, they ended the fight almost as quickly as they started it. At the control panel, Harry set the necrocrafts in the hangars to lockdown, preventing the pilots from leaving or doing anything. The pilots were the same kind of test tube lab-grown soldiers that attacked New York and worked for whoever paid the manufacturer, so they obeyed the orders of whoever was at the controls. While Harry was hijacking the Dark Aster, Ronan, Nebula, and the Kree were not having a good time. They were not in the slightest bit of physical danger, but that didn't mean they weren't using their weapons to shoot in all directions every other second. I love you. The teddy bears were attacking. The thousands of teddy bears scattered around the prison had gotten up and slowly walked towards the closest Kree. When they were close enough, they would latch on with an immovable charm, meaning they basically became a part of the clothes the Kree wore. The blasters had no effect and the worst thing you could do was physically grab them or kick them as you would be unable to remove them once you had. If a teddy bear touched a teddy bear that was already attached to someone, it would stick to that surface as well, so it would not be long before every target was stuck to hundreds of them. Every few seconds each would say, I love you, in the voice of a child, and each teddy bear's voice was different. It was highly disconcerting. The teddy bear was a non-lethal alternative to the rabbit of Gerbanog and Harry wanted to test it. After transfiguring all the prisoners and guards into toys for their own safety, it was also the most appropriate and could restrain most things as the fibers were unburnable and nearly indestructible. The elite Kree screamed as they were slowly engulfed in a mass of hundreds of teddy bears which echoed with the sound of children saying, I love you. After taking control of the Dark Aster, Harry linked the deck monitors to the prison cameras so that the others could watch Harry's masterwork. The funny part was that the teddy bears weighed as much as their cotton counterparts, which wasn't much. A physically capable Kree could move tons without difficulty, so even if thousands of them attached themselves, it would not prevent them from moving around by dragging the mass. Though it did make getting through small doors nearly impossible. Rocket was the first to state his opinion, that's just wrong. I am Groot. I don't care how soft they look. I am Groot. No, you can't have one. Harry turned back to see that other than Gamera, Peter, and Drax were not in the control room. He turned to the green-skinned assassin and asked, where are Peter and Drax? She sighed and said, Peter said he forgot something in the prison and Drax followed him to kill Ronan. Rocket chuckled and said, well, screw them. We got the orb right? Let's just get out of here before the Kree show up and damage my new ship. Gamera looked through Peter's duffel bag in her hand for a few moments before frowning. Everyone had the same expression a moment later. Harry changed the monitors and showed that Nebula and Ronan were still holding out against the teddy bears. Nebula's sword cut through them with ease and Ronan did the same with a sword of the same design he seemed to have borrowed from her. Ronan. Drax's voice over the screen was obvious for everyone to hear. They seemed to have already gotten whatever Peter wanted to retrieve and on the way back ran into Ronan. The teddy bears ignored Drax and Peter and walked as fast as one would expect from a teddy bear, but Nebula moved like a predatory bird through over them and attacked Peter who barely had time to dodge. The pair scuffled and Drax moved to slam his fist into Ronan's skull. The latter caught the attack easily, twisted the arm to force Drax's body to twist to the side, and slammed his palm into Drax's chest, shattering the ribs above the man's heart. Rocket calmly observed, well, that was anticlimactic. The average strength of a Kree was incredibly varied. Some were only a bit stronger than humans. Some could give Captain America a whooping. During Peter and Nebula's scuffle, the pair fell to the ground and a silver orb fell and rolled right over to Ronan. Rather than finish Drax off, he snatched it up and moved further from the gathering teddy bears. He observed the orb for a moment before twisting it open. The orb was locked of course, but his strength allowed him to shear the metal of the locking mechanism completely off, so it didn't mean much. Within was a glowing purple stone that actually made Ronan smile. Through the cameras he could be heard saying, "An infinity stone." Several teddy bears jumped at him, but he grabbed the stone and was engulfed in purple lightning and seemed to be on fire. The energy weapon-resistant fire-proof teddy bears burned instantly to cinders upon contact with him, and he was free to grab the warhammer from his back. With concentrated effort, he slammed the purple stone into the warhammer and the flames on his body died down, showing he was no longer in pain. Ronan sneered at the rabbits and swiped his hammer through the air. Seeing this, Harry snapped his fingers, activating the portkaya on Peter and Drax, which took them to his position a moment before the purple energy wave turned them into dust. Nebula jumped for cover and barely made it in time, and the teddy bears had all been burnt. What happened? Peter felt ill as he appeared on the ground. Harry flatly stated, "You appear to have gifted an infinity stone to Ronan the accuser. Nice job." Ronan seemed to have gotten the hang of the stone's effect and burned the remaining teddy bears off his bound forces before heading towards the Dark Aster. Harry took control and undocked the ship right as Ronan approached. Ronan responded by shouting and sending a massive bolt of power from his hammer into the Dark Aster. The ship rumbled as the explosions got louder and louder. Harry sighed and threw a silver portal to his left. "We're leaving now." The rumbling of the ship got louder and the computer monitors were all flashing red, so no one questioned it as they followed Harry through the silver portal. Just as fire engulfed the control room, the portal closed. They arrived in what was clearly a deluxe hotel room, and if one looked out the window they would notice the skylines of Xandar. Rocket was the first to notice this and nearly shouted, "You couldn't have done that from the start." Harry shrugged, "I was playing around. I didn't think there was an infinity stone involved, otherwise I would have tossed the thing back onto Morag where it came." It only took a moment for Harry to reconnect to the security cameras on the KYLN and stream it to the hotel room TV. Harry first had an image of the external cameras and it showed the utter wreckage of the Dark Aster from that one blast. It was clear that Ronan would rather destroy his ship than allow others to use it. The screen changed back to a camera overlooking the docks where Ronan was clearly admiring his work as the elite Kree assembled around him. Ronan stated, "Thanos offered to destroy Xandar if I gave him the orb. But now that I know it contained an infinity stone, I no longer need the Mad Titan. I will unfurl 1,000 years of Kree justice on Xandar, and burn it to its core. Then, I'll come for Thanos." Nebula approached and asked, "After Xandar, you're going to kill my father?" Ronan asked, "You dare to oppose me?" A maniacal look could clearly be seen from Nebula as she answered, "You see what he has turned me into. If you kill him, I will help you destroy 1,000 planets." Ronan nodded, obviously thinking he was so strong, it did not matter if she followed him or betrayed him later. He ordered his men to take the ships in the hangar and head to Xandar. Ronan was the last to leave. Before stepping onto a ship, he looked over the hangar and said, "This place will be cleansed." He smashed the hammer containing the Infinity Stone into the ground before jumping onto the ship and taking off. The strike glowed purple and cracked, extending from it through the hangar and into the reaches of the prison. The crack glowed bright purple, and as the Ronan's ship left the hangar, the floor shook and exploded. The feed was lost. Harry swiped a few times, but each screen he swiped to only showed static. He sighed. He figured turning the occupants into toys would prevent Ronan from massacring them. They'd turn back in a day. But Ronan didn't care if the prison was empty. It was still a Xandar prison made of Xandar metal and stone. Harry sighed and said, "If he smashed that thing into Xandar, the same thing will happen here." Peter looked the most horrified. He had been the one to go back and take the orb, preventing them from leaving without him. Drax was stunned from having his chest nearly caved in, but he was never unconscious, so he saw everything as well. Peter did the only thing that made any sense. He turned to Harry and said, "You gotta help us stop him." Harry shrugged and said, "Nope, this hotel room is only paid for until midday and I gotta go. I don't do infinity stones. You broke it. You fix it." And with that, Harry made another portal, clearly to a planet that was not Xandar, and entered it before closing it behind him without a word. Once back on Earth, he teleported back to his house and sat on the couch to watch TV with his girls. Ping. Quest complete, Guardians of the Galaxy. Reward, Multiverse Coordinate Generator. Harry chuckled. He'd definitely have fun with that. For now though, he still had to work. The quest to assemble the Guardians of the Galaxy had a couple of points that looked like they required a large amount of people to die. Harry didn't need the time stone anymore to look into the future as long as he wasn't looking at anyone stronger than he was, so he basically ran dozens of simulations for the best way to do it. The quest required Peter using the Power Stone in public to kill Ronan, and that alone was a pain in the butt to arrange. Ronan had to get the stone and go to Xandar to use it, but that would result in hundreds or thousands of lives lost. Eventually Harry just figured he could take the Dark Aster out of the equation by getting Ronan to destroy it himself. Making him think they were hijacking it after he got the stone was enough to take out the thousands of Chidori that otherwise would have eventually dive-bombed on Xandar. A small jinx on the orb to make sure it would fall out when Peter took it, and a compulsion to make Ronan desire to open it made the rest relatively straightforward. Ronan would use the stolen crafts to head to Xandar and Peter would call the Ravagers and the Nova Corps for help. They'd use a blockade to force him to land in a safe zone, but since Peter was not completely believed, they didn't send a bunch of Xandarian crafts and Ronan used the stone to smash through the blockade and crash into the heart of the city. Peter and the rest followed him and stalled him long enough for Rocket to destroy Ronan's hammer and for Peter to grab the stone before Ronan did. The energy of the stone should have killed Peter, but he survives thanks to the power of friendship and love. Yondu later comes to take the stone, but is tricked with a swap and the stone is given to the Nova Corps to guard. All of this happens in plain sight of hundreds of people. So everyone will know that Peter could handle the power of an Infinity Stone and everyone knows that the Nova Corps has the stone. Of course, time viewing really isn't perfect. He hadn't seen that Ronan would still destroy the prison when he thought it empty. The only reason Harry didn't go back to Xandar to confirm everything would go as planned was that he'd already gotten the quest confirmation. It wasn't as risky as he made it out to be. He lied to Peter and the rest when he said Xandar would be destroyed if Ronan smashed the stone into Xandar. At best he'd destroy a dozen or so city blocks. Sure, if a Celestial used the Power Stone like that, it would burn the planet, but that was a rather poor example since Celestials were perfectly capable of destroying planets without an Infinity Stone as well. The Power Stone was in fact the weakest of the Infinity Stones. It did not grant unlimited power, it amplified existing power. The prison was about the size of a mall and close to the upper limit of what the stone could destroy in Ronan's hands. Ronan was a level 280 warrior with strength close to that of Thor's and the stone's amplification of that strength gave him enough power to destroy that prison, but larger targets would not be smashed so easily. With the stone he was only about 2 or 3 times stronger than Thor was with his hammer and he'd probably lose to Hulk. The main use of the Power Stone was not the amplification of personal strength or weapons, but the amplification of the power of other Infinity Stones. As for the stone, Harry already had a plan. Next week he'd go back to Xandar to inform them he had a way to mass-produce Nova Crystals using the Power Stone. He'd need access to it for a moment to put it into his machine and he'd switch it out for a fake at that time. The fact that the machine would work after the swap would make people think the stone inside was the real deal powering it. Harry was quite confident the Nova Corps would love to have access to Nova Force again. However, all of that was for later. After his small break he'd still have to go back to Xandar and crash the internet a little. It probably wasn't necessary, but since he couldn't ensure looking at the future of an Infinity Stone was 100% accurate, he'd make sure the information that there was an Infinity Stone out in the open would be suppressed for the week before he went to get it. Harry opened up the list of multiverse coordinates. He decided after he had the Power Stone safely tucked away in his inventory, he'd have some fun. Looking at the names of the universes he could visit, one in particular stood out and made Harry smile with glee. 2 weeks later. Standing on top of a stone stage, a blonde announcer with slick back hair wearing black glasses and a black suit shouted to the excited crowd around him, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the 25th Annual World Martial Arts Tournament?" Author's note. To prevent myself from getting burnt out, I'm going to have a bit of fun. No, he can't bring the balls with him and due to his physiology they can't affect him either. Here is the Marvel timeline that I still have to go through. 2014 August 1st Peter gets the orb off Morag. Heavy checkmark. 2014 October 19th Peter's father tries to eat the universe. 2015 May 9th Thanos attacks the dwarves. 2015 Sept 13th Caecilius leaves Camartage. 2015 October 13th Caecilius steals Book of Cagliostro. 2016 February 2nd Doctor Strange has the accident. 2016 May 4th Doctor Strange comes to Camartage. 2017 January 19th Strange comes to Bargain. So I still have to go through all that before ending the last volume and since that isn't much, I need 3 years of filler, which I shall fill with dimension-hopping shenanigans with Harry, his wives, and occasionally the other Avengers. Some dimensions will be from content Harry knows of, like DBZ and One Piece, and HP. I'll also send him a few places that he does not know of so he can have some surprises, like maybe DC or something. Feel free to give ideas. I read them all. Chapter 108 A Wizard in DBZ. The World Martial Arts Tournament specifically from the Buu saga of Dragon Ball Z was both one of the most interesting and messed up plot lines from the series. Messed up because if you think about it, the child of Satan brought about the destruction of the Earth. Videl Satan, the firstborn of Hercule Satan, blackmailed Gohan into attending the World Martial Arts Tournament. This caused Vegeta to want to attend as well. This caused Goku to want to attend as well, which wasn't an easy thing to pull off as he had been dead at the time. The Supreme Kai's attendant asked Gohan to go Super Saiyan and the Supreme Kai prevented Gohan from fighting back when he was attacked and drained of energy. The energy drained was half of what was needed to revive the Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai then invited Goku and Vegeta to help save the world and stop the wizard Babadai, but because Vegeta really wanted to fight Goku, this pair's fight delivered the other half of the energy required to revive Buu. And later Buu destroyed the Earth. Without Gohan attending, Vegeta and Goku would not have attended either. Without them attending, it would have taken far longer for Babadai's henchmen to get enough energy to revive Buu and Babadai could have been stopped by Vegeta alone since Babadi's strongest henchman Dabura was only about as strong as Perfect Cell. So it really was the case where the spawn of Satan caused the destruction of the Earth. Harry was rather giddy at the idea of screwing with this particular plot line. Harry and his wives all came to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament. Only Harry would be competing since the physical fighters among the girls used powers which were not entirely stable in this dimension. It only took about 3 seconds upon arrival to find out that the DBZ universe operated under a very different set of literary cartoon-like physics. Even if they gathered the Dragon Balls and used a wish to grant themselves eternal youth, the effect may not even work as their physiology was different from natives of this universe and the effect would definitely not last after returning. The most obvious difference was that this Earth's gravity was a fraction of their own Earth's. This meant that material density was lower and everything was more fragile in comparison. They would still grab a bunch of souvenirs, but they weren't expecting much. Harry just hoped Jade would not be too heartbroken if the Nimbus cloud she wanted to bring home didn't work once they returned to their own dimension. Your attention please, all competitors come to the waiting area. This is your last call. Harry had already signed up and waited patiently for the preliminaries to start as the guy in the monk robes called out for the stragglers to hurry up. Moments later Harry spotted the Z-fighters enter. One would think the green-skinned Namekian would draw more attention, but this world had cat people, dog people, fox, red panda, and rabbit people along with reverse werewolves who turn human during the full moon. Harry's energy senses did not white out in their presence. The key concealing technique they used caused Harry to only be able to tell their physical energy, which was still massive. Without Ki they were a few times stronger than Captain America, but still fell a bit short of the Hulk. Ki was cartoonish in how it amplified everything and using logic to explain it was troublesome. Harry did his best not to stare at the Namekian, which was easier than he thought since the golden halo over Goku's head was far easier to ponder over and less of an eyesore compared to the turban sunglasses combo worn by Gohan's great Saiyaman outfit. Within the waiting grounds were dozens of tough-looking show-offs demonstrating their arrogance for the crowds. Hi there, where are you from? The blonde reporter spotted Harry and immediately ran forward for a bit of brown-nosing. She'd been getting a few scenes with everyone, so Harry smiled and answered politely, I come from outside the known universe. Huh. Harry ignored her and continued on. She spotted Goku's group and started complimenting his halo as a great fashion accessory, but Piccolo used psychokinesis to destroy the camera, meaning the footage of Harry and everyone else she interviewed had been destroyed. Through the waiting area were some assigned lockers they could use to change into their combat clothes and store their civilian clothes until the tournament was over. Harry just equipped some martial robes that didn't stand out and entered the area where the other competitors waited. One of the amusing things about this universe was that the Infinity Stones worked a lot better than he thought they would considering their distance from his home universe. Harry figured it was due to the flexibility of the physics here. Using the Mind Stone he could prevent anyone from reading his thoughts and even hear the thoughts of others. For example, the thoughts of the green Namekian toad hopping around appeared to that of the former captain of the Ginyu Force. Harry wondered how he got there. The tournament was held on an island, so the toad must have hitched a ride or something. Harry observed some blonde pretty boy trying to jump off a roof and snatch Gohan's turban off his head, but Gohan bent down when he noticed Captain Ginyu, causing the blonde to miss, and the blonde guy's head planted itself through the stone ground up to the neck on landing. When his head emerged, he didn't have a scratch or bruise or any blood. Again, this was because the stone on this planet wasn't very dense due to the low gravity. Attention please. The prelims for the World Martial Arts Tournament will now begin. 195 people have entered into this tournament. Unfortunately, there are only 16 spots. The defending champion is automatically qualified. You do the math, that's 15 spots. To ensure fairness, we'll select the finalist by way of punching strength. The 15 people with the highest scores on the machine will be given the 15 spots. Now to test the new punching machine and give us a score to go by, we ask the defending world champion to make the first hit. Mr. Satan, would you come on out please? Harry found the guy passing out numbers for the line to strike the punching machine as the crowd cheered for Satan. He stood in front of the punching machine and did a number of theatrical poses and grandstanding. Hey, does anybody want this? I'm sure you'll want a picture of this. Harry could only smile when Piccolo's annoyance reached its peak and he destroyed every camera on the island using psychokinesis. Well, almost everyone. Jean's connection to the Phoenix was weakened, but her own Shinik capabilities were actually greatly magnified in this universe, so she was able to easily protect her own and the other girls' cameras, especially since they had been expecting Piccolo's actions. Satan looked rather lost that the pictures just taken were destroyed, but as he still had an audience he psyched himself up before shouting, Satan punch, and smashing the punching machine. Incredible. Mr. Satan has just scored 137 points. Satan laughed and shouted to the competitors, good luck all you fighters. I hope one of you can at least break 100 so we can have a decent match. The monk calmly stated as Satan left the building, all entries please form a line in front of the punching machine after you have been assigned a number. Next to him was an old skinny man who said, and anyone who's entering the junior tournament, please gather over here by me. Jean and the rest already had some seats saved for the junior competition since that would take place before the main championship. A number of contestants were still before Harry, including an actual bear who scored 101 points, but Harry eventually reached it a few places before the Z-fighters. Next please, Mr. Wizard. Harry approached when his pseudonym was called and made a show of reeling back before smashing his fist into the machine, causing 130 to appear on the board. My goodness, 130 points? Incredible. Harry didn't do any grandstanding, he just got out of the way. He didn't go all out of course. Not with his current stats. Harry Potter. Level 365 age 20. STR 375 AGI 375. Int 775 WIS 775. Luck 50. Warrior Path rank 52. Scholar Path rank 60. Magic Path rank 65. Tech Path rank 59. Business Path rank 52. Crafting Path rank 55. Dragon Path rank 49. Shinik Path rank 51. Sex Path rank 69. Depending on the AGI stat, the punching machine's result was about 2 or 3 times the STR stat, so with the speed of Hercule Satan's punch, Harry guessed his STR was somewhere between 50 and 70. If Harry went all out without using any boosts, he'd probably get a few thousand considering his own AGI if the machine didn't break, but didn't want the Z-Fighters' attention just yet. Before heading to the stadium to watch the junior competition, Harry would of course stay to watch the real show. Next please, number 18. The beautiful petite blonde didn't even look at the punching machine where she struck with a lightning-fast backhanded jab. 774 points. Harry sighed. She didn't use ki and was stronger than Captain Marvel. Harry already used a bit of technopathy to analyze her existing machinery, but it didn't use physics that made any sense, so it wasn't useful unless he intended to stay, though he might use the concept for reference. Number 18 was asked to try again and this time she moved more cautiously and barely struck with a 2-finger jab. 203 points. Krillin, the strongest human on the planet, was next. 192 points. Goku was next with 186, and Piccolo followed up with 210. And last up was Vegeta. After a deafening crunch of shattered metal and wrecked stone, the dust cleared away and the remains of what used to be the punching machine were seen at the end of the half-destroyed wall. Harry chuckled before shaking his head and heading up to watch the junior competition, and the organizer said with some hesitation, we're experiencing a few technical difficulties. But we should be getting a new machine out here pretty quick. So stick around. Since Harry was participating, he didn't get a seat so did not sit with his wives and instead stood at the top of the seats and leaned on the railing. A few moments later the Z-Fighters came around and joined him. Hey, it's you? Harry wasn't sure if he should be surprised, but Goku called out to him. Though he did try for a bit of a low profile, it had no effect on these guys. His magic was still invisible, but his immortal dragon chi and physical strength could easily be sensed by the technique of the warriors of Earth. It wouldn't feel like ki, but it would feel like something. Harry smiled back and said, "Hi, I'm Harry, though for this competition I'm going by Mr. Wizard." Krillin asked, "Wizard? Why use a name like that?" Harry shrugged. "Physically I doubt I could beat any of you, but if I fought using magic, I'd have a chance. Physical enhancement magic only of course. No curses, jinxes or hexes." Vegeta sneered and looked towards the stadium. He obviously had no respect for warriors who did not fight like he did. Goku ignored him and politely introduced himself along with the others. Goku felt quite funny to Harry's senses as he was dead. He felt both real and illusionary, like a realistic hologram. Harry's senses told him if something had energy so he'd know if he'd get anything upon killing it, but that sense felt dull on Goku. It didn't feel like Harry would be able to gain anything from killing Goku since the man was already dead. Before the junior competition started, a blimp flew over with a massive screen on both sides and started playing a video, a reenactment of the Cell games where everyone was played by actors in terrible masks. The Z-Fighters were groaning moments into the show, with Piccolo clearly stating, "It's sickening." Harry did his best not to laugh, but a few escaped. Piccolo turned to glare at him but Harry distracted him by saying, "If you think that's bad, look at Satan. He's in more pain than anyone else." That drew their attention. Hercule was covering his face with his hands, clearly trying to deny the horror of what he'd unwillingly become a part of. Before the end of the movie he'd already run away in shame, but the audience was so enraptured by the footage of how their savior saved the world, none of them had noticed him flee. The junior competition eventually starts and it is an embarrassment to the sport. Most of the audience laughs during the fights and it quickly becomes clear the Z-Fighters are only waiting for the finals. As Harry watched Goten and Trunks fight the mortals, he got a clearer view of ki. Ki is basically pure cartoon physics. During one match, Goten literally flicked a kid appropriately called Big Boomer and the kid flew out of the ring. A flick strong enough to toss a heavy-set kid that far should have sheared the flesh off his face and caved in his skull. The only reason it didn't was because the lower gravity of this Earth made it easier to move others with minor forces. Eventually the finals begin and to no one's surprise, it is Goten vs Trunks. The referee calls out the start of the match and the pair collide. Harry had an invisible drone watching and recording the fight and it was a lot more impressive than the cartoon. Dozens of full-force blows are exchanged every second without even using ki to amplify their bodies. Minor shockwaves bounce around the stadium from the impact force of each and every blow. Every member of the audience except Harry's wives and the Z-Fighters' friends and families are stunned to the point many seem to have forgotten how to breathe. It takes 2 minutes and nearly 1,000 exchanges before the audience collects themselves and starts shouting and cheering in excitement. The pair weren't going at full speed either. It wasn't tactical to keep full speed at all times. Instead they accelerated and decelerated at various instances to create feints and tricks of the eyes which made it look like they vanished from sight numerous times. From a purely visual perspective it looked like a dozen or so different people were fighting in the same space, their movements overlapping with one another. Thankfully it was not impossible for Harry to follow. Though they were not glowing, both were actively using internal ki to enhance their strength and speed. Harry could sense it, and though his stats could not allow him to move at the speed their ki amplified them to, his time magic could, so he was not completely out of his league. Gohan and Videl showed up not long afterwards and met with the rest. Krillin tried to embarrass Gohan for bringing a girl, of course. Eventually Trunks grabbed Goten from behind and clinched his arms into a painful hold. Goten refused to acknowledge his loss and went Super Saiyan for a moment to escape. Gohan shouted in complaint that he told Goten not to transform. As the match continued, Harry sighed and said, "Trunks is going to win." Gohan noticed him and asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Harry explained, "Goten went yellow once and from there arguing, it's safe to assume Trunks can go yellow too. Instead of wasting it to get out of a hold, he'll definitely use it to deliver a final blow. They're both kids, so justifying, if he did it once, so can I, is easy." Krillin asked, "You think so?" Goku added, "Wait, both can go Super Saiyan? No way. Those kids are way ahead of us when we were kids." Vegeta had a brief smirk and no longer seemed to loathe Harry's existence. Goten rose up into the air and dive-bombed to the ground to use his momentum to give Trunks a power blow, but Trunks dodged. Goten used a ki blast at the ground to change direction at the last second, catching Trunks off guard, but as Harry knew was coming, Trunks went Super Saiyan, dodged the strike, and sent a small energy blast at Goten's back. Goten was already moving at breakneck speed due to his dive bomb acceleration, and the shot at his back pushed him forward further. In the end, he was unable to slow down before landing on the bleacher seats. Ring out. After winning, next was the exhibition match. The winner of the Junior Championship against Satan himself. The Z-Fighters showed their enthusiasm by leaving to look for something better to do than watch a one-sided smackdown. Harry stayed, but only because he knew what was coming and had a camera rolling. Satan, of course, having watched enough of the previous fight, knew exactly how screwed he was and wanted to make some excuses to avoid his imminent death. At this time the crowd started to cheer to get him enthused enough to come out. The standard cheer was Go Satan, but due to a few small spells Harry cast on the audience, the cheer coming from the stadium this time was a little bit different. Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Harry used every ounce of willpower he had to prevent himself from cracking up. Eventually Satan was successfully summoned out of his hiding place and he walked over to Trunks with a plan. After a bit of convincing, he tricked Trunks into giving Satan a soft punch. Trunks did so, but he still used ki to amplify his physical abilities, so the soft punch cracked Satan's jaw, sent him flying, and planted him into the stone wall. A few moments later, Hercule collected himself enough to start pretending he was perfectly fine and that he was faking an injury to throw the match in the name of sportsmanship. Harry just shook his head. Without cartoon physics, Satan's head would have turned to meat paste and his body would have erupted into gore upon impact with the wall. With the entertainment out of the way, Harry headed down to the waiting area for the main tournament fighters as the first match would start in 30 minutes. The floating blue-skinned Supreme Kai glanced over Harry as he walked by and his pink-skinned assistant Kibito ignored him. Harry would have fun pranking them. Eventually it was time to arrange the matchups and Harry had every intention of assigning it his way. Bye-bye Cannon. Once Harry saw Mighty Mask had suddenly become very long-torsoed with short stubby arms, Harry waved at him and said, "Hey Mighty Mask." It took a moment for the little pranksters to notice Harry calling them and waved back. That was all the help he intended to give them since they hadn't even bothered to check his name before knocking him out and stealing his costume. One by one the contestants were called to pick up a number and Harry used magic to ensure the lineup was the way he wanted it. 1 Satan vs Jewel, blonde pretty boy. 2 Krillin vs Pinter, large body with big mouth. 3 Piccolo vs Shin, Supreme Kai. 4 Number 18 vs Videl Satan, Satan's daughter. 5 Mr. Wizard vs Spopovich, Babadai Henchman number 1. 6 Kibito vs Yamu, Babadai Henchman number 2. 7 Great Saiyaman vs Mighty Mask, Trunks standing on Goten's shoulders. 8 Vegeta vs Goku. There were a bunch of ways Harry could have arranged it, but he didn't want to fight the Z-Fighters in this ring. He'd challenge them later, and today, he had another wizard to prank. Most of the Z-Fighters were pleased with the matchups with the exception of Gohan, but he knew number 18 wouldn't hurt his would-be girlfriend, so it could have been worse. The Supreme Kai was not particularly pleased. Harry actually felt the man try to arrange Gohan to fight Kibito, but he failed since Harry's magic overrode his power without him even noticing. The Supreme Kai was stronger than Piccolo and Frieza, but his extrasensory powers paled in comparison to Harry's Infinity Stone strengthened powers. After the matchups were decided, he started to become wary of Harry. Not just because of his chosen name, but because he was unable to read Harry's mind. The first match started and Satan did some showboating before getting into the ring with Jewel, the only person in the tournament Harry figured Satan could actually defeat. It was either him or Pinter, but Pinter was huge and Satan's skull had been cracked. Harry didn't know if he'd recovered yet from that, so he gave Krillin his cannon pairing. Thanks to a certain bit of magic, the crowd was once again cheering for their favorite. Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Harry still fought to keep a straight face. No wonder this planet was destroyed considering who they worshipped. They actually renamed the city the man was born in, Satan City. Though religion here was quite a bit different than back home. Satan's fighting style was ironically accurate to his name. He used tricks and feints to deceive his opponent into making an opening and used it to strike. It took more than one shot, but he eventually whittled down Jewel until he won, giving the crowd what they thought was a good show. Up next was Pinter vs Krillin. Pinter had the body of a great Buddha and was multiple times larger than Krillin. The difference was so obvious, the announcer had to comment that some people were complaining that the matchup was unfair to Krillin, and the announcer assured the audience that size didn't matter. Of course, this announcer knew Krillin from years ago and was well aware of Krillin's strength. Pinter was a bigger show-off than Hercule and gave Krillin a free shot. Krillin graciously accepted and broke through his defenses with ease, causing the man's groan of pain to fill the stadium. Krillin then pimp-slapped him a few times for good measure before kicking him off the stage. Piccolo's match still went as canon. Harry was a bit regretful to do that to him, but Harry didn't have anywhere else to put those two. Piccolo sensed the difference in strength between them and eventually forfeited without a fight. The next match was number 18 vs Vidal. The only two women in the tournament and both were beauties, so the match naturally had a lot of cheering from the fans. Number 18 didn't knock her out of the ring, but adjusted her strength until she was just a few levels stronger and fought Vidal until the latter was completely worn out. Their speed didn't match the fight between Goten and Trunks, but it was still a rapid-paced do-or-die action-packed fight that the fans loved. Vidal was a local hero in Satan City and even when pressured she still received the most cheers. Once it reached the point where she could barely get up, number 18 whispered to her, "You're not weak, but you still have a long way to go." Vidal took a moment to collect herself and noticed that number 18 wasn't even sweating. She could only accept that her opponent was not someone she could defeat today and eventually she gave up. The crowd still cheered for her because it was a good show. Hercule watched the entire fight from the side and looked like he was going to have a stroke. As the pair left the ring, the announcer shouted, "And for our next match, we have Spopovich vs Mr. Wizard." Of the two minions of Babadai, Spopovich was clearly a few sizes larger than his partner. The dark enchantment empowering the guy made him about as strong as the Hulk, but he wouldn't be able to use his strength properly. His flesh broke down and restored itself at about the same rate, sacrificing his own lifespan to keep up his strength. Once Harry got a good look at the enchantment, he wasn't surprised Babadai killed the pair. They likely would not have lasted another week even if left alone. And let the fifth match begin. Harry didn't use any physical enhancements at first. He directly used his full speed and strength to smash Spopovich's chin upward, sending him flying into the air and out of the ring in what looked like a one-hit victory. Before landing though, Spopovich started floating. He growled and flew towards Harry with a fist raised. Test number 1 completed. Harry started glowing with golden light from his immortal dragon chi. The moment he did so, his hair started standing completely upright and doubled in length. Harry blocked Spopovich's smash and drove his golden fist into the man's gut, displacing half his organs while rupturing the other half, causing the bald brute to collapse and go down. The announcer started a 10 count, but Spopovich's organs were rapidly reassembling themselves and he was up and fully recovered by the count of 5. Spopovich shouted into the sky and purple light emerged from his body, matching the intensity of Harry's golden glow. Harry launched forward to deal another crippling blow but Spopovich blocked it this time and countered with his own mighty smash. Harry blocked it rather than moved and the pair began an exchange of blows. The purple energy coming from Spopovich was destructive and similar to the energy of a vicious curse, but Harry's magic defense was multiple times higher than his physical defense so it didn't affect him in the slightest. Anyone else exchanging blows with the brute would have to fight off the invasion of the energy that came with every contact blow. Harry channeled more immortal dragon chi and his hair doubled in length again. It was still standing completely upright and now even taller than he was. Spopovich's partner Yumo was standing by a wall with a sensor device and seemed pleased at what he was seeing. He ran back inside the main building to get something. With more chi being channeled, Harry was now overpowering Spopovich, his blows breaking through the hulking brute's guard and delivering real damage with each exchange. Spopovich seemed to go completely feral, his eyes turned purple and the energy coming from his body became darker, taking on a completely sinister feeling. He stopped blocking any of Harry's strikes and actually sent Harry flying back with each blow. Spopovich struck him and used his insane speed to get ahead of him and strike him again making it look like a pinball game. Harry smiled. Warm-up was over. He used the power stone to amplify his own power. His golden light became blindingly bright for a moment and when he dimmed, his hair was standing over 50 feet tall. Besides the cheering from the crowd, the one other noise that could clearly be heard was the roaring gales of laughter coming from the seats containing his wives. None of them were able to hold back any longer as they knew the hair growth was just a spell he was using for show, and had nothing to do with his strength. Yumo returned a moment later with the life force drainer and shouted, "Spopovich, hold him." Spopovich noticed this and shouted, "Right," and went behind Harry to grab him. Harry didn't bother dodging, not even when Yumo came up and stabbed him with the energy drainer. A force of godly ki surrounded him and tried to prevent him from moving, but Harry used the power stone to amplify the mind stone and used it to break the hold, causing a backlash towards the Supreme Kai. He didn't need to, but this was Harry's plan, not the Kai's, and Harry wanted to make that clear. The audience screamed in horror as it looked like Harry had been impaled. His hair was getting shorter as the meter on the energy drainer climbed higher and higher. It wasn't Harry's energy of course. Harry's energy could not be drained through something so crude. After about 30 seconds Harry's hair shrunk back to normal length and he pretended to fall unconscious. The meter on the energy drainer was maxed out and neither Spopovich or Yumo cared about Harry enough to do anything but drop him and fly off. Several paramedics ran up to the stage, but as soon as Babadai's minions were far enough away, Harry got up, dusted himself off, and teleported away to the confusion of the masses. About 30 minutes later, Harry was sitting in a beach chair on a rocky hill overlooking a valley. Neither Spopovich nor Yumo noticed him when they flew over and landed in the valley below. They were followed closely by the Supreme Kai, Kibito, Gaku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin. Since their group actually wanted to hide, they flew down the same rocky area Harry was chilling and spotted him immediately. Gaku shouted, "Hey, you're here." Harry waved but didn't get up from his beach chair. "Yeah, my fight ran away so I wanted to come over. Took you guys a while to get here." The Supreme Kai stated, "We were following Spopovich and Yumo. Did you arrive before us?" "Well yeah. I don't call myself Mr. Wizard for laughs. The signature of the enchantment cast on Spopovich is all over this area, so it only took me a few seconds to find and I've been waiting for them to show up ever since." Still frowning, he says, "Well, conceal your key, we don't want them to be alarmed." Harry snorted in amusement and the group looked down to see where Yumo was waiting outside a small structure. After a moment, the group seemed to realize it was a spaceship that had been buried completely underground. Babadai came out followed by a very alien-looking fighter Pupui and the Demon King himself, Dabura. Kibito reacted by nearly shouting, "Babadai has placed the king of the demon realm within the palm of his hand." The Supreme Kai explained how Dabura was the strongest being of the demon realm, though none of the Z-fighters looked particularly worried. Yumo handed the energy container to Babadai and the small wrinkled wizard thanked him by making him explode. Spopovich begged for mercy and was rewarded with the same treatment, much to the Z-fighters' displeasure. Harry sighed. At this point, their group completely outnumbered Babadai's. Babadi was outside the safety of the ship, and if they blitzed him, it would be game over. Instead, the Supreme Kai had switched to coward mode and wanted to wait for them to bring Majin Buu outside the ship before attacking. Pupui and Babadai re-entered the ship but Dabura stayed outside. Gaku asked, "Hey, why is Dabura staying outside by himself?" Harry tossed something to Kibito and flatly stated, "You know, the entire area has a magic alarm system which notifies the caster of who enters it. I didn't trip it when I got here, but all of you did. Also, demons of a certain caliber sense souls, not ki. Both Dabura and that wizard have known you were here the whole time." Everyone looked back down to Dabura who turned to look in their direction and smiled. An instant later, he appeared in front of Kibito and blasted his face in. Vegeta and Gaku moved to attack, but Dabura dodged and observed everyone for a moment. He gave Harry a double take since Harry was the only person he had not noticed before, but Harry was clearly not a threat. Dabura then spit at Krillin, Piccolo, and Harry. The Supreme Kai shouted, "Oh no, I should have warned them." Krillin shouted in panic as he was petrified alongside Piccolo and Harry. Harry just continued to sit there and chill, not minding in the slightest that he was being turned to stone. Ping. You have been petrified. Ping. Ring of Recovery has automatically activated. Petrification status removed. Harry stretched and the stone over him broke off. It had been a minute and Dabura had returned to the ship. No matter what, he always wore that ring since it could automatically remove one status a day, regardless of the effect. Gaku noticed first and asked, "Hey, are you alright?" Harry replied, "Yeah, why?" The Supreme Kai answered, "Because no one can remove the effect of Dabura's spit unless Dabura is dead." Harry rolled his eyes, got out of his beach chair, and pulled out some mandrake potions. He walked over to Piccolo and Krillin and poured the contents over the pair. Moments later, the stone cracked and fell off, revealing the pair safe and sound. Harry then asked, "Hey blue dude, are you gonna take care of that friend of yours or not?" It was then that the Supreme Kai noticed that Kibito was not dead. The amulet Harry tossed him protected him enough to allow him to survive the demon's attack. Though that only worked since the demon knowledge Harry had was surprisingly still useful in this universe. The Kai rushed over and started healing him while letting out a grateful sigh of relief. Harry said, "Blue dude, you are completely out of your league here. As a wizard myself, I have a plan that will ensure complete victory and get everyone what they want. As a bonus I'll bring Gaku back to life." "What?" Harry continued, "First off, Gohan can take Kibito back and Krillin and Green Dude can leave. This fight is out of your guys' weight category and Gohan can protect you and get you back home. Gaku and Vegeta are all we need here." Gaku asked, "And how does that bring me back to life?" Harry said, "I can't bring a dead person to life, but I can revive someone who is only mostly dead." Gohan stated, "But my father is completely dead." Harry nodded, "He is now, but if Blue Dude can let me borrow his earrings, we can change that." The Supreme Kai asked, "My earrings?" "Yeah. I can sense those are a powerful magical artifact that can fuse two different beings together, multiplying their powers. They are only for your use though, so if someone else uses them, it will only fuse them for an hour." Gaku shouted, "What? Fusion? And for an hour? No way, that was way better than the fusion dance he knew of." Harry nodded and continued, "If you and Vegeta fuse, you will no longer be all dead, only mostly dead. I can then give you an elixir that will give your body enough life force to live even after the fusion ends." Vegeta shouted, "Wait 1 second. Why would I agree to fuse with Kakarot?" Harry telepathically answered the question into Vegeta's mind. Gaku was taught out how to break the Super Saiyan wall in Otherworld. When you fuse, you'll know everything he knows, and as long as you think about it during that hour, you'll remember it after the fusion ends. It was something he learned while dead, so unless you plan to die soon, you'll never learn it unless you politely ask Gaku for it or fuse with him. Vegeta's expression switched back and forth between shocked and furious. He gritted his teeth for a full minute before shouting, "All right, fine." Between fusing with Gaku or asking him politely how to become stronger, there was only one real option for the Xian Prince. The Supreme Kai wasn't exactly sure about this, but he knew how pure Gaku was, and a fusion between the pair should be more than enough to stop Dabura and Babadai. He passed his earrings to Gaku and Vegeta, who put them on opposing ears, and a moment later, their bodies flew towards each other and combined. Well, isn't this interesting? Since I'm a fusion of Vegeta and Gaku, I suppose I'll be called Vegeto. His voice was both Gaku's and Vegeta's overlapping each other's. Harry then passed him a large flask and said, "Elixir of life. Please drink responsibly." Vegeto sniffed it before downing the whole thing. He glowed for a moment before stating, "Oh yes, I felt that. Interesting." Gohan asked, "Are you really going to return to life?" "That does seem to be the case. Go back and return to your mother. There is no longer a need for you to be here." Gohan seemed to have no problem with that and flew away with the newly healed Kibito and the rest of the extras. Harry then said offhandedly, "Don't bother thinking about fighting Buu. Buu doesn't fight. He literally just destroys planets and eats. You're definitely strong enough to beat him, but he'd blow up the planet before you did, which would be really annoying. Let's just finish this before you two separate. I can cast a spell which will let you survive in space and let you two fight to your heart's content when this is over." Tisk. Vegeto didn't like that he was so easily seen through, but if Buu wasn't a good fight, then there really wasn't a point. The Supreme Kai said, "With your strength, we can follow them into the ship and stop them from resurrecting Majin Buu. Now why would I need to go in there when I can make them come to me?" Vegeto created an energy ball and started charging it. The Supreme Kai shouted, "No. Destroying the ship could awaken Majin Buu." Harry replied, "This guy can handle Majin Buu at full power, and if he was awakened from the ship being destroyed, he'd only have a fraction of his full strength, so your argument is invalid." Not that this was entirely true. Majin Buu was not created by Bibidai, but found by him. He had existed since the dawn of time and grew evil from being exposed to the hearts of mortals, similar to how Piccolo turned evil from growing up on Earth and witnessing so much death and war. Destroying him completely was not a matter of energy consumption, but Vegeto certainly didn't need to know that. Vegeto finished charging the ball and sent it towards the ship. Harry shielded himself as a massive column of light erupted from the ground, obliterating the whole ship and almost all the inhabitants inside. Harry used some magics to check and confirmed, Buu is still sealed. Babadai and Dabura are alive, but that took care of everyone else. Babadai rose up from the smoke and rubble looking completely furious. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" Harry answered, "Now that you can't leave the planet, you can't revive Buu without risking your own death. Am I right?" Dabura noticed Harry and stated, "Impossible. I turned you to stone." Harry waved back, "You're losing your touch it seems." Dabura vanished from sight and reappeared with his fingers extended about to jab through Harry's chest into his heart. The moment he reappeared though, Vegeto grabbed his wrist, holding the Demon King in place. Harry smiled and said, "Hold him right there." Harry then tapped on the seal on Dabura's head, the one that bound Dabura's loyalty to Babadai. Dabura screamed in pain and jumped back. Vegeto released him as he wasn't a threat. Black lighting and a shroud of darkness enveloped Dabura and he roared. The skies darkened with ominous clouds and a moment later, a blinding flash of lightning struck Dabura's forehead. When the light cleared, Dabura's entire body was smoking and he looked like half his life had been taken, but only for a moment. He slowly turned to face Babadai with a fearsome gaze. Babadai's eyes widened in pure shock when he noticed his seal was missing from Dabura's forehead. Harry smiled. This was the problem when it came to subjugating demons. If you knew what you were doing, it was easier to release them than it was to enslave them. Harry didn't know how many resources Babadai used to enslave Dabura, but he doubted the alien wizard would be able to do it again before Dabura made his displeasure at being enslaved known. Babadai backed away slowly. Harry used the moment to teleport to the crater and right next to Buu's sphere. He placed a hand on it and smiled before putting it into his inventory. Technically a living thing could not be put into his inventory, but after being transmuted by the energy Harry tricked them into injecting, Buu was no longer considered a living thing, more of an artifact. The energy Harry directed into the life force drainer was something special he made with the reality stone. No matter the universe, that stone was still up. Babadai noticed this and shouted back, "No, where have you taken Buu?" Paperapapa. The ground around Harry transfigured into spikes and shot forth, but Harry waved his hand turning the spikes into sand before teleporting next to Babadai. "What?" Paperapapa. A magic barrier formed around Babadai, but Harry didn't move to break it. Dabura had already landed and was walking slowly over to Babadai. Harry asked, "How does it feel to have everything taken from you? To see the world crumbling around you without any hope in the slightest?" Harry was not particularly sadistic, but Babadai was, and Harry wouldn't let go of an opportunity to give the little monster a taste of his own medicine. Dabura chopped the space with a clear motion, destroying the barrier with ease. Babadai said, wait, I can help you. Don't kill me, I just, Paperapapa." Dabura didn't even dodge the heart-controlling spell. Bobadai looked ecstatic that he was about to regain control, but his face fell when he noticed Dabura wasn't affected in the slightest. Harry mentioned, yeah, any demon king who'd get affected by the same spell twice doesn't deserve the title. Dabura nodded, well said. He then shot a bolt of red lightning at Bobadai which caused him to shriek in pain. Bobadai's body turned red and shrank as Dabura continued firing. Soon Bobadai had become a small red sphere. Dabura took it and said, I will take my time dealing with this one. He then looked at Harry and said, I owe you. Speak. Harry answered, return to your realm without harming anything in this realm. Dabura hummed thoughtfully. It was not a simple thing for a being of his power to traverse the realms. Going home was easy, but returning to the mortal realm less so. Still, a debt was a debt. He nodded to Harry and flew off, bound by the deal. Vegeto flew over and complained, hey, what was that about? I didn't get to fight anyone. Harry shrugged apologetically. I had a dozen different backup plans that needed your strength, but Bobadai was too weak. Sorry. You can take off the earrings though. Once off, I should be able to separate you two. Vegeto removed the earrings and passed them back to the stunned Supreme Kai who still could not believe everything had gone so easily. Harry then cast his most powerful magic cancelling spell which removed the remaining effect of the earrings, separating the pair. When back with his own body, Gaku looked up and saw that his golden halo was indeed no longer there. Vegeta was not pleased with the day and said, you said something about a spell that will let us survive in space. He still had every intention of fighting Gaku today. Harry nodded and smiled before flying off. The Supreme Kai shouted before they left, wait, what did you do with Majin Buu? Harry answered, it's safe and not something you need to worry about anymore. Goodbye Blue Dude. The fight between Gaku and Vegeta was as epic as Harry knew it would be. He recorded the whole thing. Even if Harry used the full power of all the stones and all his capabilities, he would not be able to defeat either Gaku or Vegeta unless the pair refrained from going Super Saiyan. If they didn't, he at least stood a chance. In another distant part of the universe, a purple hairless cat-like humanoid woke up from a nap. Chapter 109 Ego the Living Planet. A few weeks after getting back from the DBZ-verse, Harry was playing around with the tech he acquired and building whatever he felt like using it. Capsule tech used principles that could not be directly replicated using the physics of this universe, but Harry could replace them with PIM particles to get the same results and he'd been having quite a bit of fun with that. Things too large to fit into his inventory he could now remake with capsule technology and place in there when not in use. Jade was roaming the skies on her flying Nimbus. Since gravity worked differently on this planet, Harry had to cast a few spells on the golden cloud to make it work, but it was doable. Jean and Wanda brought over a senzu bean plant and were disappointed to confirm the beans did not work the same way in this universe. Rather than give up hope, the pair wanted to try hybridizing it with some magical plants from this dimension to fill in the gaps that prevented it from working using the physics of this world. They were both currently visiting Neville Longbottom and working with him using the lab Harry made. He too was very interested in an all-curing bean from another dimension. MJ and Rogue didn't find anything particularly interesting. Rogue was still depressed since they confirmed if she used her powers on someone like Gaku, Vegeta, or even Krillin there would have been a backlash and the result would not have been pretty. Harry was finishing up on a spaceship when an alarm sounded that only he could hear. It didn't come from anything that was actually in his workshop, it came from the magical defense grid that monitored the planet Earth. It was something he attached to the existing system the sorcerers of Kamartaj had in place and the Ancient One never brought up removing it, so Harry had been relying on it to tell him of any oncoming apocalypses. This was the first time it sounded and it gave Harry a coordinate and time. In order to get more information, Harry used a bit of time magic to walk backwards through time and teleport to the event site before the alarm went off. He would not be able to prevent the alarm from going off, but he'd be able to find the cause. Harry didn't even need the time turner anymore, he could walk backwards and forward in time as he pleased. The coordinates led Harry to a forested area behind a Dairy Queen in Missouri where he spotted an unusual glowing blue flower. Before doing anything else, Harry cast a massive muggle-repelling charm on the area. All muggles within a few miles would suddenly find they had something of the utmost importance to do and desire to leave the area. Sending information backwards in time was risky so he only came back 15 minutes, but that should be enough time for the nearby buildings to evacuate. Next Harry performed every diagnostic spell he had and the results were disconcerting. The roots of this flower went hundreds of miles and spread out like an underground hemisphere. The roots were so strong, Harry could literally lift the state of Missouri off the continent by this flower. What was strange though was that there did not appear to be any reason for this flower to do whatever it is the thing was going to do. No nearby stimulus or buildup of energy. Harry confirmed the muggles were leaving and took a bit of distance before waiting. There were no Nova Guards in this rural area and no members of the newly created Hero Association around, so Harry would have to take care of everything by himself. The only slightly annoying thing was that the residents of a few nearby homes were playing Immortal Realms and Harry had to disable their connection to get them to leave. He didn't know if it was necessary, but the alarm that went off was a high-end Apocalypse one, so he figured they'd thank him in the end. Once the countdown reached 0, the flower glowed for just a moment before it rapidly expanded into an enormous glowing growth that reached 30 feet into the sky before falling over and crushing the Dairy Queen. Harry received all sorts of signals from it and paused. This was not good. The growing mass consumed everything. Energy, matter, and everything between were consumed so anything he used to destroy it would only feed it. A switch of some kind had just been flipped which started the process. Harry had no way to move the mass as it would require moving the whole of Missouri along with it, and that was only the best case scenario. The roots could have spread further than he sensed and he might have needed to remove the entire continent. Harry unpaused and cast a dozen different spells to jam whatever signal the mass was receiving. It quickly expanded, swallowing the nearby buildings in moments. It would reach the limit of the evacuation area in a few seconds, and the bigger it grew, the faster it grew bigger. It was like a cancerous tumor. This thing would consume the state in under an hour, the continent in a few hours, the surface of the planet within a day, and the whole of the planet down to the core in less than a week. The mass continued to grow, and though Harry identified the signal the mass was receiving, his spells were not having any effect to block it out. Harry considered moving the Earth into a different dimension. It would have to stay there until the signal stopped, but it was better than the alternative. Suddenly the mass stopped growing and went dormant. The signal had been cut, but from the source, not from anything Harry did. It seemed someone was already there. Ping. New quest, stop Ego the living planet. Prevent Ego seeds from devouring the Earth. Rescue the Guardians of the Galaxy. Bonus. Kill Ego. The quest included a map pointer and Harry took a minute to calculate the coordinates before making a portal and jumping in. The area Harry jumped into seemed to be a collapsing temple of some sort. Collapsing because a ship seemed to have flown through the roof and crashed into the temple. Harry saw Gamera helping Quill to the ship and saw Drax and Nebula on the ship along with another alien with a pair of antennae on her forehead. Drax spotted Harry and shouted, "It's the coward." Peter and Gamera turned back to see Harry. Peter shouted, "Potter, get us the hell out of here." Harry didn't argue since the quest was to rescue them and he made a portal. A moment later though, the portal shattered and Harry felt a backlash. Something godlike was interfering. Too bad for it. Harry made another portal, this time reinforced. Since meeting gods was not unusual, Harry had long mastered how to make a reinforced portal, though it wasn't perfect. Harry shouted, "It will last 30 seconds, go now." The portal shook and vibrated but it still held under the pressure. Rocket jumped out from the ship's cockpit and ran to the portal after grabbing a mini-Groot and ran in along with the blue-skinned Yondu, followed by Drax, the alien girl, and Nebula. Moments later Gamera walked Peter through it and Harry followed before closing the portal. They were not on Earth or Xandar, but a random planet in the Andromeda galaxy. Harry was the first to ask, "So what was that?" "A planet tumor appeared on Earth and tried to consume it and I followed the signal controlling it to you." Peter asked, "Not gonna run away again?" Harry rolled his eyes and replied, "I can sorta see into the future. What happened on Xandar was always meant to happen and I couldn't interfere. I knew you'd all be fine." Mini-Groot said, "I am Groot." Harry replied, "Well, I didn't know you'd get fried by the Power Stone and have to re-age." "I am Groot." Harry turned to Rocket and asked, "Did he always curse like that?" Rocket shook his head, "He's just at that age." Harry sighed and turned back to Peter. "In any case, this is different. I can do whatever I want, so tell me what I need to do in order to stop Earth from getting destroyed by a tumor." Drax answered with a question, "How do you kill a Celestial?" "I'm sorry, what?" "That was a Celestial." Peter answered, "It's my father. He's crazy and wants to spread himself to the universe. He had kids with species all across the universe since he needs a child with active celestial genes to use in tandem with his own to activate those seed tumor things." Harry looked at Peter in silence for a moment before clarifying, "So, your father is basically an STD." The remaining Guardians all froze on the spot for a moment before Rocket and Yondu burst out laughing, followed by Drax and Baby Groot while Gamera stifled her smile and Nebula had a very brief smirk. After a few moments to get it out of their system, the antennae-headed alien said, "Ego will stop at nothing to get Peter back." Harry remembered that the quest called Ego the living planet, so he asked, "Wait, is Ego a person or the actual planet?" Peter answered, "He's the planet." Harry considered it and smiled. "Okay, I know how to stop him." Before he created another portal, Harry had a thoughtful look and decided, might as well. Harry pulled a capsule out of his inventory and tossed it to Rocket. What's this thing?" he asked. Harry answered, "Consider it my apologies for last time. Press the button and toss it into an open space more than 30 feet from you." He was going to give it to them later anyways. Rocket had seen Harry do some pretty crazy things, so he pressed the button on the top and yeeted it away from the group. A massive cloud of smoke appeared but just as quickly faded away. Revealed within was a beauty of a spaceship that looked like the child of a jet fighter and a tank. Mixed babies were always beautiful. It was as long as a city bus with a wingspan twice as wide. It appeared fully armored with multiple mini laser turrets. It didn't take long for Rocket to find the hatch to open it and Harry said, "It's all yours, I'll be back in a few minutes." Harry then made a portal to the void of space and left. Like a kid during Christmas, Rocket dashed into the ship and was quickly followed by everyone else. When they noticed how much bigger the interior was than the exterior, the first to break the stunned silence only had one thing to say, "I am Groot." Rocket replied with, "Seriously, we need to talk about your language." The group spread out and Rocket naturally found his way to the power room followed by Nebula. Within were a dozen next-generation arc reactors that could recharge themselves by flying close to a star. Not that they would need to be recharged for a very long time. Next stop was the armory where they found enough weapons to build an army. "I am Groot." "No, I don't know what that button does." "You're gonna press it anyways, aren't you?" "I am Groot." And with that, Groot pressed the button on the side of one of the guns. It popped into a puff of smoke and was replaced by a familiar-looking capsule. Rocket noticed this and said, "No way." He picked it up and pressed the button on the capsule, and a moment later, with another puff of smoke, it returned to the form of a gun. Rocket did another double take on all the weapons, armor, jetpacks, bombs, and everything else in the room. They all had the same button. Rocket smiled. He ran to the ship's hangar and found a dozen personal fighter crafts. It only took a moment to spot the same button on one of them, and he pressed it with glee. The personal spacecraft popped with smoke and became a capsule. Rocket was about to stuff his shirt with capsules, but then he remembered that this ship also came in the form of a capsule. Didn't that mean when not in use, he could carry that capsule around? What did that mean? No more parking fees. Rocket ran back to the control room to tell someone when Peter ran over with Yondu. Before Rocket could say anything, Peter said, "Rocket? This ship has 50 laser turrets and Yondu says it could survive the main cannon from a Kree Imperial ship without a scratch." Drax and Mantis walked in and said with great enthusiasm, "There is a gym with weights that become as heavy as you desire." Gamera entered from another hall and said, "There is a holographic training simulator." Nebula came in and said, "The ship has an AI unlike anything I've ever seen, but it has all of us registered as crew." Rocket finally found a moment to speak and said, "This ship can turn back into a capsule. The armory and hangar have weapons and personal spacecrafts which can all turn into a capsule. We'll never need to worry about being caught off guard again." Yondu said, "I've never seen anything like this, boys." Rocket replied, "Does something not feel right? Harry is crazy, but he's never done anything that's hurt us before." Yondu shook his head, "No, I don't feel anything bad and that creeps me out. It's like walking into a freezer and seeing piles of frozen meat stacked about, but not feeling cold in the slightest. This kind of thing doesn't happen. It's always a trap, a scam, a hoax. But I don't feel that it is. I am Groot." Rocket nodded, "Yeah, no take backsies. If Potter wants something for this and we don't agree, we'll just steal it." Yondu smiled. That definitely felt more right. Harry did eventually return and said, "All right, who wants to watch Ego die?" Rocket asked, "What, you planted a bomb or something?" "Or something." Yondu said, "We gotta pick up Kraglin anyways." Rocket took the controls and confirmed the planet they were on was only 2 jumps from Ego. It only took a few moments to arrive, but the moment they did, they were surrounded by 100 golden sovereign fighter crafts. Rocket gave a sadistic smile. "Let's see what this ship can really do." Everyone got up and headed for the various gunner chairs. The sovereign crafts opened fire and Rocket flew the ship through their formation, directly crushing several ships and slicing through others. The wings on their new ship were sharper than swords. Gamera, Nebula, Yondu, Drax, and Peter all found their own gunner seat as there were plenty to go around. They could choose which side of the ship they wanted the guns to emerge from and choose the type of ammo fired. They could fire bullets, missiles, rapid-fire lasers, or even continuous laser beams they could use to sweep across the enemy lines. Drax laughed and Yondu hollered in glee as their ship destroyed the hundreds of sovereign crafts with ease. Rocket continuously flew into the sovereign formation to prevent them from organizing, and the various weapons dispatched the drones like soap bubbles. It was a glorious massacre of destruction and mayhem. The only reason it took 5 minutes to destroy them all was because of how much everyone was trying new configurations and weapons and generally goofing off. The final sovereign drone crafts were the proverbial mice the cat played around with. Once the last craft was destroyed, Rocket docked the ship with the remains of the Ravager ship Kraglin had been waiting aboard. Once everything was set, they assembled in the control room and stared out at Ego, who was literally staring back at them. Pits and cracks had formed on the moon-sized planet which gave the impression of a face. Rocket asked, "So you gonna blow him up yet or something?" Harry answered, "Oh, I'm not going to do anything to him." A flashing light on a console notified the crew there was an incoming transmission. Rocket isolated it and confirmed it was coming from the planet. With a nod from Peter, Rocket connected. From the other end of the comm unit came the voice Harry figured Ego used. "Peter, you have to come back. You are not like them. You are a god." Replied, "Is that what you are? Spreading to every planet and devouring everything. You are literally a cancer of the universe. Peter, you cannot run from this. No matter where you go, I will find you. It is my purpose and your destiny." Harry answered this time, "Running? Oh no, there won't be any more running. Not for us. And not for you. Why would I run from an insect like you?" Harry answered, "Oh, who said anything about me? You've run before, haven't you? You remember him, don't you?" "What? No, you can't be talking about." "Oh yes. I brought Peter here not to return him to you, but as a distraction. You've run from him time and time again. A little while ago, I gave him your location. He's been taking his time locking down the space and preparing, and you were so distracted from Peter's presence, you never even noticed." No. The planet glowed for a moment before dimming in what Harry recognized as a failed spatial shift. Teleporting wasn't hard for a celestial, even a planet-shaped one. But it was too late for that. Harry smiled. "Dinner is served." Another flash of light appeared next to the living planet. It was a massive ship in the shape of a sphere. Rocket was the first to recognize it. "You called Galactus here." Harry smiled as the group collectively freaked out while he pulled up some screens zooming in on the ship. After a moment they saw the imposing figure that was Galactus himself. "I am Groot." After calming down a bit, Rocket answered, "That's the World Devourer, the Planet Eater." The most terrifying force in the known universe. I am Groot. No, he is not made from wood. Harry chuckled and said, Galactus isn't made of flesh and blood and exists at a conceptual level. Any who see him as their own race, so Groot sees his face is made of wood. Rocket replied, huh, that explains a bit. Rocket clearly saw him with a raccoon face. Yondu stumped for attention and said, now hold on. You mean to say that you somehow called Galactus here? Harry answered with a smile. Peter asked, and he is here to devour my father. Rocket sighed and replied with, works for me. Nebula asked, how did you contact Galactus? I know where he lives and have been there before. I just popped in and asked if he knew of Ego. Galactus told me Ego runs every time he shows up, so I offered to distract him while Galactus made some preparations. Gamera asked, wait, you spoke with Galactus? He spoke back. It wasn't that they were particularly dull, but Galactus did not interact with lower life forms. In the past, the leaders of empires have pleaded with the devourer of worlds and were met only with silence. Harry on the other hand had earned some respect by being someone capable of using the ultimate nullifier without destroying himself, and he had a strong backing as well. Wait, no, stop, spare me, I know of thousands of worlds rich with life. I'll tell you where they all are if you spare me. The comm was still on and Ego's pleading to Galactus could clearly be heard. Through the monitor the group saw that Galactus actually responded. I know the location of all worlds. They are not yours to give. I limit myself only to those I encounter by chance or those brought to me by my heralds. I will feast upon you this day. You shall escape no longer. No, you could not have encountered me by chance. And I refuse to believe that mortal insect is your herald. He is not. But I have encountered you by chance before. You merely delayed the inevitable. No, Peter, you have to save me. If I die, you'll lose everything that makes you special. You will be ordinary. Peter calmly said into the mic, and what's wrong with that? No. Galactus spoke once more. It begins. Particles of light rose from every surface on the planet. When it arose from stone, the stone cracked and became cold. When it arose from a plant, the plant withered. Hundreds of trillions of particles of light rose from the planet and gathered into vast streams which circled the planet in a breathtaking dance. Gamera couldn't help but say, it's beautiful. Cracks formed all over the surface of Ego and countless streams of light erupted from beneath the surface and flowed outward. The face on the planet distorted in pain as cracks formed and the glowing lights of its eyes dimmed. The streams merged from tens of thousands into hundreds and then into dozens before flowing over the surface to the point below Galactus's planet ship. The streams of lights then flowed directly up and converged into a blindingly solid stream of light which entered Galactus's mouth. Everyone watched with fascination as the planet dried up, shrunk, and cracked. Harry said aloud, my wife knows some of the big shots of the universe. She said that Galactus is the egg of the next universe. When this universe dies, Galactus will create the next one. All the worlds he devours are not gone for good. He simply harvests the seeds of this universe to plant in the field of the next universe. In order for the next universe to be healthy, he needs to consume a lot of energy and diversity. He is no more a destroyer than a farmer reaping the fields in preparation for the planting of the next harvest. Nebula chuckled. My father said he also wants to be a farmer. Peter asked, so Ego is not really dead? Oh, for all intents and purposes, he is dead all right. But he, like everyone else Galactus has eaten, will be reborn as new life in the next universe. At least by then, he won't be our problem. The moon-sized planet had shrunk to a quarter of its original size by the time light no longer emerged from the surface. Soon the last particle of light entered Galactus's mouth and all that was left of Ego was a darkened broken shell of a husk. Quest complete, stop Ego the living planet. Reward, upgrade to Infinity Peak. Rather than leave, Galactus turned to face where the camera monitoring him was located, making it look like Galactus was staring right at the occupants of the ship. He said, Harry Potter. Never before have I felt sated. I owe you much. And you as well, Peter Quill. Peter was completely taken aback. Me? What did I do? Galactus answered, Ego was greatly weakened from the backlash of starting his plan and having it cut off. Had I come any sooner or later, he would not have been consumed so easily. A Celestial was still a Celestial. When Galactus encountered him before, Ego was capable of creating massive tendrils of wool which struck and bound Galactus. This was not enough to hold him back, but it was enough to delay the meal until Ego could escape the locked space and teleport away. Thanks to having his will spread out to tens of thousands of worlds through his seeds and having that connection cut, Ego was vastly weakened. Harry said, I still owed you for sparing the Earth, so we can be considered even with this. As a wizard, Harry did not like to be in the debts of others. The Devourer of Worlds asked, would you be willing to become my herald? Harry immediately shook his head. I'm already the husband of the Avatar of the Phoenix Force, and she definitely would not want to share. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the others in the ship, Galactus replied, I see. What about you, Peter Quill? I'm already a guardian of the galaxy, which is a full-time job. As for owing me, can I take a rain check on that? Very well. For now I shall sleep. I have no memory of sleeping with a full stomach. I shall enjoy it while it lasts. With a flash of light, Galactus and his sphere vanished. Though Harry didn't intend to become his herald, he did wonder if it was possible to move planets from other dimensions to this universe and let Galactus feed on them. Food for thought. After a few moments of silence, Rocket asked, holy shit. Did that really just happen? Yondu stated, I need a drink, before turning and heading over to the ship's built-in bar. Peter followed along with Drax and everyone else. Harry asked Nebula, hey, do you want to be flesh and blood again? He asked because his technopathy confirmed that she was in near constant pain from the implants. And how exactly would you manage that? I have fewer biological parts than the rodent. I can take some DNA, clone a perfect copy of you, and perfectly transfer your mind and soul into it. The new body will take a week to fully transfer everything, but it will be a healthy body as if you grew up without implants. After a few moments of silence, she answered, after I kill Thanos. I cannot kill him as I was. Harry shook his head. Suit yourself. I've seen Thanos fight before, so I'll make sure there is a copy in the training room. She was gonna get her ass handed to her by that thing regardless of the implants. In fact, since Thanos was a powerful technopath as well, she was worse off fighting him. She obviously had no idea how powerful he truly was. Harry, Peter, and the rest got drunk and chatted about the ship, about nonsense, and about the universe for hours. Peter was ecstatic that the ship had millions of songs downloaded and that the rooms were soundproof, so he could play a song in his room with the door shut and no one would complain about the noise. He was even happier when Harry showed him the section of the ship with the built-in arcade that had a dozen different arcade machines, which included old-school fighter games and even car racing, bike racing, and boat racing arcade games with built-in seats. The ship even had a built-in movie theater that could seat 16, and every movie that existed up to that point was downloaded. Every one of the personal rooms had a built-in bath and shower, so the ship was basically a flying party ship and resort. The ship also included a way to contact Harry whenever they needed to, and a week after Harry returned, Harry got a message that Yondu was accepted back into the Ravagers since he went back to rescue Peter and took part in killing Ego. It wasn't a big part, but helping sever the connection between Peter and Ego by crashing into Ego still counted. Harry asked Rocket to give him a heads up in case anything in the ship went wonky. The main reason Harry gave them the ship was that it was a prototype which combined space expansion magic and PIM particle capsule technology along with a few other toys, and he didn't want his wives anywhere near it until it had been tested and he confirmed nothing was going to explode. Yes, Harry would feel bad if they died because of his ship, but at least the part up until they died would be them enjoying life, so it would not be that bad. A few months passed and 2015 was coming up. Before the New Year's, the Dimensional Quest board popped up with something that drew Harry's interest. Seemed that another Harry Potter was in great need of assistance. Author's note. The DBZ chapter was just something fun to get me out of my rut. I have all seasons of DBZ, so writing a little crossover was fun. I doubt I'll visit that universe again, but there will be crossovers. The remainder of this story can probably be told in less than 10 chapters, but I want to have a bit of fun with it, so that's what the crossovers are for. Next will be a generic HP verse with an evil Dumbledore. The girls will be coming and I'm still thinking about all the ways to mess with Dumbledore. Plenty have asked for me to send Harry into another FIC, but I won't do that without permission. On that note, if any fanfic author from any fanfic is reading this and wants this Harry to visit, feel free to leave a comment. Doesn't have to be HP either. Can be Naruto, Marvel, HXH, One Piece, or something else. I had writer's block so didn't post for over a month, and now I've released 4 chapters in 2 weeks to make up for it. Now it will go back to the normal schedule of a chapter once every week or 2, since I'm also trying to figure out the plot for the next fanfic I had. Chapter 110 Prepping to School. Dark Dumbledore. A 15-year-old Harry Potter sat in a foreboding wooden chair of a dimly lit stone room with an excessively high ceiling. The Wizengamot, where the wizards of the past made the decisions that affected the wizards of the future. After using a Patronus charm to stop a Dementor from eating his and his cousin's souls, he'd gotten a letter from Mafalda Hopkirk informing him that he was to attend a hearing today against the charges of using underage magic in the presence of a muggle. The chair had iron, magic-suppressing chains heavily bolted to its back, but thankfully no one had been insistent on wrapping Harry with them. He sat on the seat's front edge to distance himself as much as possible from the chains, which looked as if they had been recently oiled to prevent rust. Minister Fudge, the man Harry had seen moments ago speaking quietly with Lucius Malfoy in the hall, announced with the pounding of a gavel, disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August into offences committed by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Witness for the defense, Cosmo Gigant Fictus Ludo. Without notice another man entered the room from the side. He had bright green hair and wore an intimidating suit that looked both crisp and expensive. Fudge looked a bit affronted before asking, I was under the impression that Dumbledore was to be Potter's representative. Cosmo nodded before replying, he was, for the hearing that was to begin 3 hours from now. As the hearing time had changed, he could not make it, so I came instead. Although a notification is usually required in order to switch representatives before a trial, that is not the case if the trial's schedule is moved forward without at least 24 hours of notice, as per the Articles of Legislation of the Wizengamot, Section 47, Subsection 12, Line 13a. Standing confidently behind Harry, Cosmo asked, so, what is my client charged with today? Streaking naked through Diagon Alley. Behind him Harry Potter nearly shouted, what? No. Cosmo looked back at him and shook his head, really? Shame. Did you kill anyone or set fire to any buildings? What? Of course not. Cornelius shook his head and stated, the charges against the accused are as follows, that he did knowingly and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions produce a patroness charm in the presence of a muggle. Fudge had even raised his voice towards the end as if to imply the heavy severity of the crime he was charging Harry with. The stone walls echoed with every heavy syllable. He then asked, do you deny producing said patroness? Harry answered, no, but dash. Fudge cut him off and continued, and you were aware that you were forbidden to use magic outside of school while under the age of 17. Cosmo placed a hand over Harry's mouth to stop him from answering. Wait, the charges are underage use of magic in the presence of a muggle. Fudge answered, yes, and he must answer the question. Cosmo didn't move his hand and replied, there is no need. According to the Articles of Legislation, Section 14, Subsection 3, Line 6, charges for underage magic cannot be tried in the Wisengamot, only in the juvenile court. You've wasted everyone's time. Fudge did not like to be talked down on and said, I am the Minister for Magic and I decide what can and cannot be done here. Cosmo nodded and replied, that is correct. He then fished out some papers from his bag and said, I too do not like to waste time, and since everyone is gathered here, we might as well get this over with. These papers will make it so that the trial for any crime Harry Potter has committed can be held in the Wisengamot. It can only be signed by the minister. The minister took the paper and though most was in legal jargon, he recognized that it basically raised Harry Potter's status so that he would not need to be tried in the juvenile court for anything in the future. Fudge signed it and Cosmo took the papers back to confirm the signature. He looked it over and nodded before turning back to Harry and stating, all right Harry, our esteemed minister's question is whether or not you cast a patroness charm in the presence of a muggle knowing it was illegal to do so. The court already has evidence such a charm was cast, so there is no need to further admit it, but there is one question that must be answered. When you cast the charm, did you believe it was illegal to do so? Think carefully. After a moment, Harry answered, no. Cosmo nodded and turned back to Fudge. There, he denies your accusation that he cast the charm fully aware that it was illegal to do so. Fudge countered, but he has already admitted that he was aware he was forbidden to use magic outside of school while under the age of 17. Cosmo shook his head. Forbidden is a strong word, there is an exception for everything. If Harry Potter fell under such an exception, then it would fall under reasonable usage of underage magic, of which I have the full article memorized. Fudge understood he was not going to get anywhere without going down the path Cosmo wanted, so with great reluctance he stated, very well, for what reason do you believe your violation of the statute of secrecy and the restriction for underage usage of magic was not illegal? Harry took a few calming breaths before answering loudly, there were 2 dementors. Fudge interrupted, that's quite clever. Muggles cannot see dementors, can they boy? Highly convenient. Harry was both scared and angry that his reasons were being trampled over, but Cosmo put a comforting hand on his skinny shoulder which effectively calmed him down. Fudge continued, as Muggles cannot see dementors, you have no witnesses of the event, we cannot take this as anything but what it is, a fable. Cosmo replied, my apologies Minister, but when did you hear that there were no witnesses? Fudge looked taken aback, the boy just said that there were only Muggles there, and no wizards have come forward who have seen these fantasies, therefore there are no witnesses. Cosmo nodded, yes, but that doesn't mean there is no evidence. Anyone in the Wisengamot can look up Harry Potter's address. You announced it to the whole court at the beginning of the hearing. Because there are parties that have some ill intentions towards Harry Potter due to certain events that took place some years back, Harry Potter is a target. Because he is a target, some security measures have been implemented. Every moment of every day of Harry Potter's life at number 4, Privet Drive is recorded in the greatest of detail. When he eats, when he sleeps, and even when he masturbates. Harry screamed, what? Cosmo continued, I happen to have the recording of Harry or the day in question. Let's have a look. Cosmo brought a large cauldron out of his bag that far exceeded the size of the bag itself, making others know it was clearly a moleskin pouch with an undetectable extension charm. However, since the security didn't flag anything he brought through, no one commented on it. The cauldron, as many people recognized, was a pensieve. Cosmo set it up and smacked the side twice. Lights emerged from the pensieve and above it formed a moving image as if from a movie projector. The image looked as if it was recorded through a window and in the room on the other side of the window was Harry's back as he sat on his bed, facing away from the window. Sound echoed from the image as Harry looked as if he was convulsing from behind. Oh Hermione. Cosmo smacked the cauldron causing the image to vanish and said, oh PPs, wrong day. One moment. Harry's face turned down to hide the fact that it was beet red, clearly aware of the contents of that image. Another image appeared. Harry was surrounded by bullies led by Dudley and the wind whipped up. On the accused chair, Harry seemed to sigh in relief that the image started after Harry had threatened Dudley with his wand, and not before. Within the image Dudley looked around and accused Harry, what are you doing? Harry looked around and the wind got stronger and the clouds grew darker and answered, I'm not doing anything. Dudley's goons got the message that something bad was happening and shouted, we're getting out of here Dudley. Dudley and Harry both started running as thunder echoed in the background. It started raining and the pair ran into an empty tunnel and waited there. The lights in the tunnel dimmed and iced over. The boy's breath could clearly be seen. Harry turned around as a Dementor was revealed behind him. It grabbed his neck and lifted him to the wall as it hovered in place. Harry gasped out, Dudley, run. Though Dudley could not see it, he clearly knew something invisible had lifted Harry and had him pinned on the wall. The large boy ran, but the water that spilled into the tunnel from the rain had iced over and Dudley slipped and slid, right into the second oncoming Dementor. The Dementor pinning Harry started sucking away his happiness and the Dementor hovering over Dudley started doing the same to him. Just as it looked like the Dementor would take the boy's souls, Harry pulled out his wand and smacked the Dementor with the tip and a spark of magic, causing it to release its grip on his throat. Harry then cast the Patronus charm, creating a fully corporeal Patronus of a majestic stag which rammed the first Dementor out of the tunnel before charging towards the second, saving Dudley. Cosmo smacked the side of the cauldron to disperse the image and said, "Well, there you have it. Life-threatening circumstances are doubtlessly included under the list of reasonable usages of underaged magic, even in the presence of a muggle. Therefore the charges against my client should be dropped entirely." Hem, coughed a woman from the stands to get their attention. Though she had not been called to give her opinion, she stated, "This evidence is clearly a forgery. All Dementors are controlled under the Ministry, therefore it is impossible for them to be in little whinging." Rather than dispute the claim, Cosmo nodded thoughtfully, "Perhaps. I believe certain forms must be filled out in order to dispatch Dementors by the Ministry. Madam Undersecretary, do you have any evidence that such forms were not submitted?" For some reason, his voice made Umbridge twitch. For months now she's been experiencing horrid bouts of uneasiness as if something terrible was happening at all times. It made it nearly impossible to sleep unaided and the fake smile she usually wore was very difficult to produce these days. She'd had no choice but to step out of the limelight recently to prevent her circumstances from affecting her performance, but maintaining appearances had been growing more and more difficult and she had to stop herself on a weekly basis from using the Cruciatus on her staff for moving too slow or too fast. Umbridge pursed her lips to prevent herself from snarling. She tensed her neck to stop herself from growling. She took a breath before answering with as much false calm as she could muster, "Of course. Such forms must pass through my desk and no such form has done so." After succeeding in getting her point across she sat down to prevent any further interaction. Cosmo calmly remarked, "Perhaps you are lying or have been obliviated." Umbridge rose up and shouted, "You festering worm! How dare you speak to me with such insolence? I am the senior undersecretary for the Minister for Magic, and you are a groveling little dash." Fudge silenced her with magic before she could continue her outburst. She turned to see the loathing he had for her at that moment. She represented him and this was how she acted before the assembled members of the Wizengamot? Fudge stated coldly, "Please see yourself out." The only thing that held back the woman's temper from her frayed nerves was her fear of Fudge's cold stare. She got up and left in silence. Once she was out, Fudge continued as if nothing had happened, "Although Mr. Ludo has presented us with this story, I cannot in good conscience accept it into evidence as no precedent of such evidence has been accepted before in a Wizengamot hearing. We have no means to verify that the images shown are true and have not been falsified." Cosmo shook his head as if he expected it and asked aloud, "Is this the opinion of the Wizengamot? That none of you shall accept this as evidence?" Fudge answered, "As Prime Interrogator and the Minister for Magic, it is not the Wizengamot that decides what is accepted and not accepted, but myself. And it is my decision that these fantasies be stricken from the record." Cosmo accepted this and replied, "If any evidence I can submit will not be accepted, then I have no further evidence to submit. However, before the Wizengamot reaches its final decision, I ask that the charges be repeated." Fudge felt Cosmo had given up and nodded. He repeated, "The charges are as follows, that Harry James Potter did knowingly and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions produce a Patronus charm in the presence of a muggle, and that he is aware that he is forbidden to use magic outside of school while under the age of 17. Cosmo nodded and continued, "2 crimes. That's fine. However, I ask that the second crime be stricken from the record." Fudge blustered before asking, "What? Why would we do that?" "Because Harry cannot be charged with underage magic. He is an emancipated minor, an adult according to the laws of the Wizengamot and according to the Articles of Legislation, Section 2, Subsection 6, Line 14, a witch or wizard of any age classified legally as an adult cannot be charged with underage usage of magic." "What? What are you talking about? He is clearly 15 and not an adult." Cosmo smiled and pulled out a form. Fudge ignored this rule but wands were not allowed in the Wizengamot. There were however magical tools in the room. Cosmo took the form to a table and tapped it multiple times. Every time he tapped the table, a copy of the paper appeared on the other half of the table. Once he had enough, he took the copies and handed one to Fudge and the rest to the assembled members to pass around. Fudge clearly recognized the paper, it was the one he'd signed earlier. Cosmo continued, "As the Minister for Magic has already signed the emancipation papers, my client is legally considered an adult and cannot be charged with underage usage of magic. Unless there is someone who would like to claim the signature here is a forgery. This does not count. He already committed the crime." Cosmo did not argue but instead replied, "Doesn't matter. If the charges were not brought up before they became an adult, then they've basically gotten away with it. This loophole was written in on purpose to prevent the crimes lords committed in their youth from catching up with them later. There are no exceptions to this rule and it would be a dangerous precedent to make one now. But, we did bring up the charges before I signed this. But the case had not come to a conclusion. You tricked me." Cosmo shrugged, "If this case had just been carried out in juvenile court, none of this would have happened. Since underaged magic cannot be tried in Wizengamot, you can blame whoever it was who thought this was a good idea. Fudge frowned. This was not in fact his idea, but Umbridge's. There is still the matter of using magic in front of a muggle. Cosmo accepted and continued, but due to the emancipation, my client is now Lord Potter, head of the noble house of Potter. Do I need to quote the article number for you to believe that when a lord breaks the statute of secrecy, his only penalty is the fine that is paid is the fee for the obliviators to fix whatever was witnessed? Fudge sank into his seat. He did not need to be reminded of that one. Cosmo stated, as the only witness was Harry Potter's cousin, someone who was there when Harry Potter got his letter and was fully aware of the existence of magic. An obliviator was not deemed necessary and one was not sent. Since no obliviator was sent, none were paid to fix this, which means there isn't a fine to pay. Cosmo smiled widely, so it doesn't matter if Harry Potter is lying or not. Innocent or guilty, there is no difference. That being said, Lord Potter may not appreciate being called a liar. Lords can call blood feuds for anything that besmirches their honor. Calling him a liar to his face would certainly count. So, let's end this trial, shall we? Please call for a vote of who thinks Harry Potter is lying and guilty, and who thinks he is telling the truth and innocent. Please note that I will be giving my client the names of the former. Fudge's face darkened. He'd been beaten before he knew he was playing. Even calling the vote could cause those around him to risk offending a lord, one of his own making. It wasn't like he could take his signature back in front of the Wizengamot. What would that tell others? That he could sign something for a price and then cancel his signature? That his signature was worthless? He wouldn't survive such an accusation. He didn't have a choice. Fudge stated, No, you have a point, Mr. Ludo. It would not do for our esteemed members to waste any more of their valuable time. As stated, there is no real difference, so I'll dismiss this case. He banged his gavel and Cosmo gave a small bow of gratitude while Harry Potter was still stunned that such a thing had just happened. Cosmo looked at Harry and said, Come on, Mr. Potter, today's not over yet. Cosmo took Harry into the hall where he expected to see Arthur there, waiting for him. Instead, it was empty. Cosmo tossed a silver ring of magic into the air and created a portal to what looked like Diagon Alley. He then pushed Harry through before following himself as the portal closed behind him. There you are. No one in the alley seemed to notice their flashy arrival, but from behind their entrance point, a beautiful brunette woman in a bright red long coat stood against a wall, staring at the pair with a smile. Cosmo walked over to her and said, Everything went as expected. He then turned to Harry and said, I think it is time for some introductions. I'm Cosmo, the brunette said with a smile, and I'm Wanda. And we're Dash. Flashing words appeared on the wall behind them which spelled out what they shouted, your fairy godparents. The flabbergasted Harry Potter could only respond with, What? Wanda signed and said, See, I told you Cosmo was a stupid name. But it matches my eyes. Not like that, it doesn't. Well, I can't change back until we're done. Yeah, I know. Harry eventually recovered and asked, I need to get my wand. He'd turned it in when he went to the ministry, and since they didn't leave through the ministry, he didn't get it back. Cosmo shook his head, No, you don't. That thing is something Dumbledore created using a bound phoenix and only works because it matches the signature of the bindings he placed on your magic. What? Bindings? Wanda gestured for them to follow and said, Come on, first stop Gringotts. Cosmo and Wanda lead Harry down the alley, and though people avoided them as they walked, none actually met their gaze or his own, as if they were unconsciously ignoring his presence. Upon entering the Wizard Bank, Cosmo strode up to a teller and said, Harry Potter is here to see account manager Sharpclaw. The goblin teller looked over at Harry Potter and nodded before calling over a goblin runner and whispering a few things to him. He then said to Cosmo, Follow Ironfang. Cosmo nodded and Wanda motioned for Harry to follow them as they were led by Ironfang into the depths of the bank and made to wait for a bit. A minute after sitting down, Harry Potter asked, Who are you, really? And why are you helping me? Cosmo answered, I'm something of a mercenary and I have been promised payment for helping you. Right now you're a pawn in a game stacked against you. It's not going to end well for you, and when you die, everything will go to hell. What? But Dumbledore dash. Wanda interrupted, Dumbledore has messed up your head quite badly. Don't trust your opinion of the old man. He claimed to protect you, then you go and get attacked by Dementors? That wasn't an accident on his part, but a plan. After putting you at your lowest point, he'd come and defend you, becoming your savior, so you would be stupid enough to trust him even though you should have figured out by this point you can't. I delayed his arrival so my husband here could help you and get you out from that wrinkled old thumb of his. Cosmo, also known as Harry the Mutant Obscurus Gamer, was quite surprised when he looked over the past and future of this world on his arrival. Almost everything was the same as the movies and books, but Dumbledore was apparently evil, and while many of the things that happened in the books were coincidences, in this world all of Harry's problems were purposefully and meticulously arranged by Dumbledore. Not that Dumbledore considered himself evil. From what Harry could tell, Dumbledore felt the world was in its grandest state when Dumbledore controlled everything. Every year since becoming headmaster, Dumbledore would cast compulsions on every Muggleborn to trust, respect, and obey him. With the Elder Wand, such a compulsion was already quite powerful and would last a long time, yet Dumbledore would renew the compulsion every year to make sure the spell maintained its peak strength until the Muggleborns graduated. By then, even without renewing the effect, they had grown up worshipping Dumbledore and would have that mindset cemented until they died. That was why, although Dumbledore had never done anything for him, he was considered their champion and protector. They all thought so as they had been conditioned to do so. He couldn't do the same with the magical raised children whose parents would notice, but the Muggleborns had no elders to routinely check them and they spoke loud enough for everyone else to hear. Every single house elf in the castle was bound to Dumbledore's magic, so they would obey his commands without question. With their assistance the teachers and staff had been slowly potioned into lowering their guard and enspelled to his will. All but Snape of course. The Death Eater of this world was not a repentant man, waiting for death, willing to perform whatever was needed to take down Voldemort, but a selfish egotistical child who was never at fault for the consequences of any action he took. Goblin Sharpclaw arrived and Cosmo gestured to Harry stating, "We need a full cleansing, a complete unbinding, and a warrior's restoration ritual." Before the goblin could even react to the list of astoundingly absurd requests, Cosmo handed Sharpclaw the emancipation papers Fudge signed and continued, "And he'll need his family ring since he's a man now." Sharpclaw took the paper and motioned for them to follow him into his office. By the time he'd reached his desk, he'd finished reading the whole thing. Goblins were nothing if not expedient and they'd practically invented the word jargon. Sharpclaw stated, "These are in order and Lord Potter's rings can be retrieved. The matter of the cleansing and unbinding is one thing, but what makes you think we will perform the warrior's restoration for a wizard?" Cosmo answered, "Because I will provide all the materials, potions, the magic power, and pay for the services at 105% the rate with you getting the extra." This had Sharpclaw taken aback. It was odd that a wizard even knew of the warrior's restoration. It was a ritual old goblins could have done which restored their bodies to their prime. One look at the scrawny malnourished mup that was Lord Potter made it clear why he requested it. If Harry Potter underwent the ritual, his body would be reformed as if he had been trained as a warrior his whole life instead of a wizard. However, the ritual was not just magic in nature. It also required incredibly complex potions with ingredients one does not simply come across in Diagon Alley. The exact potion used had to be fine-tuned to the goblin and no goblin would bother making such a valuable potion if the recipient was a wizard. Even so, requesting it was not such a simple matter. Cosmo continued, "Did I mention I would pay for the services in Mithril?" Sharpclaw stated, 120%. Cosmo countered, 108. "I know you'll need some for others, but not that much. 115% and I can make it done today. 112% and I tell others I offered 110. Deal." That meant others would not contest him for the remaining 2%. Sharpclaw used a goblin device at his desk to send some messages and not a minute later, another goblin entered the office with a box he placed on the desk along with some paperwork. Sharpclaw opened the box and confirmed the contents before pushing it to Harry Potter. Inside was a ring with the Potter family coat of arms as a signet ring. Sharpclaw stated, "Put it on your right ring finger and it will confirm your status as Lord Potter." Harry turned to Cosmo and asked, "I thought I already was Lord Potter when Fudge signed that." Cosmo snickered and replied, "Nah, I just tricked him into thinking that and they all forgot about it. Some might remember that detail later, but once you have the ring on, it doesn't matter." Realizing that he could be charged again if he didn't have the ring, Harry quickly took it from the box and slipped it on his finger. It glowed for a moment before changing in size slightly to make itself fit better and be more comfortable. Sharpclaw went over the papers he was given and once he confirmed Harry's ring had not killed him out of rejection, he stated, "The ritual chambers have been reserved. The payment will be required in advance." Cosmo nodded and directly pulled out small ingots of mithril from his inventory and stacked them on the desk. Since he didn't pull them from a pouch, Sharpclaw was unable to confirm where they originated, so he would not be foolish enough to try to rob him thinking he could earn more. Once Harry had the lot stacked, Sharpclaw took an ingot and bit heavily into it. Goblins could taste metal in a way no other creature could and a fake could never fool a goblin's sense of taste. This is why they were trusted with gold. Nothing in the known world could make fake gold that could fool a goblin's sense of taste. The senior goblins could even tell where metals originated from their taste and could tell gold made from the Flamel's Philosopher's Stone from gold mined in South America. Sharpclaw was such a senior goblin as he had the Noble Potter account under his management. He could tell that the mithril was made using a Philosopher's Stone which explained its origin as mithril was not a naturally occurring metal. However, there was nothing wrong with it and it had exceptional purity. Sharpclaw pocketed his share and put the rest into a pouch before leading them out of his office and down several hallways past an assortment of highly curious goblins of many ages. Sharpclaw eventually led them into a massive stone room with countless tiny inscriptions carved into the walls and floor. There was a table and several goblins on standby. Cosmo said, "All right Harry, remove your shirt and pants. Technically you should remove your underwear too, but I doubt you would if I asked you to." "What? Why?" "Your body is filled with potions that are addling your mind. Your magic is bound with all sorts of other magics. And your physique is in terrible shape. We're going to fix all of that at the same time, but when the potions are purged, the gunk will come out as sweat and anything it comes into contact with will probably be stained forever with the smell." Harry looked shyly at Wanda who noticed this and laughed. "What? It's nothing I haven't seen before. We did record you, remember?" Harry's face fell as he did in fact remember. That moment of embarrassment would likely scar him for the rest of his life. Deciding to man up, he removed everything and laid down on the table. Cosmo gave Harry a blue potion and said, "Best potion ever. Don't swallow. Swig it around in your mouth for 10 seconds and spit it out into this bucket." Cosmo then conveniently had a bucket. Harry did as told and swigged the potion like mouthwash before spitting it in the bucket. He asked, "What does it do?" Cosmo smiled, "Removes your sense of taste for 10 minutes. The potions you'll need for these rituals are 1,000 times worse than Skull-Gro." Harry paled at that but then sighed in relief when he realized he would not have to taste it. Cosmo pulled out potion after potion and instructed Harry to swallow them all. Harry could feel their texture was terrible, but he drank them all down one after another without getting any sense of taste for any of them. When Harry finished the last one, a goblin announced, "Inject your magic here, wizard." Cosmo placed a hand on the formation and calmly injected his magic. The goblins watched in anticipation. On average, goblins did not have as much magic as wizards, but the skilled ones came close. Even then, it required a dozen or more of such skilled goblins to charge the ritual. Cosmo only stated he would charge it alone, and the goblins there were mostly just to watch him fail as a single wizard, even at Dumbledore's level of might, could not charge this chamber. However, against their expectation, the room's glow reached maximum brightness and waves of energy started forming around Harry, encasing him in a cocoon. Cosmo nodded in satisfaction. The hard part was over. He asked Wanda, "Stay with him and give him a new wand and wardrobe when he is out. I'm sure he'd like to see Potter Manor." Wanda replied, "Yeah, I know, I'll take care of the little guy. You were so adorable at that age." Cosmo snorted. This Harry looked at 15 like Cosmo did at 12. Wanda only met her version when he was 14, and at the time he was only a bit shorter than Scott, who was 16. Cosmo left the bank and opera to Hogsmeade and walked over to the Hogshead pub. Rather than order a drink, he waited patiently for a half-hour until a familiar figure entered the pub and quickly spotted Cosmo in the corner. Professor Minerva McGonagall gave Cosmo a once-over before sitting down and asking, "So, you are applying for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher?" Cosmo smiled.